Well, ladies and gents, that's why you don't hit the sauce before you start the podcast. You just you gotta wait till you hit all the applicable buttons, and then you can start the podcast. Hey, I am drunk off my behind, Lucas Sheena from ComicCrusaders.com. I apologize for start late and when we started the technical difficulties. I apologize on that with all the starving pygmies in Africa and everything. So I am blessed to be with the fellows to my right and down below me, freaking fellas. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Start with Adam.
Hey, it's the innovator of perversion, the blind Adam Wonders, the comic pimp. How y'all doing? I'm very blessed to be back. Love you guys. It's gonna be a great show.
Go ahead, James.
Hey, it's James from Hive Comics at hive-comics.com. Always here to hang out on a Friday and get drunk with the boys.
Hi, everybody. I'm nobody. Aaron?
And I'm Aaron. You can catch me on Flipside and Comic Book Food Chain.
Welcome. We just unfortunately everybody, Mel he couldn't be here. Today he's still trying to make that bread. He can keep the bills down and holding it down. So we will be holding it down in the meantime. Clay, he's on his way. He had to take himself a little breaky break. God bless the brother. He does so many podcasts, and he deserves that little break. So we'll be on the way look out for him. But in the meantime, I actually wanted to talk about something. Some of the biggest news this week, something that actually he might want to weigh in on. But
what Loki?
Finally saw Mephisto, right?
Here's the main man. Here's the main man right there.
Hey,
welcome.
I want to give a shout out real quick to the Ninth Wonder and of course Blind Adam. You guys are in the old StreamYard still. Jump in the new one. I see Blind Adam's here, but you might want to take him out of the old one. You might want to get out of the old one. Anyways, what up, everybody? Good to see James in the house. Good to see
what's up, my friend?
Lucas, what's up?
Well, I'll tell you what's up, man. That's definitely going to be interesting. Is the big news this week regarding CGC and that they have actually been bought out. Well, it says that they've been bought out, but they didn't really give a really good hard details of what's actually happening with the whole purchase by BlackRock. So for those that don't know who BlackRock is, they own everything. They own everything, right? So this whole thing with the housing, being increased and the prices and just prices going, they are in that, right? Because they have these NROs and they have these people that go out and they're buying up everything. They are backing a whole bunch of small to big companies. It's between them and Vanguard. Van and Capital, their hands are all over everything. So a lot of things got misconstrued because they mentioned, hey, BlackRock and then the Rock Nation Group, which is a company that's either owned or chaired by Jay-Z. His name was thrown in there and everything. What do you guys think? Is this a good thing or a bad thing now that you have a big bad company into this whole CGC thing?
I want to get Dame Dash on Flipside for an interview for a response.
Dame Dash? Who's Dame Dash? I'm not familiar.
You don't know who Dame Dash? Dash?
Nope. Man. Okay. So way back in the day, Jay-Z and Damon Dash was like like partners. Like they was fucking like Fred Rubble and fucking Barney, right? So basically a big fight happened between them. And they stopped being good friends, and they both was like competing with each other. It's like an old school fucking rap beef that happened way back in the day. And I can't believe McClay's.
Jay-Z never says anything, and Dame Dash is yelling at the top of his lungs on every interview. So I think it would be a pretty hot interview. So Dame Dash, where you at? Yeah. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. I think it's good. I think it's good for comics. I think it's bad for flippers that don't listen. Prices are going up,
and we now know where all the stupid money come from, and it ain't from fucking card buyers. It's from a whole bunch of people in the entertainment industry, probably knowing that the shit was going down with some insider information, been buying up books. But McClay, we talked about this before we went on air. you guys see how that record-selling fucking giant-size X-Men sold for like 70-something grand? And then you see like 4 days later what happened to that other copy?
So for like 20 grand less.
$30,000 fucking price difference between the two sales. This is because the market is full of a bunch of people who do not know what they're doing, and either they are trying to set the market in favor of collectibles in the future, or they literally are just laundering money. I mean, it's got to be any one of those. I mean, because there's no reasonable explanation to be offered, no logical explanation to be offered for those prices.
So here's the explanation. I talked about this a little backstage. One of the biggest assets for Bank of America is its art division, right? By that I mean, you've seen it in, I forget the name of the movie with the guy, he freaking runs across the world and he steals art and the lady's chasing him. Well, that is really big business, by which you buy a piece of art, then you got to get it insured, you get somebody to assess that piece of art, and then now you have, like, say, $1 million piece of art. Now against that $1 million piece of art, you also get to take out loans with that piece of art as collateral.
Mm-hmm.
Now that you have something as big as the Blackstone Group behind CGC, right? Now CGC is going to have access to funds to insure stuff. Plus, they're going to have access to a financial division, so that at some point, if we really wanted to start borrowing money against these comic books that these financial assessors agree to assess, that's going to be a big thing. And the first thing they're going to start taking out, those X-Men #1s. Those, I mean, we've Action Comics has already been taken off the freaking board. So you're just going to have to take a look at what are the older ones that are in the 70s and the 80s that are going to be taken off the board slowly, or even more quickly now that this might become a thing. And what was interesting is I did see a lot of news articles about this, and everybody talked about this and that, and they went into the whole JC thing, but they weren't even thinking of why Blackstone would want to do this. Trust me, Blackstone is not doing it out of the kindness of their own heart for the love of the game.
Look, everybody with money knows exactly what to do when an inflation hits. You park your fucking money in assets that increase in value with inflation, so that when the inflation starts to level off, you cash out of that valuable or whatever that asset is at a fucking premium over top of what you paid for it initially, on inflation. That's why real estate.
Here's the interesting. Yep. So here's the interesting thing. Once it's assessed by a financial division, that price will never go down. It will never be beholden to inflation ever. It will go up in price, but it will never go down.
Well, I mean, we're kind of in that market right now where too many people have money memory of what they paid for shit and want you to overpay for the shit they overpaid for in order for them to sell it, and then they sit on it. And then sometimes they sit on it for long enough, and then lo and behold, it's worth what they wanted for it finally.
Well, I have two things. One, I think it's kind of funny that we were hearing all those rumors that like investment firms were starting to look into collectibles and stuff like that. And, now we have it.
Yep.
And the second thing is there's a big difference between Blackstone buying CGC and Beckett buying CBCS.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
To me, there is.
Absolutely.
Because
you got to remember who bought Beckett.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think there was another big financial capital guy behind the whole Beckett buy, and I got to research that, whether it was Blackstone or it might have been Vanguard that actually backed that purchase.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, this is a great question. Colin C says, "Is Blackstone and BlackRock the same people?" Great question. Because I was thinking the same thing. Like, Jesus.
But I mean that would be a definitely good question that I would have to research. I know at the CEO chair level they're not the same people. Like I can't for instance, I can't invest in Blackstone, or excuse me, not Black. I forget what the name of the other one was, but I can't invest in Blackstone, right? Because the other one is like a private equity versus this one, which is broadly traded across the board.
Yeah.
Well, and it's funny that you brought up their stock page. When I saw the first announcement of it, what was it? Was that yesterday? Was it yesterday morning or the day before?
Maybe the day before, like a couple of days ago.
Yeah, like I want to say like shares for Blackstone were only at $89 or something like that. So I mean, we're already seeing an increase in the price.
Yeah.
It's a crazy market, man. You know you can't trust anybody, so just buy what you like, and you'll never fucking overpay, I guess. And as long as it's a PC book now, for all you retailers and you flippers out there buying collections and shit, it's business as always. I mean, you see a Craigslist ad for dudes selling fucking long boxes, you're still offering them around the same. You're still gonna still process it. You're still gonna pull the keys. So all it is there's going to be a few more books that we're able to get lucky on if we are buying collections. But now that cons are opening up, I see a lot of books taking a dip, because I think there's going to be more market. And now that the ghost behind, Jay-Z ghost writing and Jay-Z ghost owning fucking CGC shit, you know what I'm saying? It's like he really is, the ghost money behind. I'm sure of it. I mean, we talked about this too. How much does Method Man love the X-Men and Bishop? We've seen him cosplay. We've seen him cosplay as Bishop. How much all them Wu-Tang dudes, back in the day, talked about comic books. They were at the forefront of a lot of that. They, talking about Spider-Man.
Yeah, but I don't think all these books are selling because hip hop acts are buying into comics, right?
But you don't think a lot of people who have money in the hip hop realm are buying graded collectibles, cards, sports cards?
I think everybody is. I think everybody.
Who isn't now? It's the hip thing to do nowadays, Joe.
Yeah.
I don't think it's because, listen, there's not that very many people in hip hop that are billionaires, right? There's like one.
No, you don't have to be a billionaire to play in comics.
I get that, but this market isn't moving because of hip hop artists. It's moving because tons of rich people are getting into it, not just hip hop artists. Like fucking big money is into this now. That's been obvious for a while. The question is, are we going to see a correction the way that the card market is, or that's the biggest thing to me right now, because the frenzy in selling right now is. There's been a quick change, right? Let's be honest. There has been a change in the game over the last couple of weeks that this frenzy has gotten to levels where I never thought I'd see it.
Well, look at how many new avenues there are to sell now. I mean,
that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Like
brother.
You have like StockX, like all these sneakerheads are starting to sell slabs now. I mean, my slab. What's not, like what else, short box, like you have all these brand new avenues that are coming out of the woodworks, and then people are getting sick and tired of eBay. And so I mean, like it could be the Wild West for a few months for all we know, to see who becomes the new like I don't know, market dictator, I guess. I don't know.
Well, we got until 2022 in order to to sell as much as you want under that 22K, right?
Right.
And then after that, you better be incorporated. You better keep track of your costs. You better be buying collections. You better be offsetting your expenses. And if anybody's been 1099 or an independent contractor, they know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, because basically the government is coming for their squeeze on the collectible sales market, and you're going to be paying taxes on that shit. And the only way to offset your taxes is to turn into a business. So everybody better go fucking LLC their ass. And I'm not a professional lawyer or anything like that. And that's why you should all seek a tax professional in your home state and seek professional advice on how to best circumvent the system to not fuck yourself. Because for years, how many else on this panel have been basically using their comic book collection as like a self-directed IRA? Like basically I'm collecting the shit that I want because I know it's worth money. I'm not collecting it, for any stupid reason.
I'm not saying yes to no in case somebody from the IRS is watching.
Correct.
So I have a somewhat of an answer regarding the BlackRock versus Blackstone. So BlackRock is an asset manager course, largest in the world. They were funded originally by the Blackstone team. BlackRock's co-founder Larry Fink devised a better way to analyze fixed income portfolios. So that is the answer. Is that at one point, BlackRock, which is an alternative asset company, was funded by Blackstone, which is an asset manager. That's where it is. I see a lot of people talk about the whole thing about Beckett and talk about that it's now funded by Cohen Private Ventures. That's pretty crazy. But yeah, I mean, it's been over. No. Once they started realizing that people, once people like us, we had nothing to do but stay home and shit, and we put our money and heart into freaking more cards and comics books and see how much it can definitely generate. They were going to be all over it. So the question to you, Clay, I'm looking at you. I'm looking into your deep heart. The other card news for this week, the Mia Hamm card.
Yeah, so
$30,000.
It doesn't surprise me.
$30,000.
Yeah, yeah. That's so a lot of people, card collectors, like old school card collectors, have been on those Sports Illustrated cards for a while now. There's a Tony Hawk card in that set also. That's a big deal. Of course, the Tiger Woods is the biggest. There's some real big cards in that set. Now, the crazy thing is that like you have to hand cut those cards, and in order to get a 10 on a I forget what the serrated cut, I think they call that edge. In order to get a 10 on that, like there are some very crazy things. Now, was the Mia Hamm a 10? I can't remember, but yeah, there we go. I mean, that's a tough card, and that's 1992 was early on in the SI for Kids run. So I remember when the Tiger card from the same magazine came out, people were going to libraries and finding copies in libraries cards. and it was crazy. But
so what you're telling me is that this card actually came out of a magazine.
Yeah, Sports Illustrated.
And they cut out the magazine instead of keeping the magazine whole.
Yeah, because it comes in the magazine are 9 cards that are attached to the.
Shouldn't the magazine as a whole cost more?
Well, yeah, but no, because cutting this card just perfect to get a 10 out of it is a feat in itself, right? And most kids pulled that card out and threw it away like I did when I remember I had a subscription to that magazine for the first 3 years, I think. And my friend had one for like 10 years. And it was just fucking, you would pull those things out and throw them or, put them in some pockets maybe. I mean, you didn't care about magazine cards back in the day. Ever. Never. Until the Manny Pacquiao rookie, the Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson rookie magazine, and the Tiger Woods, the magazine rookie cards aren't shit. Like I said, there's a Tony Hawk one.
But the thing that's getting me over is that Mia Hamm, right? When we were older, right? Maybe like 10 years ago, she was the thing, right?
The GOAT, yeah.
But it's her over the Williams sisters right now, the tennis stars, Venus and Serena.
It's because of also the card, man. I'm telling you, this is a tough card. It's like an iconic type of situation with the Sports Illustrated for Kids card, man. It's one of the first places that started doing non-4 sports stuff. The rarity, it's crazy. It's bonkers. But here's the thing, like great big cards like this are still selling for buku bucks, but the rest of the stuff is starting to kind of settle out. Like if you look at Marvel cards, Marvel trading cards right now have dropped considerably. Intel boxes were going for $1,000. They're at $600 right now, So, but that $600 is way more than $20 what it used to be a year ago. That box was $20 if you were lucky.
That's true. Yeah. Oh, wow. Aaron, didn't you sell or did you buy a box of those Marvel cards for like $300, $400 or something like that?
I didn't pay that much. I bought, what was it here? I bought the Marvel anime that came out in 2020.
The Momoga,
the Momoga ones. Yeah, so it was like $120. So,
that's a good deal.
Yeah. So I mean, I just unboxed. I broke a box on air here, just because, like, why not? I just want to see, like, what if I pull a sketch on camera or whatever, or I think I ended up with like a 2099 autograph on like a Deadpool card or something like that. So, I mean, it's cool stuff. I mean, I wasn't really looking to sell. I don't even know what the current market is going for those, but it'd be interesting to see like what they are currently. I guess I should have checked like while everything was booming, but when I looked, I don't think it was like it wasn't going too high because it was, super relevant and everyone could get them.
Yeah.
Yo, the Ninth Wonder. Yo, where'd you come from, bro? Good to see you, man.
Let's see. So people are asking about VHS slabs. I don't even know if that's a thing yet.
I was making jokes in the chat. Nah, it's not a thing yet. But
It's already.
I mean, it exists. It exists, but
platinum vinyl records is people start to try to slab those for some reason.
Dude, look, if I'm just saying, if Jay-Z's all up in CGC's business, he's got a whole bunch of bootlegs that he was pumping out the trunk of his car back in the day. and then of course he's got all the master tapes and stuff like that. Like, are people going to start grading CDs from the 90s, vinyls from the 80s, 70s, and 60s, 50s too?
I was thinking about that too, but I feel like the problem with that is that stuff is very easily bootlegged, and it just will be a messy thing. And it's like, what you gonna grade it on? I
made a joke in the chat that said the VHS is going to have to be watched in order to assure playability in 9.8 grade.
I mean, there are companies that grade VHS tapes and cassette tapes. I don't remember exactly what the name is, but it does exist. I don't know how big of a market there is for that. But sure. I mean, if people buy graded video games, like,
yep, Moonlit just dropped that comment in the chat where she's talking about. I mean, she's like, she wouldn't be surprised because people do grade video games now. But with the video games, I can understand it because sometimes they grade the book with the cartridge separate, like the open box. Like, you can grade an open box, and then you can grade a sealed copy. And like, I've seen some of these fucking sealed copies going for nuts money.
Still, but I mean, are they ever going to grab the money that comics and cards are? So for instance, like our grandfathers and grandmothers, they had those old 25s, those old 30s, what I mean, and for a fact that there's no way you can replicate that, right? You just can't. There's the stuff in the seams and everything that you just can't replicate like you could for CDs, like Aaron was talking about with the bootlegs, man. The brother man selling that stuff on Friday at the barbershop, you just can't replicate that stuff. So I see that.
I miss the Route 40 flea market mixtapes, man. I'm just saying.
I tell you what, man, if I'm sober enough in the morning, I'm definitely going to try and check out my local flea market, man. There's some definitely good shit out there, man.
I'm about to check my old Sports Illustrated to see if I still have any of those cards.
Real.
JJ Maxwell is talking about video games already sell for just as much money as comics, if not more. Yeah, I mean, I get it with the video games, right? Because there's definitely a deep nostalgia when it comes to the video games. Like, how many kids spent their whole Saturdays and Sunday afternoons, or
there's
whatever,
some games that
didn't.
Yeah, there's some old Nintendo games that didn't sell very well that are worth like buku bucks just because they are unobtainium. Same with like old Atari shit, like previous consoles, Colecos and stuff. You never know.
I'm still looking for that landfill for the ET video game. So, no, I'm just joking. I know there's a documentary.
You know where that landfill's at?
Huh?
Do you know where that landfill's at?
They actually found it. There's a documentary about it.
Isn't it in Texas? I thought it was in Texas.
Is it in Texas?
It might be.
That'd be pretty funny.
I thought it was New Mexico.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think it's New Mexico.
It's still hilarious.
But here go my thing with graded CDs. If we worry about the print run with comic books, with CDs is way worse because the more desirable albums easily in the tens of millions that was sold. That's not even counting.
But a lot of them went back to print, man. And when they went back to print, the serial numbers changed, the case changed, the booklet changed, something changed on a lot of them. And you want to talk about variants? And McClay knows I'm a huge Nirvana fan too, and I saw him talking about this on his podcast. The B-sides, bro, like some of the singles have like 3 songs on them and an unreleased B-side that never hit, main albums, and some of them are fucking fire, and they're also unobtainium.
Right. So exactly for a band like Nirvana, who were hard, were a hit before everybody knew about them, right? So they were just making their own CDs or whatever, and selling them at concerts. Now there's this one dude who still has this fucking, oh yeah man, I got the fucking Nirvana CD before anybody knew that shit, and he's got that shit.
I got one for you
with the hand drawn freaking CD cover and everything, and he's got that shit, and nobody's freaking paying attention to that right now.
You got the Blue EP or something like that, man.
So back in early 2000s, there was a band here in Phoenix called Gray Days. And Gray Days was, I mean, they didn't get big, but people liked them locally and this and that. And the singer for Gray Days saw an ad in a magazine article and San Diego band looking for a singer. And he went to go check out that band. He drove down and tried out for him, and that band happened to be a band called Hybrid Theory. Well, he joined that band called Hybrid Theory and did a little demo tape with them, and on their MySpace said, "Hey, we're looking for a street team." And because I was a Gray Days fans and I knew them, I was like, "Hey, I'll help out." Send me a package. So they sent me a shirt that said Hybrid Theory on it. They sent me 30 cassette tapes, in their own little things that said Hybrid Theory, and had the 2 or 4 songs, I can't remember, on it. And I gave out half of them, and the rest I just threw in a box. Well, that band ends up becoming Linkin Park.
What? Wow.
Yeah. And I found a box the other day of, I think there's 5 cassettes, 5 of the stickers that say Hybrid Theory. And I'm going to put those fuckers on eBay. And I'm going to sell the shit out of them.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Brian, let me know when you do. I'll end up snagging one for sure.
All right, I'll save one for you, brother.
So hey, McClay, do you know if the one song "Step Up" is on that set?
I'll find it right now and tell you what's on it.
Oh, okay.
So y'all probably remember how I always talk about that I used to play in music and stuff like that, and like punk bands, grindcore bands, all power violence, whatever. Like I started collecting vinyl when I was 14 years old, and so that was about 20 years ago, like in 2000s, because that was the cheaper.
Wait. We're not just gonna breeze right past that one that you're like in your 30s. G. All right. Yeah. So hold up. You look 21. Keep going. Okay.
Yeah. So anyways, so that's what I used to collect before I got back into comics, and then that was a cheaper way to buy the music on LPs because they were only like $10 at the time. I mean, now they're like $20, $30. Well, anyways, like when I got out of college, bands were still creating, music on LPs or tapes. So I think it's kind of funny that, that still exists. And nowadays, like, it's like almost like for the nostalgia factor to throw it back.
Share my screen if you can, Lucas.
Lucas is going top shelf real quick.
There you go.
Damn, son.
With
Nice.
You, the songs on there are With You, Points of Authority.
Nice.
Uh-huh.
So wow, those were the first couple of tracks I guess they put together, huh?
Yep. Before they were called, Linkin Park.
Wow.
Yes, definitely. That is
if you want to send me a late birthday gift, McClay, that's it.
So I will try and start that trend. Shit, if we're gonna start collecting CDs and VHSs and all that other stuff, it should be, the band before they became the band. Shit, stuff like this. That's the stuff that should definitely be collectible and worth a lot of money.
So for all you Nirvana fans looking for fecal matter tapes, good luck.
Yeah.
Love that.
Give me a minute. I'm just popping open this Avion.
The good stuff.
Nice.
Never tried it before. I saw it in a bunch of videos. I said, "Yeah, fuck it, why not?"
Looks fancy.
Looks fancy. People probably tastes like gasoline.
Pretty sure it was Evian water. No, sir. It is not water. It might look clear. but it does not
Definitely not
taste
water.
like water, does not go down like water, does not come up like water if it comes up either.
Have y'all talked about whatnot at all yet?
We mentioned it, and I told.
Go ahead, talk,
You broke some records this week. Mel broke some records. Isn't here to talk about it, and whatnot gave Drunken Chat a mention. But I'd like to hear about your experience with him for sure.
Yeah, because you had your set last night, huh?
It was crazy, man. First off, big shout out to Mel because of course he helped promote. But the thing I did immediately once I got on the app, I friended any and everybody with comic in their name. I went to every live sale. I tried to buy stuff from people, but anybody that was in there, I was sending them friend requests so I could get hoping like if I friend request 1,000 people, will 10% of those friend request me back, and give me 100 followers? Ended up with around 200 and some followers. Most of the night, I started at 9 o'clock. But I advertised 9 o'clock. I went in a little bit early, about 8:45, and kind of explained to people how their night was gonna go. And I just gave people incentives. I brought out some big key books, and I said, look, I start these keys at $1 bid auctions, but y'all have to stay in here. Y'all can't come in, buy a book, and leave. We got to stay at 40, 50 people all night, and that's what they did. At the end of the night, I ended up selling over 2,000 in books, and I sold like 31 books. And I just tried to keep it fun, keep it fresh. I threw extra stuff in people packages. One guy won 2 auctions back to back. I said, you get the back to back award. I'm gonna throw an extra book in your package. And I'm posting nothing but heat. One thing, not to criticize anybody, but a lot of these guys, I'm going into their live sales looking to buy stuff, and it's like 90s bronze stuff that nobody would really want, or modern books that nobody would really want. And from what I'm seeing, people want you to post stuff that they can't walk into any LCS across America and see. They want
the heat.
Yeah, they want the heat. And modern stuff, like the modern stuff, like people were Stray Dogs, number 1, the horror cover, sold for like $100. Web of Spider-Man, the 1 in 25 Bagley, sold for like $140. And it's one on eBay right now for $100. So I don't know the grade on it, but I tried to make sure that I was putting the book as close to the camera as I could, showing people the condition that the books were in. And it was just a great night. And I gained so many followers on Instagram, and that app is different, man. It's different. And the number one thing I kept mentioning all night is that I kept telling the viewers, y'all are gonna set the market. I'm bringing out these big books. We're gonna see what people really want. People were crazy for Miles. Every time I put a Miles book up, people were bidding instantly. If I put the book up for $1, it was instantly going to 100, instantly going to 65. Something That's Killing the Children. People were crazy about it. Stray Dogs, people were crazy about it. Anytime I would post one of those books, it doesn't matter if it was a filler book in the run. It doesn't matter if it was a key. The books were selling. So I like it a lot because I feel like it's a great indicator on where the market is really at on certain books. And some of the books that people have been coming on their podcast and their YouTube shows touting as good spec books or future keys or whatever you want to call it, they didn't do that great, or as great as what some people would have you believe. So I feel like with this app, that live bidding is going to change a lot of things, because now you don't have to worry about the games that's being played on eBay where people bidding books up or doing buy nows on books and not really selling a book and and all of that stuff. Right. So for transparency, I think it's great. But as a seller, I like the fact that I sat down for 2 hours. I moved 30 books. I can pack it all up the next day, and I can say I'm done for the week and do the same thing next Thursday. As of right now, I'm pulling anything I have off of eBay off, and I'm selling Thursday 9 o'clock on Whatnot until they give me a reason to go back to the old ways, or if it just slows down. It could be this is the new hot thing, and that hype could die off, but right now the people really seem to be loving this app. And I know Mel did. I mean, I got on there and bought damn near $100 stuff worth of stuff for Mel, you know, because he pulled out books that I'm like, he knew I wanted that book. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He pulled it out. I will say they do have to work on that user interface a little bit, because Mel put a couple of books up that I wanted, and I would have bid way more than what the books went to, but I would hit my bid and it wouldn't go through. So they do have to work on the UI a little bit. They're gonna have to work on the shipping a little bit, because I bought 3 books from Mail, but it was across 3 different streams. I got charged $24 in.
So there's a fix for that, and we can talk about that real quick. So what that is, that's on the seller. It's just like on eBay when you set up the shipping practices in order to combine how many books you allow, what shipping priorities you allow. Like, do you allow first class and priority and whatever? So that actually has to be done on the seller side, and you can actually set up specific packages to have like 1 to 3 raw books, and then a slab and so many raws or whatever, and set those shipping parameters up before you go live. So that's something that I recommend everybody who's right now with a seller's account that's active. You go and set that up. I'll be looking for a way to do some screen caps and put a video up as I initiate my account.
Yep, that'll be real helpful.
I believe the app is tablet friendly, but they're also still in a beta testing, just so everyone kind of knows what's going on. I mean,
if you have an Android, your app basically, or your tablet is basically transferred just like your phone experience. So you might be able to get away with that on a Galaxy Tab, but I don't know about like iPad and stuff like that if it translates to a different experience.
Okay, all right. Now, what about the fees and everything? Is it still like 3% or some crazy thing like that from eBay?
Well, it's 2.9% for PayPal, and it's 8% total, right? I believe I have to read the description again. I believe it's 8%
I think
total.
it's 8% total.
It's only 8%.
Yeah, so I mean they're slightly under other places in fees, and because I think that includes your PayPal transaction fee. So payments are still processed by PayPal, which is good for buyer and seller protections, I believe. Again, so I'll give a best practice that I'm going to apply, because this is what I use on my eBay page. If you are going to ship a cheap book and you're going to do it with first class and insurance, just price your books accordingly. And you want to have insurance on even first class. But you should be using priority mail, and you should be able to ship it up to 4 books, maybe even 5, with sufficient padding inside of it, sufficient cardboard, in a priority mail envelope, and that shit is insured for $50 out the gate, and you can insure it for a hell of a lot more. I use priority mail as my go-to option, and of course if you're slabbing or if you're selling slabs, double boxing. You get the priority mailing box. You wrap your slab inside a bubble wrap or foam or whatever. You put that mailing box inside of the medium or the large flat rate box. I forget which one it is, but that box slides inside of that one with some padding, and you have double boxed the slab, and maybe other books too. So, and that's why priority mail is amazing also, is because you can go to the post office and pick up your supplies to ship these things.
So JJ Maxwell was saying, I can't help but notice on shows like this, everyone talks about the seller experience, not much about the buyer experience, which is Ninth Wonder, he just talked about the user interface and how it was pretty bad, and we do have some comments from people in here. For instance, Brendan P is talking about app seems to have a lot of problems with freezing during the auction. Let's see what else we got. One JJ Maxwell then also said one guy had an auction at the same time but didn't list his books. Just don't label them 1 to 101. Like, why the hell am I going to set your live auction when you aren't even telling me what's on it? Okay.
and I saw some other people listing their books before the auction, like some of them buy it nows, and they would sell before he even fucking went live.
Okay. Edwin Aguilar says he purchased a few books from Whatnot a few days ago. I want to see how they come in.
Well, hope that seller ships them well to you.
DT has said that he's been using this app for a couple months.
But for what, DT? Have you been buying like cards, trading cards and shit with it, or what? Let us know what you've been buying.
I know McClay had a lot of thoughts on the what's
Don't get
not.
me started, brother.
Oh,
Don't get
okay.
me started. You guys might be walking into a minefield.
Well, you know, for one thing, I know that the way I do my streams on YouTube with copyright-free stuff is how I'm going to do it there because I don't want to get caught up in their traps. I you know what I'm saying? Like, I know that could be a trap, but
Listen,
I'm not going to fall for it.
This thing is good either way, in my opinion, right?
Yeah.
At this point, it's a great seller. The selling is, if you're just going on there to sell books like Ninth and Mel and Sean and everybody and that are doing it, great, kill it. Because I'm just waiting. I'm waiting on a couple more things to find out just to make sure how I want to, if I want to just put my toe in it or do I want to jump in head first? Because if they give me we're good to go on a couple of things, the sky's the limit for me on this shit. But there's a problem here, guys, and that is the fact that a lot of people don't read terms and conditions, especially before they sign on the dotted line. Like there's people that have probably signed that still haven't read the terms and conditions, which is fine. We all do that, but just do yourself a favor. And if you plan on going over there as a content creator and you have a brand that you plan on building,
they own that content.
Well, make sure that you own it going into it and that only you own it. And here's the thing. I don't want to be the guy that talks bad about this thing because I'm the exact opposite. Let me tell you how it's worked for me. I got hit up early on. Couple people reached out to me and said, "Hey, there's this What's Not app. We can get you in. Do you want to get in?" No, I'm cool. I want to check it out. I was like, nah, it's just another selling app. Andy comes on last week. I think it was it last week that Andy was on? And yep. Andy says, we got told we could play our favorite songs. We got told we could play videos, and we got told just go. You could do your content show on this. And as soon as I heard that, I went, if that's the case, I need in yesterday because if I can create content on this app and still own my IP for my content outside of the app, and you know, even in the app, I mean, like that. If I go, I will be on that thing 6 days a week, 12 hours a day. You know what I mean? Like, I want to put Flipside over there. I want to start rocking house, and I mean, like, from here till eternity on this shit. If this shit is something where they're saying, yeah, you can, it's still yours, game over. Like if all that they say is still cherry, you know, after we talk with somebody or somebody in the know knows, like this stuff is great for everything, So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. I mean,
everybody gonna get 1099 next year anyway.
It's just gonna be more paperwork to fill out.
So I mean, I don't know what everybody's sweating. It doesn't matter where you're selling it. It doesn't matter who you're selling it through. Eventually, that tax man gonna come for you.
Facts. I mean, so I mean, you gonna get fucked both ways. You're gonna get fucked by the fees. You're gonna get fucked by the taxes. I'd rather take the lower percentage on fees because I can't do nothing about the taxes. Them guaranteed.
You know what I hope this does?
I can do something about the taxes, but that's another story.
So Keep It Thorough says, but you're not owning any content on there, McClay, because the live feed is not recorded. Once you go live, people buy, that's it. Video is gone. Well, first I will say, and that's what they're saying, Thorough. I get that. But first I'll say this. Twitch is going after people for having a live feed and playing shit on it. I mean, they're DCMAing them constantly. And so I don't, it still says in their terms and conditions, you're applicable to all copyright restrictions and laws. The second thing is it says that the live feed is not recorded. Well, you better believe I'm going to record that shit and try to turn that into content. That's what I'm saying. I want that shit. And I want to turn that shit into content on IG. I want to turn that shit to content onto YouTube. That's what I want. You know what I mean? So you're not owning it. I want to own it. Like if I'm talking about my content, if I go on there and doing a show called Rip and Wax with Mac, right? This is Tales from the Flip Side on Whatnot. This show from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. on Friday nights is Rip and Wax with Mac. And I open up a blaster box or a box of cards of a live break, sell those cards, smoke a joint, tell you one of my favorite all-time songs, tell a funny story, pull out some comics, sell some comics, smoke a joint, play some of my favorite live songs, rip some concentrate wax, right? Tell some more jokes, bring out some action figures, sell some action figures, right? I'm creating content on there. I want to know that when I take Rip and Wax with Max somewhere else, that's my content. That what's not going to come and go, hey, we're co-owners on that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, this is a whole new world. IP is everything. IP is everything. Remember that, you guys. This is Ready Player One is fastly upon us. Faster than we ever could imagine. And your IP is much more than your physical body.
Why TikTok has been taking your biometrics for a long time. So good luck to you guys with your clone body being grown over in the communist republic.
But if you think about it,
totally screwed.
Bigger companies like Spotify, Apple, they're not giving some of the greatest content creators in the world full ownership of their own IPs, or they're making them sell the rights to their IPs. They are not giving them any of their proprietary data as far as their demographics. What time are people listening to your podcast? How long are they listening? Are they listening in 30-minute spurts? Do they listen in the morning? They're not giving them none of that information. And these are people that they're paying millions of dollars to make exclusive content on their platforms. So if y'all think you're going to go on Whatnot, create a following. Like, if it's somebody that got 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 people looking at them, they don't give a shit about that. But let somebody get on there and get thousands of people watching them on a daily basis, and they taking that content and putting it on YouTube, putting it on IG. I guarantee they're going to come for your ass. And if you got somebody music playing in the background and it's copywritten, they're going to come for your ass. It's like I said last week, there is a day of reckoning. Now, that's not saying anything against the app, but you got to watch how you have to watch how you move. Protect yourself at all times. You just can't assume because it's good today that it's going to be good tomorrow. Yep. You got to future proof your shit. That's all I'm saying.
Yep. And not only that, like, here's the other thing. And I don't think Whatnot as a professional company that it comes from where they come. I mean, Forbes ranked them, like one of the fastest growing startups, and they came out of the Harvard of incubators and all this other shit, right? That stuff's big. That's a big deal. And I don't think a company like that is gonna get mad at somebody like me saying what I'm saying, because in reality, what I'm saying is, if you give me these okays, let's grow together. Let's rock this together. Let's turn this into one of the greatest apps there is. It's not just a selling app anymore. This is a content app. This is a different, like a whole nother ball game on top of it. So,
right. So Chris McLean says, if you create content, you own it. You have the original source file. That is simply not true.
Yeah.
There's a lot of platforms. Once again, I don't know if Whatnot is one of those where once you put whatever it's on there. So, for instance, if you put people don't realize, once you put your photos on Instagram, you no longer own that photo. People forget about I put my logo and my TP, my TM and on there. Therefore, you don't own that anymore.
Well, it's all in the fine print. It's when you download that, you say, okay, it's in that fine print. It's in there.
Well, it's just like all those chain mails, letters, or Facebook posts. Like, by putting this message on here, blah blah blah, I own the copyrights, da 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 da. And it's like, well, you already agreed to the terms and condition when you signed in, or when you signed up for the app or whatever. So, whatever you post, that doesn't even apply to anything.
Yeah, Chris, you're wrong. Go back and read your Instagram agreement. You don't own that. You don't own that shit. You don't.
Somebody
now
from Preparation
there are
that didn't want to be because Instagram sold their photo. So
Right.
it ain't me. I'm just saying somebody out there probably is.
Yeah. Now there is certain certain language that these companies have that make sure that they are not liable for something. Like, so for instance, when people use copyrighted content or copyrighted music, whatever, there is certain language to put a wall in between that person and them, so they are not person liable, and that they agree that, hey, if a studio, whatever, comes and say, hey, this person did something wrong, take it off, then they'll take it off without being liable for it. There is language for that. But as far as owning it, they own it, and they get to take it off whenever they freaking want, and people get pissed off about that. They get to use it in virtual commercials or advertisement, however they freaking want, and that's just that. It's a whole new world game, man, and that's why people should be wary of TikTok, right? Which is owned by Byteless Studios, which is owned by a conglomerate of Chinese companies, because they don't fall under those same rules. Right, they only started to agree to abide by some of those rules after the whole thing with the Trump administration. But let me not get into that before I get my ass kicked off on this month for talking that shit. Let's see. So, Mr. D wants to know. That's the one I want to know. Are there any hot tub girls on Whatnot yet?
Yeah, beat me to it.
They coming. They coming, believe.
Once they can figure out that they can sell their ass on freaking Whatnot, yeah, you know that.
Awesome sauce.
But you gotta have permission from the owners or whatever, right, to get an account right now. So they're gonna restrict that, right? But if anybody knows the owners that can freaking hook me up with an account, freaking, I'm all about it. Get on that shit. Anybody else sign all their comics? What? I hope people are not signing their comics, man. Everyone rule face on this panel is now a Russian advert. Yeah,
probably.
I guess so.
Hey, where did James go? Oh, hey, James, tell me about.
Yeah, that is beautiful.
It's We Don't Kill Spiders by Carlos Villa. We're selling that one on Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern. We've got so we printed 3 of these, right? So we got a trade dress and a virgin, and they were nice enough to let us do a 50 print run of a virgin with different colors. And so that 50 print run, we'll have some available tomorrow in sets. Or tonight, if anybody goes and buys our monthly box, it's got all of our variants that we put out for the entire month. That's been available since yesterday. And that has all 3 covers in it. So, in that book, it looks so good with the trade dress too. It's one of the few that we saw it mocked up with the trade dress, and we're instantly, yeah, we need to do a trade dress. It looked really, really, really sweet in one. But yeah, Carlos Villa did it. Did an amazing job on it. So we're pretty stoked.
Definitely looks different, man. Like that little. See, if I rolled up on a girl and she looks cute, I'm like, okay. But then once I see she's got like the freaking the full wolf cover, man, I might have to back up a little bit. Get a few more drinks on me before I approach that.
I love when chicks have their eyes glowing like that, man. The white eyes. It is so dope.
It pops too. I'm excited to see this one in person. The digital file on this is absolutely gorgeous. So if it looks anything like that, it's so much more clean, and the eyes just pop.
And what about this one?
That's Beyond the Breach issue 1, and that's Bob Tkachik, Tkacik. I'll never be able to pronounce his last name until he actually tells it to me. But yeah, he did a killer cover on that one, so we're stoked on that. Beyond the Breach has been getting a lot of hype lately too. I think a lot of people are interested in the story on it. So, but that one's also available on Saturday. So tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, all right. Let's see. Now, if you guys don't mind, we had 2 segments that we didn't get to last week. One was Hidden Gems, and the other one was Deal or Flip Side. If you guys don't mind, I'd like to get to those segments right now. soon as I can fucking find them.
Oh, I'll let the audience decide which one do they want to see first, right?
Well, that's okay.
Either or, it doesn't matter.
All right.
I mean, hidden gems won't take that long, so maybe we should do that first, and then
Yeah, Hidden Gems is short and sweet this week, so it's up to Aaron.
Here we go.
You want to do yours first, Adam?
Yeah, what the heck?
Okay.
I really need to get some soundtrack music to this. This is Hidden Gems by Blind Adam from Comic Crusaders. Freaking, what you got for us, Adam? First one
I got some really, really sweet books. Let's see. You want to start with the Black Widow?
Well, the first one I have up is, and this one you had in last week, was Uncanny X-Men 1963 first series, number 248.
Okay. This is the second print with the gold trim to the cover.
No.
this is the first print.
No. Yeah, you didn't indicate anything about any gold print
Whoops.
series.
The
Anything
first
like
one is
that.
that second print.
Nope, not. I've got 2 emails from you regarding this one, and none of them said anything about gold prints or
Whoops.
anything. It's the one with Colossus on the cover.
Yeah. There's it's supposed to be the 248 second print, which is the first young one.
All right, well, moving on.
Oops.
You also had last week Thor: Whosoever Wields This Hammer, Volume 1, Number 1.
Yeah. I put this on there because it reprints Journey into Mystery 83, 84, and 85.
Nice reprint.
And with everything Loki blowing up. And then Journey into Mystery 84 is the first Jane Foster, so I got the Blood and Thunder, or whatever we're going to be calling out the next Thor movie. She's going to be the centerpiece of that. And I just think this is just a sweet book to have.
Right. Black Widow, 2014, number 19. The Black Widow Gwen variant.
Why is this book the bastard child of all these Gwen variants?
Because it's a qualifier. So all these Gwen variants were percentage qualifiers, and the stores were not ordering them. And this one right here is probably the most rare. So kudos to you for this one there, Adam.
Yeah, I also think right now it's the cheapest one out of all of them too, because I've been picking them up for under $10.
Good stuff.
Daredevil, number 99.
Did anyone hear the Charlie Cox news for Hawkeye? That Charlie Cox is going to be playing Daredevil on the Hawkeye show.
No, that's actually pretty good news. Where'd you hear that from?
I read it in the Hollywood Reporter. One of the newsletters that I'm subscribed to. This is the first time that Daredevil meets Hawkeye.
I had a 9.6, maybe 9.8 copy of this. So beautiful, so nice. And I went to go open the package it was in, and I cut it and I sliced through the cover of the book.
Oh,
man.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, I still own it too, and I just look at it every once in a while when I go through when it pops up in a box.
You were hanging out with Nick Hart, weren't you?
Yeah.
Well, at least it was like unintentional. Like you didn't freaking like rip open one and like put it in your mouth or something crazy like that. Let's see. This one is Comic Talk number 2.
This is the gold variant. It is talks about the whole Reign of the Superman thing. This is a limited. I think it's like 1,000 or 2,000.
2,000.
2,000 gold variant.
Nice.
I just thought as a Superman collector, with all the how I've been digging the Lois and Clark show and seeing elements of the Reign of the Superman in it.
So wait. This takes place before he actually returns. Like this interview, Superman's back. A talk with Dan Jurgens. Like nobody knew how Superman was coming back as of this book.
Yeah.
When this interview drops, so this is actually pretty cool because technically this would be his first appearance back from the dead.
You know, like I said, I also thought for people wanting to complete the set,
Yeah,
I like to add things like that into my sets. So I thought it was just like really cool piece.
good pick.
It's probably lower printed than the Return of Superman too.
Oh yeah, that Superman 82. That's wow.
This one is also from last week. The Rick and Morty issue number 35.
That is the Brain Trust Amazing Spider-Man 300 variant.
Yep, Pickle Rick.
Yep.
Pickle Rick.
I'm proud to say I've sold more of that comic than anybody else because that's my LPS. And I've been buying and selling those from them. I bought and sold those from them for a year and a half. And made stupid money.
Like I said, I do really well with that variant, and I'll just buy them every time I see them.
Yeah. What about the Rick and Morty Vindicators number 1, the C2E2 exclusive variant key, which was
This
first
is
number 680.
I think it's since the Vindicators are getting their own show.
Really?
You know,
Mhm.
Oh,
I
shit.
just thought this was a perfect time to be buying this as well as the Brain Trust variant.
Huh.
There was also that year there was a Emerald City Comic Con exclusive that came out before this. Like it was released the same week that Vindicators 1 was released.
Oh, really? I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yep. It has. Be careful because it has like a similar cover to the A cover, and I think you can see like the Emerald City Comic Con icon on the like bottom left corner. I think is what it is.
Yep. And then Marvel Superheroes number 45.
This reprints Tales to Astonish 90. You know, Abomination is, and Tim Roth will be in the She-Hulk show as Abomination as well. So this is the first reprint of it.
And Marvel Superheroes number 46.
This reprints Tales to Astonish 91. Watch second Abomination, first Abomination cover. For the same reasons.
And then this one says the Comic Reader fanzine number 142.
This is more for, there's a image that predates Star Wars #1 of the cover of Star Wars #1 from the Marvel series in there. So I just thought that was cool.
Huh. Pretty cool image. Star Wars number 44.
All right, this one is actually relevant. And the insanity that is cancel culture, Disney is now calling Boba Fett's ship Slave One. It's now being called Boba Fett's Starship. In this book, the ship is actually called Boba Fett's Starship.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that started with Legos coming out with the Boba Fett, Slave One, but on the box it says Boba Fett's Starship on it. So,
Interesting.
yeah, that's how that started.
Comic Book Marketplace number 92. And apparently there was a different cover that you wanted for this one, but this is the only one I could find. Because apparently you said there was a Deadpool variant.
Yeah, there is a Playboy Deadpool cover to this.
Right. So just once again, what I'm saying is the cover that I have up here is not the cover that you wanted. It's got the one I have has like the G.I. Joe on front, whatever.
Is it the cover to Deadpool like 60? What is it, like 67?
Yep.
Yeah, the one that's got Sandy on the cover of it with him.
Yep.
Okay, and that's Taskmaster's girlfriend. For everybody who don't know, you know now.
Taskmaster's girlfriend. Oh,
yeah.
Talking about Madam Mask?
No. So in the Deadpool run, when Udon Studios was doing the final issues of the Deadpool Volume 2, which is the ongoing series, the Joe Kelly run, Udon did the final issues. Yeah, there you go. And in those final couple issues, had the first appearance, it was a first cover appearance of Outlaw and Sandy. And Outlaw is the granddaughter or great granddaughter, and she's a mutant of an old Marvel Comics Western character. And Sandy is Taskmaster's girlfriend. And somebody like did something, and Taskmaster like beat the shit out of her ex-boyfriend, and that's how she became his boyfriend. I don't know, something along those lines. But Deadpool's like got like the pimp suit on. He's sitting down in a chair, and then no, it's 60 between 64 and 69.
It's actually it's issue 67.
No, 67 is the one with Dazzler on it.
All right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're not in back issue bins, Patrick. They're usually on the wall. They're usually a wall book in most LCSs when I see them, when I walk into, for sure. Let me actually find out which one it is, because it's.
Yeah, and just for the record, it is Slave One. You know. So
yeah.
You don't have
60,
to.
Deadpool 65. So that's the cover for all the drunken sharks out there to salivate over.
Or all the drunken pimps.
Oh, them too.
In this segment, we're drunken pimps. And every other segment, you guys can be drunken sharks.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and I love these Udon issues, man. They're great. So you're saying that Comic Book Marketplace number 92 had a Udon Deadpool cover?
Yeah.
That was the 65? No shit.
Yep.
Adam, you're the hidden gems is like an understatement for you, man. You're finding some off the fucking wall shit, dude.
I need something to keep me sane when I'm dealing with social workers and pencil pushers who I want to strangle.
So he's got one more, and this one is on top of my list of things that have been neglected. Star Trek: The Next Generation, number 1. Now, I've already talked about Star Trek number 1. That's that 1963 Gold Key joint. But the Next Generation, this is the one that we kind of grew up with, right? So I would think that we would be paying a little attention, but you can find this one in back bins and dollar bins.
I found 2 in dollar boxes like 2 weeks ago.
Right.
Which makes no sense to me.
Right, and the thing is, they keep trying to reproduce, inside the movies, the original Star Trek, and you know what? Nobody gives a damn. But they haven't tried to do is reproduce the Star Trek: The Next Generation, possibly because Picard, he's still willing to act or whatever. But they should take more a look at doing this, because this is my Star Trek right here, not the other shit. So.
And a blind person got to fly the Enterprise.
Star Trek's for nerds.
What's Star Wars for then?
OGs.
Okay, McClay.
Well, I mean,
listen. Let's be honest. That's the fucking truth. That is the honest to God truth. And I'm not saying nerds are bad, but Star Trek's for nerds. Star Wars is for like fucking Han Solo, man. Like fucking OG fucking pimps. That's what Star Wars is for. I'm surprised in you, blind Adam. Jesus. Call yourself a pimp and then...
Did you hear what I just said 2 seconds ago? When I was first going blind, back when I was a kid.
All right, I'll give you a pass.
There's 2 things that gave me hope. A, there was a blind superhero with Daredevil, and B, there was a blind guy who got to fly the Starship Enterprise.
Is there a blind guy in Star Wars? There's got to be a blind guy in Star Wars.
Yeah, there was a blind
Kanan. Kanan, the fucking last Padawan, was fucking blinded, right?
Yep.
Han Solo when he first gets unfrozen.
There we go.
That's true.
Yeah.
And
But
then,
he didn't have force powers, though. And he had a whole bunch of good force friends.
Even blind.
well, what about the Asian guy in Rogue One, right?
Yep.
The Force is one.
That's true. Another one there. Good call, Yi. Good call.
Patrick Melrano says, "Yeah, I'm wrong. That Picard has the 2nd season on Paramount Plus coming out. It continues the Next Generation." Okay, are kids watching Star Trek: The Next Generation? Yeah, that's the real fucking answer. Yeah, because fucking CBS, Paramount. Yeah, my old ass and 50-year-olds are watching Paramount, CBS. But call me back up when CW picks that shit up. right? Or freaking Nickelodeon or something. What's big? Let's talk about when they go on that shit.
Wait, the CW's for kids? When did this start happening?
Well, it's for teens, right?
Okay.
It's for teens to like young adults. Right? And then for I still saw some comments regarding the questions regarding Facebook and Instagram and how it really works. You're like, well, you own your own content. Well, this is from the Facebook page, which owns Instagram, and this is under the permissions you give to us. It says they do not claim ownership of the content, but you have to grant us a license to use it. Nothing changes but your rights to content. However, we need certain legal permissions from you known as a license to provide you the service. When you share, post, or upload content that is covered by intellectual property rights, like photos or videos, or connection with your, you hereby grant to us a non-exclusive, royalty-free, transferable. So it's not exclusive, right? So that means you can also use it with other platforms, but royalty-free, transferable, sub-licensable, worldwide license to host, use, distribute, modify, run, copy, publicly perform, or display, translate, and create derivative works of your content. But goddamn, you might as well just fucking own the motherfucker, because that means you get to use my shit without any say so from me on how you use my shit. And then this license will end when your content is deleted from our systems. So that's where we're all getting this from. Now TikTok, on the other hand, once you delete it from their systems, supposedly delete it from their systems, their license doesn't go away. In fact, they don't even need you to post it to the cloud or whatever for them to start using your shit. So for instance, there have been certain people, they've had it in their background or like their archives or whatever, and then somebody from TikTok goes into their fucking folders and pulls it out and fucking uses it for some shit. That's the big fight. People don't fucking realize that. Mr. Yee.
All right.
Are we ready?
Yep. So I have dealer drunk side ready. So, on dealer flip side, we've changed up the format a little bit, but I want to keep dealer drunk side, the OG style, where it can just be a panel discussion. I know we've had James and Ninth Wonder both on the show for that, so let's get it going. Let's see. So for our first set of books we have today, we have Nice House on the Lake #1, the Third Eye Tiny Onion exclusive, limited to 500. That's sold for $39. Versus a Shazam #1 Bronze Age, first Bronze Age appearance of Captain Marvel appearing in DC Comics. That's sold for $50. Who wants to kick it off?
I'll go first.
Okay.
I'm buying that Nice House on the Lake #1 Third Eye because I always thought Third Eye's logo was cool as shit.
Nice.
Blind Adam, you got an opinion on these two?
I'm gonna go with the Shazam. I just, it's #1, and I think Shazam books are undervalued and underrated, especially in that run.
Yeah. How about you, James?
Nice House on the Lake, low print run. And, I'm sure everyone here knows Tiny Onion is Tinion's thing. So, I go that low print run book that's got a lot of hype on it. Everyone I've talked to that's read it loves it. So, it's got a bright future ahead of it for sure.
How about you, Knife Wonder or Ultra?
You go ahead, sir. I'm a stew on this one for a minute.
I'm too busy fighting with certain people are asking how much. Why are we talking about copyright stuff? Like, dude, how much do you make off of copyright stuff? Off of your own copyrighted content? Zero, right? Just shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. You from a person that makes zero content and you talk about, well, you guys don't know what you're talking about. If you make zero content and you make $0 off of content, then you may want to do that. All right. and I'm very proud of myself for saying that without cussing. So
Everybody, he's on the expensive liquor tonight, so just know that.
oh, this ain't expensive. This is like what, $39.
Okay, it's still considered top shelf,
is,
like when you're going for it, right? Okay,
exactly. See, this is how they make it seem expensive. So they put it on the top shelf, right? They actually put it on the top shelf so it looks like, oh man, whatever, and it gets to that good light and shit. But no, my wife saw it and was like, oh, okay, this is looks pretty good, and it wasn't too expensive, which got the thumbs up from the wife.
all right. Let Matt give his details on which one you go with on this one. Then I'll kick it to you, Lucas, and then
Nice
then
house on the lake, easy.
Oh well, all right,
Okay.
never mind. What's up, bro?
So the amount of disrespect on DC is it's getting crazy, man. Don't get me wrong. Nice House on the Lake it's a great book. Based on one issue, so far so good. I don't want to say it's great yet. James Tynion, he's doing his thing. I say all the time, James Tynion is who people think Donnie Cates is. James Tynion is actually that dude. I love the Third Eye logo. But when we're talking about history and characters that were relevant 30 years ago, 40, 50 years ago, and will have some sort of relevancy 30, 40, 50 years from now, I would have to go with Captain Marvel. At worst, maybe it's worth a little bit less than this Nice House on the Lake exclusive. But like I said, with these older books, they just not a book. You know what I'm saying? It's just not about a limited print run. That book is a piece of history. It's a piece of American history, at that. So
But
based on that alone, I would go with the Shazam #1.
Yeah.
All right. So here's the thing. Isn't that Nice House on the Lake #1 Third Eye basically the A cover, just kind of like a little bit colorized, altered?
Yeah, where it's like black and white.
Yeah. All right. So don't get me wrong here. And again, I know that you guys put out some pretty killer store exclusives, but don't you guys try to take the art up a notch when you do a cover? I'm just saying. I see a standard set by some people that I'm on this panel with, and then I'm looking at this cover. I'm like, that looks like the A cover. So
Exactly.
For me, I'm not feeling it. I mean, yeah, it's a Third Eye exclusive, and shout out to Third Eye. I bought many books from you guys. You fucking packaged like a champion. Your eBay has always been, one of those, stores that takes care of me. So I'm not hating. But I gotta say, I know it's the Tiny Onion exclusive, and I get that the big fans of James Tynion will go after that book.
Yeah.
But for me, I gotta go with the Shazam, and it's only because I watched Shazam 2 weeks ago for the first time.
What do you think?
And then all the news came out about the next movie, and I'm like, oh well, I watched that in perfect time. It was the perfect time to watch it, and I honestly thought it wasn't a good movie for kids because of throwing people out fucking windows and shit. But I can see some adults being like, that's okay for my son to watch. But, I don't want my 4-year-old seeing people get thrown out fucking windows yet. I want him to enjoy being a little innocent for as long as I possibly can. So the Shazam movie is good, but I got to admit that I think there's more potential in the Shazam #1 than a store exclusive when it comes to these specific 2 books. The Nice House on the Lake is going to have a niche market, but I think there's a broader audience for the Shazam.
Especially when we see a lot of these store exclusives, and then when the speculation actually starts to come to market, the fucking cover A is outselling everything.
Yeah.
Dude, you know what? There's so many books out right now that have put out so many store exclusives that made the regular release Diamond A cover fucking less common. So it's like, oh.
Yeah. So I didn't know that this was like a Third Eye freaking exclusive joint. So if I had known, I would never have picked this. Definitely the Shazam #1s. As I said before, DC books are not getting any type of respect right now. So this is the time to pick those up. Especially for $50 for a Bronze Age, and I don't even care if that's not his first appearance. Come on now, that's definitely a freaking great one. Plus, when you consider Nice House on Lake, that first #1 second print, 1 in 25, that might be one that people might want to freaking take on, because that gives a little bit more of the story about what's actually going on.
Yeah. Well, I will say this about the Nice House on the Lake. It's cool that Tiny Onion's expanding out how many exclusives he's doing. I mean, because when he did Department of Truth, he did a foil cover for the A and B cover that was limited to 75 or something like that. And then there was also another store exclusive that did conceptual art for the Department of Truth that was pretty wicked looking. I mean, if history kind of even repeats itself in the short term, we could see an increase of price in this book. But with the number of 500, that might change it a little bit. And then I definitely agree with Ultra. I enjoyed Shazam, and I'm looking forward to seeing the next film. So we'll see. Yeah. We'll see what Discovery does with that.
It's just that they're fucking it up right now, right? So they had a good, successful movie, right? And then they didn't follow it up with more content immediately.
Right.
Well, what do we got? What do we got? We got we got that crappy Birds of Prey movie. That's what we got after that.
That's what happened when you don't have one. When you don't have one central mind, controlling the offense. DC is they got 7 different quarterbacks on one offense, and that's why they shit is all disconjointed like that. And it's for every good movie they do, it's two bad movies that's gonna follow it. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's sad, man, to see such a historic company that should be putting out. Honestly, I think DC in the comics have better characters than Marvel, but on the movie and TV side, god damn, they are so incompetent. It's you can't even try to defend it, man.
It's all right. They hired a Marvel director to save DC, James Gunn. We'll see what he does with Suicide Squad 3. I'm just joking.
Excuse me. Batman, the Long Halloween animated I just watched it. It was amazing.
Oh yeah, their DC animated stuff is killer. So, but let's move on to our next book. All right. So we have Wizard #1 Collector's Edition. Price guide Todd McFarlane that sold for $52 versus a Wizard 157 variant to Incredible Hulk 340 that sold for $59.99.
What's the deal with these books?
Okay.
This makes me feel good. That book below that Wolverine one sold for $60. I've been talking about these. I've been talking about Wizards for a long time on Flipside.
Isn't that the final issue of Wizard 2?
I don't think so. No, they started doing big Wizards before that or after that. There's that Wolverine, I believe, has 2 other variants where they did homages for Wolverine covers, but I have probably 5 or 6 of those. I've been picking up Wizards because Wizards had covers that you can not get anywhere else, from studs like J. Scott Campbell, Joe Quesada, you name it. They've done Wizard covers. I mean, there's a great Snake Eyes versus Wolverine cover by J. Scott Campbell.
Shout out to my comic book journey, showing that Art T. Bear one of the X-Ladies from I think it's Wizard 14. That's a childhood favorite of mine back in the day.
And from what I can see, I don't know, does that bottom left corner look like the San Diego Comic-Con stamp on that Wizard #1? Is that Wizard 1?
It does say it's the collector's edition price guide. So
there you go.
So that does mean it is the SDCC one.
I would take that one over that. I mean, if you got that SDCC one for $52, woo, score.
And you know what?
Open it up because it could be autographed by McFarlane on the poster.
If
Yeah, I was
there's
just about to ask
no
you about that.
pictures, no pictures of the fucking guts in that shit, dude.
Great stuff.
Uh-oh.
All right, so who's up next? Blind Adam, what's up? Which one you got?
This is tough. I think I'm gonna have to go with the Wizard one, especially if it's the San Diego version of it for 52. However, that the Wolverine cover, is that the one that homages the McFarlane?
Yes.
Yep.
This is as a retailer, I'm gonna say the Wizard one. As a Wolverine fan, I would definitely go with the. I'm gonna stall for resale purposes. I'm gonna go with the Wizard one.
Okay.
Because it's an iconic cover, and I'd love to get the cover as a tattoo.
All right, James, what about you, man?
I see the Wizard one. That comes from me holding out hope that someday we'll be seeing those readily available on shelves again. But you can't go wrong with Wizard one. It is a classic. Anybody who grew up reading these knows that cover. So I take that. I take Wizard one.
All right. What about you, Ninth Wonder?
I just sent a picture to one of the drunken chats, and I'm working on buying this collection, and one of the things, most of the collection is trash. It's an ASM 300 in there, but one of the things that piqued my interest was a bunch of Wizard magazines, but I was just too lazy to look them up to see if any of them were worth anything, or if they were even worth buying. But like Brian was saying, man, it's a lot of badass Wizard covers out there by fucking quality artists. Damn, you can't really go wrong with either one of these. I guess I would go with the 157 because it's in the sealed bag still. And I think that means a little something. But then shit, it's an homage cover. But that number one, it's a number one. So it's like, damn. Oh man, I don't know. I guess I would got to go with the number one. I mean, you can't beat the number one at the end of the day, and it's Spider-Man. So yeah, I'll probably go with the number one.
All right. What about you, Lucas? Where are you at on this?
Wizard magazine number 157. I'll tell you why. I agree with everything you guys said. You can't go wrong with number one. There's all the stuff that could be inside the guts regarding Todd McFarlane and everything. But here's the deal. As I start to consolidate my collection, the thing that I'm thinking of is if I should, God forbid, get sick or pass away or whatever, and my kids are stuck with all this stuff and they're going through it, trying to figure out what's what. And once again, they don't know about eBay. They don't know about what's not or anything like that. They just looking through it and they want to see what's cool, right? The coolest cover is Wizard Magazine 157. Their superhero of the day is Wolverine. They know Hulk. They know that it might be something, and they might want to just keep it around. So that's why, just purely off of aesthetics, I'm going to go with Wizard Magazine 157 for the children.
All right, so I've got to go with number one, and only because it is the SDCC Collector's Edition. If it was the regular number one, I wouldn't give two shits about it, and I would go with the 157. Even though the 157 is bagged, and Lucas's good reasoning, it's not enough for me because, of course, there's certain things that I do collect, and again, I did reply to you in that message there, Ninth. So you can check that out because I can't read the number on that cover. I can't tell which one that one is there, but that one looks promising. But yeah, so number one because it's a Todd Father cover, and solely because it's a Todd Father cover, and nothing more.
Cool stuff. Yeah. I think I would have to go with Lucas on this. Like, Wizard 1 is definitely an iconic cover. Seen it a bunch before, like, you know, and then you do have that chance of getting the autograph. But I mean, when I was just kind of like looking up Wizard, like, I don't think I've ever seen that 157 before. But maybe it's just because I kind of missed out on picking up Wizard every month or a week or whatever it came out. So
let me give I'll give you everybody some advice.
okay.
A ton of shops out there have boxes of Wizards. I guarantee sitting under some table or somewhere, and they're willing to sell them for $2 a pop. And every time I walked into my local comic shop, I would instantly look for magazines and Wizards, man, because you can find some killer deals in magazine and Wizards, and they're cheap. So just be on the lookout. I bet you if you went and you asked your local shop, hey, do you have any old school Wizards? 2 out of 3 would say yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's a shop in my area that I go to that has like boxes and boxes of Wizards, and they sell them for, I want to say, like $5 a piece or something like that.
Yeah, and on top of that, a lot of those Wizards come with comics, freebies that are good sellers. The very first Yana Belova in print comes from a Wizard freebie. So,
alrighty, let's see what we have next. So, how about some X-Men? So we have the Uncanny X-Men annual number 14 that's sold for $75. And then we have Uncanny X-Men 221 that sold for $85. They're saying that the X-Men annual 14 is a near mint condition, and the 221 is a very fine to near mint.
That is such a tough choice, man. In between
not for me. For me, it's 221 every day, all day. Sinister is such a badass villain, man.
And I guess I should mention that the 221 is the newsstand edition versus the X-Men annual 14 is a direct, if anyone cares about that.
Yeah, I just did that 221. I ain't gonna be long-winded on that. Just give me that 221. Damn, man. Ain't too much to think about.
X-Men 221 for me as well.
I'll also take the X-Men 221, please.
Do we all like villains? Have we all switched from liking heroes to villains, or do
I
we
always
all
like the villains?
Or do we all? We've all just accepted the fact that even though that is Gambit's first appearance in the annual, nobody gives two fucking shits because he's not wearing a thong.
Mm.
I know. Gambit made me see that really crappy Wolverine movie back in the day.
Taylor Kissich.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I mean, I feel like both these books have been undervalued for such a long time too.
That's because Marvel's fucked up the whole X-Men thing, right? Even though there are some people that like the whole New Mutants that they did, whatever, right? There's still elements that they haven't perfected yet, but whenever they do get it right, now that Marvel or Disney has it, it's going to freaking take off. So this is the time to go pick these up.
Right.
But once again, the interesting thing is, Sinister as a villain, right? Are we going to start, going crazy for X-Men villains as well? And I think that would be something to definitely look at, because look how crazy people are going for Star Wars villains.
Right? Yeah, that's true. I mean,
Star Wars villains are different than comic book villains, though, man. That's a different ball game.
Yeah, that's very true.
For now, I agree. For now, but who knows what might happen?
I mean, we already know that Deadpool's coming back in, and what did they tease in the first two movies, or in the second movie, right at the end? Like, you saw Sinister's company's name, so I mean, why wouldn't they continue off of that, right?
We saw that in another movie too. Like the Essex Corp was been around and been teased for like I think 2 or 3 movies before that, and also the Essex Corp showed up in New Mutants, so we know, but. Right. They did not show Mr. Sinister.
That's true.
Because they never showed him. They never used him. They're going to use Sinister before they will re-show Apocalypse again. And Apocalypse, they did just kind of retcon his origin, so they're going to let that marinate. They're going to fix it proper wherever they can. But I think Hickman did an amazing job that it can translate what he's done to cinema in a storytelling fashion without fucking up the previous history, and just being able to jump in basically at House of X, be able to tell the previous X-Men history, be able to show them then going forward. So I'm all about it, but Sinister plays a huge role in the House of X, same way Apocalypse does. But I think Sinister's role with the genetics is a far bigger rabbit hole that they have yet to explore, which makes it very appealing for them to do.
All right. So let's move on to our next set.
Ooh.
So shout out to Rob. He sent me this as a suggestion, so I wanted to bring it here to its Drunken Chat. So we have a 1988-89 Fleer Scottie Pippen rookie card, PSA 10 that sold for $3,150 versus a 1988-89 Fleer Dennis Rodman rookie card, PSA 10 that sold for $3,050.
That's crazy.
I'll take the Rodman.
Yeah, I take the Rodman on that too. I think Scottie Pippen is a pansy. I think he's a crybaby. I think he had the ability to go down as one of the greatest players in the game, and he's just too much of a crybaby to be on that list. This set is notorious for centering issues. Beautiful set, one of my all-time favorite, vintage Fleer sets. That's probably the best yet to date, from their run. I wasn't a fan of 86, 87. I definitely wasn't a fan of 87, 88. 88, 89 is a great set. And by the way, for those of you that don't know, I believe these two cards come in the same pack in the correlation.
Oh, wow.
As a matter of fact, and the reason I know this is because I opened two of them and got these in the same pack. I think every card but the Jordan comes in the same pack in this set. The Pippen rookie, the Reggie Miller rookie, and the Rodman rookie, I think all come in the same pack in the correlation.
But I'm definitely glad McClay's here on the panel for this.
Man, it's crazy because there's two icons for their time, right? Scottie Pippen will still be sung about in every single hip hop song from here to eternity. Dennis Rodman was one of those guys that was hot for a good 10, 15 years and was not just a basketball icon, but a cultural icon. So that's why I got to go with Dennis Rodman, because you never know when a worm might just pop back up.
Yeah, I agree. I think Dennis Rodman will keep himself more relevant as time goes on. Just because he's Dennis Rodman, or there's the potential to, I guess I should say. Although I wouldn't be surprised if Scottie Pippen shows up, doing a courtside play-by-play one day, in another 5 or 10 years. So who knows? Maybe that changes. But
Or on Basketball Wives.
Exactly. So he's showing up exactly the way his career was, as a second fiddle, always.
Rodman all the
The
way.
second greatest man in the room. Jesus.
Rodman
Well, I mean,
all the way. I'm sure he'll do another
It's the
one.
Rodman for me. It's the Rodman for me. He went to North Korea, man. It's the Rodman for me, man. Anybody that can go to North Korea and just kick it like to whatever, it's the Rodman for me, man. He a cultural icon. Scottie Pippen was just the second best player on the team with Michael Jordan on it. And he let the Bulls fuck him out of so many contracts. There's no way in hell I would have played for $1 million a year on the greatest dynasty in the fucking late 80s and in the 90s. No way, man. If anybody that's stupid, I'm not paying $3K for your fucking rookie card, man. No. Rodman is a cultural icon. It's Rodman for me all day.
All right, good stuff. Let's see. What do we have next? So we have the I think Knife Wonder sent me this last week. So we have the J. Scott Campbell Negative Space that sold for $180. That's a pre-sale. So it might take some time to get to you. And then we have a 9.8 Future State Wonder Woman #1 that sold for $187.50.
Damn.
That's an A cover too, by the way. That's not even the variant.
Correct.
Or the second print.
What, on the Wonder Woman?
On the Wonder Woman. So yeah. Why don't you kick it off, Adam? Tell us where you're at on this one.
I think I'm gonna go with the J. Scott Campbell. It's like sure money. I do see good things for the Brazilian Wonder Woman, but I'm gonna go with the sure bet with the J. Scott Campbell.
And both of these are tough, right? And because absolutely that X-Men J. Scott Campbell was absolutely gorgeous. It's absolutely beautiful. Don't get it twisted. But at the same time, you got that future state Wonder Woman looking thick, absolutely freaking thick on that freaking cover, man. But it's not her first appearance. So these are two books that I guarantee will be forgotten a year from now. So I'm not gonna pay $180 for them, but I'm definitely pick them up in a year and a half from now. But for right now, if I were going to pick one to pick up and flip, I guarantee you I could probably pick up that Future State Wonder Woman #1 at a cheaper price. Prioritize that one, and then flip it later, and then just pick up both of them.
Yeah. So you can find if you can't find the Wonder Woman comic in your shop, Walmart had them in packs for the DC packs also. So just to give you a heads up on that. The only thing that scares me about the J. Scott Campbell is that if you read from the website of Read Pop, it says we do not have any bags and boards. We will be shrink wrapping them and sending them to you. So, to get a near mint condition, is scary.
Tough.
It's going to be very tough, especially with those negative covers. Even when they did have bags and boards, look at the Spider-Man. That was crazy. I get it, 2,500. But I also enjoyed that the first set of negative covers that were coming out were from JTC. And, for J. Scott Campbell to keep this going, I don't know if it's something like with a Read Pop deal or, that they just wanted to continue the style or whatever. But for this amount of money, I'm going to get that guaranteed 9.8 for $187, even if it's we could keep on seeing prices increase for this because that's what the market is choosing, for the Wonder Woman for future state.
I think if these were both 9.8s, I think everybody on this panel would it would all be J. Scott Campbell, right? But they're not.
I
And
like
the
X-Men.
chances, and like it was stated, the chances of getting a 9.8 out of this thing is going to be, man, that's going to be rough. I also, though, I'm having a hard one on this one. In fact, I'm going to reserve my decision on this because the Frizen and the Hughes variant for Future State Wonder Woman 1 are amazing. In this one, I'm not too keen on. So I wouldn't take either at that price. That's just me.
Hey, man, that's harsh reality and truth. There's nothing wrong with that, keeping it real. What about you, Ninth Wonder? Where are you at on this?
So if you look closely, you will see which way is it. It's this way. I got the Wonder Woman Future State #1 in the 9.8 CGC right behind me. I didn't pay $200 for it. I paid $45 on a live sale at one of my local comic shops. This is a guy who's been selling comics before I was born, and he got a CGC order in. He felt like this was a $45 book.
Oh wait, can I guess who it was? Shout out to Andy.
Yes, sir. Andy's the truth. Andy the truth, man. Andy the truth. Now here go the thing about the J. Scott Campbell. Those books was what I ordered 2 of them. I think they was like $25.
Yep.
If I would have saw the shit about the bag and board, I would have ordered 4 or 5 of them just to try to increase my chance.
They were maximum of 2, though.
Huh? Oh yeah, it was limit. It limits you.
It was limited to
2 per order, though. It's not 2 per household with them. 2 per order.
Okay, so
I've played the game.
I would have made another account of some shit. We would have figured it out. So my thinking on this is that if you want a quick flip, I don't think that unless you get that J Scott back, unless you can get it in a 9.8, there's no flip to be had at $180 because you buying it at 180 and you don't know what condition it's going to be in. Now, on a future state Wonder Woman, you could say it's $200 a lot to buy in right now based on what we know about this character in DC. Yes, but based on where we know the world and the entertainment industry is going in general with diversity, somebody's gonna get a hold of DC one day that knows what the fuck they're doing. And this is gonna be one of the first characters that they pull out to say, okay, this is gonna be our Wonder Woman. We know what cover A's are doing. Even when you have better variant covers, even when you have better store exclusive covers, it's no stopping a cover A. I feel like it's that Topps Chrome rookie card, just the base rookie card. Yeah, you got crazy refractors and all of that type of stuff, but that base card is always guaranteed bread and butter. Now, as Lucas was saying, this is really not her first appearance, but it is her first solo series. So that's gonna hold some weight as well. So, in my opinion, if you just had to spend, to a certain extent, I agree with James. I wouldn't spend 180 on either one of these joints. But you know what I'm saying? If the gun was to my head, I'm gonna go with the Future State Wonder Woman #1 because with that J. Scott Campbell shit, you don't know what you get. Keep in mind, it's a pre-sale. You don't know what you are getting. They are putting a board in there, but they shrink wrapping around the comic and around the board. And you gotta think, if they too cheap to provide a bag and a board, the fucking board is probably gonna be as thin as a piece of printer paper. So
so man, look, I gotta give a shout out to everybody who pre-ordered this book. I got sent the link and I turned it down because of my previous repop order. And I don't want to scare the shit out of everybody who's pre-sold this book, but I gotta tell you, this is how they ship their Gemini to me. They fold the top flap down, place the book on it, and then fold the bottom flap over it, so you have top flap, book, bottom flap with tape around the corner. So you have the book facing outward, getting a crease on it from the bottom flap. That is how they shipped me my last order. Good luck. Now, however, I do know that the Reed Pop, the way that's going to work is they cut corners. So listen to this. They use a different paper material and sleeve the outside of a regular X-Men #1. So, all right. So for my guys out there who press books and stuff like that, think of the Mighty Avengers #1 color fade variant where it had that different paper on the exterior wrap, and then it had the cover cardstock, which is basically the inner paper stock. There's a difference in paper, just put it that way, and the fact that it is, of course, polybagged and boarded by like a cardboard backing. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. And for this reason, I would go with the Wonder Woman for the flip because I bought in at cover price. And after grading and shipping, I'd be right about where Ninth Wonder is, right around $45-50 after shipping back and forth and grading. And I should have, a 9.8. And if not, I'm definitely going to press it before I grade it out. But I'm with what I've said. Dude, the Frisian cover is the truth. It really is.
All right. I'm hot. I haven't seen that on none of these live sales or people get the dumbest shit fucking graded, and I still haven't seen that goddamn Frisian cover in a 9.8 at a good price yet, man. That I'm very salty behind that, man.
And don't sleep on the second print. So everybody who was tracking on the future states, all the #1 first prints were returnable. So if your store ordered a metric shit ton of them, they could send them all back. And the second prints were non-returnable. So they knew, however they were ordering that second print, they were stuck with whatever copies they ordered. That may be something that pops up later on. And look, you know, I love all these covers, and Yara Floor Chasers. Yo, you guys are you guys are some wild bunch, because she's got a fan base that's humongous and it's growing by the day. Even though, you know, her shit got canceled, you know, that Wonder Girl show, with the cancellation of that just drove more fans back because they're like, I want more Yara Floor content. And they're like, okay, well, we're not going to give you the TV shit, but here's the book. So I'm with that Future State Wonder Woman for the flip purpose. And if Repop does, you know, ship at their previous methods, those Campbell's will be cheaper, a lot cheaper.
Well, and then also the boards they use, like who did I see? B-Funk 66, like he got the Luke Skywalker negative variant. I ordered that too, and the boards that they have on that, they're not boards. They're like
12-point boards.
Yeah, it's like very floppy. Like, you know, like I'm surprised like the books came in the condition I got them in. But I mean, you know, to be safe, I'm still gonna press it if I ever grade it. But which I'm probably not.
Yeah, it's just like the way Walmart packaged they comic packs. That little cheap ass piece of
that little piece of cardboard
in the back with fucking shrink wrap on it. Except at least with the Walmart, you got 3 books, you know, packed in there. Yeah, and then I'm pretty sure when they ship them, you know, it's a bunch of books together. This you getting one to 2 books in the fucking Gemini shipper that's not even packed in there properly. It's gonna be a mess, man. It's gonna be a mess. I like I said, I'm not pre-selling the 2 I got. I'm not gonna do that to nobody. Yeah. That to me, it just would be shitty to pre-sell one of them. You just asking for a return or for some bullshit at that point, man.
I mean that's
such a beautiful cover too. It's such a beautiful cover, such an iconic character. But
all right, let's move on. So I just wanted to remind everyone that Dealer Flipside is now live on Wednesday nights. We've been getting different guests from the community to show up. We've changed up the format a little bit. I'll go ahead and show you all here since we're here. So instead, I've been putting the symbols on each of the choices, and then the panel chooses like right off the bat, and then I'll just pick 2 people to discuss on each one, and then someone can second to counter or add, you know, just to change it up a little bit. So it's been going pretty good. So we'll see if it continues next week.
And he wears a suit and tie, so that is worth watching just to see Aaron in a suit and tie.
Yeah. So I mean, I do wear a suit and tie for the Wednesday show. So and all.
What about the girls in the nightgowns and shit?
I don't have the money for that yet. So
what?
You know, I thought everybody wears a shirt and tie on Wednesdays, man. I thought that's like fucking giving a tire, right? Like,
right. Yeah. So I learned from the best, right? Ultra. So
appreciate that. Very humble of you.
Yeah. So, but yeah, and I don't even wear a baseball cap when I'm on that show. So even comb back my hair and all that, even after a hard day at work. But you know. All right. So these books have been on Flipside. So I just thought I'd bring them up here to for comparisons because I thought they were kind of fun and brought interesting conversations. This is Outlaw number 1 in 50 that sold for $1,500 versus the Ultimate Fallout number 4 La Mole variant, the foil from Mexico, 9A that sold for $1,425 from Canada.
I never understood why that Outlaw number 1 ever took off anyway.
Can I wipe my butt with both of these books?
I mean, that's your prerogative.
But you might throw away some money. But
I know, but you know, it's. Well, here's the thing. You know, is toilet paper worth more in the middle of a pandemic, or are these comic books worth more in the middle of a pandemic? Because I sure as shit was convinced otherwise, and I should have invested in toilet paper instead of an Outlaw. In all seriousness, I flipped and outlawed a $30 copy, but my auction ended on Saturday and it shortchanged me. So make sure your auctions end on Sundays.
Was your copy raw?
Yes.
Okay.
And it was way fucking nicer than the one that sold the day after with a bunch of fucking color on the back cover. So somebody made out.
And you had back pictures too, which is the crazy part.
Yeah.
I kind of remember that.
Yeah. Oh, the other one didn't have a back cover because it probably had a bunch of color. That's what we're saying. It happens. You know what? When you win so much, it's not a big deal. And if you're up, you're up. And at this point, last year, I regret selling every fucking book I sold last year. But I had to do it because I was, not getting back unemployment, and I still honestly haven't gotten that. And I had to do something. So it was like, I liquidated a whole bunch of fucking fire-ass books that I would have gotten 3 times the amount for had I not sold them then and sold them 6-7 months later. But no regrets because every single one of them I was up on.
No regrets.
That's right.
But still, Outlaw #1. Why was it going for $1,500?
Miles Malikon and Riri Williams all on the same cover, and it's ratio.
Yeah,
that's why.
What about Marvel Generations? They're all on the same cover as Moore.
Is it a ratio?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Alex
Ross.
Yes.
So I'm gonna go ahead with that Ultimate Fallout #4.
I think there's fuckery on both of them.
Yeah, you're probably right. The cartel got all of the moles, and they bottlenecking them out to the public. That Outlaw #1, man, like I said, I just saw this book on eBay for $900 in a 9.8 like yesterday. If anything, if we taking the price aside and I'm just looking at the 2 books, I take the Lamole shit because there's nothing but a foil Ultimate Fallout 4, and it's just kind of like the price is still too high. That price is way too high. It shouldn't be going for, because it's basically what a third print of the Ultimate Fallout 4. So the price is way too high, but it is the exact same cover of Ultimate Fallout 4, the first print, which does make it more appealing, because if you can't afford an Ultimate Fallout 4 first print, this is like the next closest thing, except it's foil. So if I just had to have one of them just so I can have all of the Ultimate Fallout books, I would take the Ultimate Fallout Lamole shit, but that's only if the cartel give me one without beheading.
For $1,500 though. God.
That's what I'm saying. 15. No, I'm not buying that shit for $1,500. You can buy a 9.6 in fucking in the Ultimate Fallout 4 first print for $900 to $1,100. No, I'm not paying $1,500 for a fucking Lamole.
You guys know my answer on this one.
You going with the Outlawed?
All day, every day.
Yeah.
All day, every day. That is great spec.
I'm also going to go with the
matter of fact, shout out to Longshort on that one. I know he gets a lot of shit for it. What's that?
What's the spec?
So this book came out right around COVID, right? When everything was super short, and you've got 3 up-and-coming superstars in comics, the young guns. You got Miles, Kamala, and Riri, right? 1 in 50, super rare. I think Up to Down 7 says a 27K print run for a book that...
Bullshit.
What's the print run?
Nobody knows. Because you got to remember that Diamond stopped putting out freaking numbers.
Okay, so what do you think it is? You want to put another 3K?
We got to stop that. Anybody other than the actual publisher that's putting out these numbers, they're full of shit. Even Comic Hub has been, and Comic Hub says, well, no, we don't actually go by any numbers from Diamond. They go off of numbers for retailers that go through their site.
Oh, Comic-Con is what you're talking about, right?
No, Comic Hub.
Comic Hub. Okay.
And then Comic-Con has, at some points, said, well, if Comic Hub says it, it must be true.
So last year, we had somebody that we know with accessible, searching capabilities. When these books were selling for $2K plus, saw that they had plenty of copies still in stock, but you weren't able to get them because you could not order 50 copies of Outlawed #1 to qualify for it. So they were just sitting in limbo, and eventually,
Still there.
oh. Shit,
So I'm
no.
going to say this until that comes out, until we see these books, nobody knows shit. So don't throw that out there like it's there. So let's play devil's advocate. I won't say it's a 27K print run. Somebody else won't say that there's a fucking ton of them sitting somewhere. Let's just throw that out of there. Let's put in the fact that also it's a bubblegum cover, and I don't care who says what. That shit is starting to catch. That shit's starting to catch. And as soon as Kamala Khan and Riri show up, that book's going to fly even more. And I'll be honest. I've talked about this on every time I talk about it. I picked up 2 of these immediately when I found out about it. Was very lucky to pick up 2 for $50 a pop raw. Graded one, sold it for $1,000, I believe, like 4 or 5 months ago, maybe. I love this book, and I still have my other one. I'm holding on to it.
Wow. So somebody said that the Lamole is limited to 1,000.
Yep.
All right. So yeah, I'm with the Lamole all day for that reason only. Just on sheer scarcity.
Question on the Outlaw #1. I remember there was a point in time I would search this book probably every 2 weeks or so, and I wouldn't see many of them on eBay. Like now, them shits is raining on eBay.
How many of them are there?
Just on a quick search, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's one post with 2 of them alone. 8. Because I got to go through all the champion shit too. That's just the first page. I haven't even went to the other pages. I searched this book a lot, and I've never seen the amount of them that you can find now just on eBay alone. That's not going to any other multiple selling platforms that we have available to us. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say it's a shit ton of them out there, but I'm willing to bet it's not as rare as that fucking Lamole.
How many 9.8s are out? Are up? If you
all
have
8 of them are 9.8s.
All
That's
8?
on eBay, right? All 8 of them are 9.8s.
What are they selling? What is the lowest one selling for?
The cheapest one that's up there is at $950.
So that's a far fall. If it's sitting there at 900 something,
that's not a far fall at all. I sold mine for 1,000.
That's true. Okay. Yeah. So, but here's the thing. When did you sell? You sold at 1,000 when, last year?
No, 3 months ago.
Okay.
You talking about as far as the or the lowest price for that Outlaw #1?
So damn, yeah. Okay. Well,
$875.
How many Ultimate Fallout #4 Lamoles are up on eBay right now? That's another good question.
Here's some census data real quick for the Outlaw #1. There's 63 9.8s and a total of 73 graded. And then let me see if there's any information for the Ultimate Fallout 4.
There's more than the Outlawed.
It's a lot of them Lamoles up there too.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna lie to you, Brian. I ain't gonna hold you, man. It's a lot of them Lamoles.
I want to know. I want to know either way, right? Because if that Lamole is that rare, released. Yeah, if that Lamole is that rare, and that wasn't just released, that was released quite a while ago, right?
No, I think it was released like earlier this year sometime in the foil, because I don't recall seeing a foil available until after the second print started getting hot. And it's kind of like Lamole was like, oh, well, shit, we could do a foil for our fucking convention. Let's go ahead and do one. Because they do with like so many other books.
But see, that shit take you down a scary road. If motherfuckers gonna take a key book from 8 years, 10 years ago and throw some foil on it and, and short print the fuck out of it, where are we really going with this, man?
Yeah, they said there's only 7 9.8s of the Lamole listed on eBay, but plenty of raws.
So in reality, they're very similar. They're
probably about the same, really, if you just, let's see, 1,000.
Yeah, just December 2020 is when it was released.
But one thing I will say, and Lucas and Ultra, you guys I've done the show a lot with you guys, and you have never heard me not say the same thing about that Outlawed book, that is based in good spec, in my opinion. 3 super hot up-and-coming characters, a 1 in 50 book that not many people knew about when it came out. That's just success.
The thing is, I pull back from that because that Marvel Legacy or the Marvel Generation joints, they had crazy. They had crazy stuff like it had to exceed 250% on that shit, and I've got to find the actual joint on there. But there's a cover out there. There's an Alex Ross cover out there that only had these 3 on here, but had the Hulkling and had the freaking all types of young guns on that freaking cover. Now, if you want to go for this is a bubblegum cover, sure, fine, gotcha.
I think you put Hulkling on that cover, it hurts it. You put Hulkling on the cover, it hurts it, in my opinion.
Let's see. I'm trying to.
I think these characters are A1 characters right now.
You're right about that, but to me, like, I'm looking at it from the perspective of where the first appearance at. You know what I'm saying? Who first appearance is in this book? Because we get badass covers. Somebody else can say, okay, I want to do a Miles, Riri, and America cover, but I'm gonna have America blowing the bubble instead of Riri. Like,
oh yeah, that'll ruin. I mean, don't get me wrong. You're right. That ruins covers like this. You're right.
All right, I cannot find this foreign book on the CGC census data or anywhere else really. So I'm not sure how much.
I would rather. Yeah. How about this? I would rather own the Pacelli second print variant, the white cover, than this Lamole variant. I think that white cover is better than a foil version of
that's
the first
best.
print.
That's the best Ultimate Fallout 4 cover, period. And eventually the market will catch up to that. I just sold the one on the Whatnot live show I did for $250 in the low grade raw.
Wow, that is impressive.
Congrats. All right, so let me move on to my last book. This was featured actually this past week. So we have the Ultimate Fallout 4 CBCS 9.6 that sold for $999 versus a Star Wars 1 CGC 9.6 that sold for $1,040.
Jesus, about time that it picked up that Star Wars.
Man, this is I guess comes down to which one do you like more, right? Like
basically, right?
Where are you at on this one, Adam? Where do you sit, Spider-Man or Star Wars?
I'm gonna go with the Ultimate 4. Just because I have more skin in the game with Miles than I do Star Wars at the moment.
McClay?
All right, hold on. Let me think about this. Now, this is a couple years ago. If I was in a situation, I'd probably say no on the Star Wars, but a 9.6 Star Wars is a tough book. And a CBCS 9.6 could probably, I mean, in all honesty, that has a good chance at, if depending on when that gets graded, that has a good chance of crossing over to a CGC 9.8. But if we were just to buy exact, based on this, I'd go Star Wars.
Where you at, James?
I think I have to go Star Wars, and it's based purely on the price discrepancy between 9.8 and 9.6. And I just looked it up, and a Star Wars 198 goes for about $7,000, and a 9.6 goes for $1 million. That's a pretty big damn discrepancy.
Holy cow.
Then you take an Ultimate Fallout 4, even if that was a CGC 9.6 for $1,000, which there are some out there. I still think that discrepancy of 1,000 to 3,800 is certainly closer. So that Star Wars 1, as far as I'm concerned, has more potential to correct itself higher than the 9.6 of Ultimate Fallout 4 does.
I think I have to go with the Star Wars just because he put a flame emoji and a key emoji in his listing.
Every time.
No, but in all seriousness, that disparaging price gap that he just mentioned is my number one reason. What you got, Ninth?
It's the flame and the key for me too, dog. That Aaron put me onto that, and it's been a wrap. Like, look,
Well, Sean put me onto that, so I gotta give him a shout out.
that flame and that key, I don't care. You can sell me a pile of shit. It got a flame and a key on it. I'm buying it.
Can I set my car keys on fire? Like,
I guess I was lucky enough to get into Star Wars early. Like, I told myself when I got back into comics, you're not going to get into Star Wars. Like, you're not going to do it. Like, I love Star Wars, and I was like, I'm not going to get into the comics. But I saw Star Wars 1, 9.6, I think it was CBCS for like $100. And I was like, I cannot pass up on this. And then like 5 months later, that's when Mandalorian's second season came out and everything exploded and changed the world or whatever for comic spec on Star Wars. And so, but forever I was chasing Ultimate Fallout 4 and I could not find it for the price I wanted. And then, I had to flip cards to get my copy. So, but yeah, if I'm going to buy the second copy, I'm going to buy another copy of Star Wars. What do you think, Lucas?
So once again, for the children, Ultimate Fallout number 4, right? Got to go with what your kids know and what they'll be picking up years from now. They've got one video game with Miles Morales, and it's done pretty well. Mm-hmm. They've had several video games from Star Wars, and they've been shitty all around, or at least shitty enough that my kids don't want anything to do with them. They'll watch the movies and whatever, but Star Wars just hasn't grasped onto them yet. So though while I do feel Star Wars number 1 is a really great book to have and to hold and everything, for right now, Ultimate Fallout number 4 is where the money's at right now.
Since you brought up the Miles Morales video game, I will mention the fact that within the first few days of the PlayStation 5 releasing and that game releasing, it sold 3.3 million copies. To date, I think it's at 4 million, almost to 5 million copies. And something I was mentioning to somebody the other day was that you think about all the superheroes that have had their own video game, it's not that many of them. It's not many.
Right, because even when they do decide to make a video game out of them, they put a whole bunch of superheroes in one joint, like fucking DC's Injustice, I think it's called, or Marvel's Avengers. So you got a whole bunch, like you got like 20 fucking superheroes in that one freaking game, instead of having one and then you follow along and you figure out who that person is. So yeah, that's definitely interesting. Definitely an interesting point that you brought up, Ninth Wonder.
And video games never die. There's something else to take into consideration. Video games never die. I'm still going with the Star Wars just because Star Wars never dies either. But just as far as the potential and what Miles has, man, it's kind of crazy when you think about it. Because I told somebody the other day that one day Ultimate Fallout 4 is going to be a $10,000 book. And they didn't agree. It was a popular YouTuber. I don't think they necessarily agreed, just because it's a long way to go from a 3K 9.8 to a 10K book. But you got to think, when the 9.8 was $1,000 book, people thought it was insane for it to go to a $3,000 book. They thought that was insane.
Real quick, so Eddie Bear Comics Eddie Bear 30 _ comics just messaged me on Instagram. He found the CGC census on the Ultimate Fallout 4. So there's 2 9.9s, 66 9.8s, and a total of 80 graded.
Jesus.
So
people are actually freaking getting that thing graded? Good Lord. That's why the times.
Well,
That's
the
why
one
the
that-
freaking loading times for your CGC shit is fucking so late getting back.
Well,
Let me ask you something then. Okay, so I was thinking about that. So they're pretty damn similar in every case, right? And if we think about the production on those books, if you think that there's 1,000 of those Lamole Con variants, you say there's 1,000 of those. Do you think there's 1,000 of those outlawed variants?
I mean, with
You do?
comparable
So
numbers,
at 1 in 50, you think there was 500,000? Is that how that would work? Because if it's 1 in 50,
what didn't we say 2,700
27,000.
So
27,000 sales totals are what you're saying.
So that's not the
on the 1 in 50
but that's
ratio,
not.
right?
Yeah,
not on the
that's
1
so-
in 50, right? On the regular book, right?
yeah, so it's and James knows because you get a whole bunch of books printed, right? It's the least amount is like between 2,000 to 3,000, right? And then I've shown Ultra like behind the freaking dashboard of
Well, if there's
certain
1,000 of
companies-
the outlawed, if
Doesn't
you're saying
matter.
that there's 1,000, hold on. If you're saying that there's 1,000 of those and they're 1 in 50, that means that there's 500,000 of the regular A cover.
It's
50,000.
1 to 50.
50,000, yeah.
It's 1 to 50 released. 1 to 50 release is not equal to printed. So there are several companies that they get them regardless of how many a particular store qualifies for, and then they just hold on to them. A certain point later, like a year and a half, 2 years, even 3 years later, they'll have a secret sale behind the scenes to certain retailers. And I've shown Ultra this, right? And you wouldn't be like, whereas people are paying let's do the math. So for that 1 to 50, it would have cost that particular retailer at $3 a pop. Let's take it half off. Whatever 150 to 50, what is that? $75 to $75 to $100 to get that freaking book. Behind the scenes, when that fire sale goes, they'll sell it to another retailer for $32 to $34. Yet this is $1,000 book. Now that fire sale for that book should have happened already, but it's not going to happen if y'all keep calling it a freaking hot book. Once a book dies down, fire sales happen. Like that freaking Amazing Spider-Man $7.99, the one with the Red Goblin and all that shit. There's a whole bunch of fire sales happening for that.
Yeah, but
shit
that
right
was
now.
also because there was a ton of exclusives for that book also, right? That Red Goblin book, there was a shit ton of exclusives that added to it. There wasn't a bunch of exclusives for Outlawed #1, was there?
But that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about.
Yeah, but that if
we're
there's
not
all
talking,
those,
no. We're not talking about a retailer, like a side retailer, like James.
I'm just trying to figure out how many there are. I'm not trying to figure out if there's a stack sitting. If there's a
the minimum that you're going to have. The minimum that you're going to have is 3,000.
The minimum
printed. The minimum printed is
of,
going to be
of
3,000.
the 1 in 50.
Yes, that's the minimum you're going to have, and that does not speak to how many are actually released.
Where do we find that information? How did you find that information that they print at least 1 in? I mean, where does that come from?
There's a company called NPD. They dive into those type of numbers, and they'll tell you like, okay, for each book that is sent to a printer, like how many do they have to have printed before they even accept it? And Marvel, they have these contracts with whatever company. Like, okay, we want you to print this book. They're like, well, if you want to print it by this time, you gotta print at least this much, or else it's not going to be worth for you or us. And that's where that 3,000 number comes in.
But
Same thing
when
for
we
DC
do
and
variants,
everybody else.
like I've done a couple of Marvel variants. When we do variants, the actual minimum is 1,500. It's 3,000 to qualify. You can do an additional printing of a different cover at 1,500. So I would argue, by that logic, I would say that you're an exclusive retailer.
That's for your exclusive.
I don't understand why they would make a caveat to Marvel to say, well, this one time you can do 1,500 because it's coming, because it's an exclusive for a retailer.
Okay, so then if you did an exclusive retailer. All right, so then that really is the question, because if that's 1,500, that's 1,500 just for diamond, right? Then you got to go to all the other little retailers that did their little exclusives and figure out how many did they do for theirs. So even remember, here's the thing: got to remember there's diamond U.S. and then there's diamond U.K.
Mhm.
Totally different entities. So it'll be 1,500 for diamond U.S. then 1,500 for diamond U.K.
No way they print the same for Diamond UK than they print for the US. No fucking way.
What do you mean?
No way. They don't sell that many books over there.
Well, and
What
you
do
can
you
do and
What do you mean? Because they distribute to the other different countries as well.
yeah, but Europe.
That's why you don't have the same accounts.
When they do prints for Panini in Europe, I would assume that it would go to Diamond UK, and Panini regularly does 1,000 print run and 1,500 print run A cover books through Marvel and DC. So I think their printers might have lower thresholds.
Lower than 1,500.
I would think so.
There has got to be somebody out there that we can talk to about and get better information on this. I'm sorry, like at this point with how big comic speculation has gotten and shit like that, there's got to be people out there that we can get to talk about this.
Well, we can ask the publisher, but sometimes they meet us with resistance.
They don't want everyone to see behind the curtain.
Yeah, I mean, but see, here goes the thing about it. You don't want to open up that forbidden door sometimes, because if they really tell us how this shit work, people gonna look at it a whole lot different, and it's just.
I guarantee you they'll be a little bit more amenable to this once they lose. Because remember, in October, Diamond is losing that count. So let's ask them again in October to give us those freaking numbers, and I guarantee you, they're gonna spill all the fucking tea.
Nah, I'm pretty sure Marvel, and if they smart, they got some. You know what I'm saying? That's proprietary
NDA
data.
Shit, yeah.
They got it. I would be highly surprised if they didn't have something to lock up that data. That's probably why Diamond stopped reporting them numbers. They probably was like, hey man, it's volatile to the business to be putting that type of information out there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you were right, James. UK Marvel is Panini.
Yeah.
This is just interesting information. We always get back to the print runs and this and that, but here's the only problem I'm saying. And I'm not harping on anybody. I don't say somebody's doing this, but half the time we don't know what the fuck we're talking about. Like, we hear this shit from somebody that said it over here and somebody over there, and like I want on certain things. I wish I could get better information. It's frustrating as fuck.
Yeah, clarity and transparency is what we'd all want. Like you mentioned it multiple times, where you wish variant covers came limited and they would number them digitally and like printed on the book. So this way, there's no arguments. They say there's 2,500 of them. Well, if 2 of them with the same fucking number show up, we know we got a problem.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, and that hasn't happened. So it's a crazy world, man. Really is.
Well, see, the game is to be sold, not to be told. So here's the thing about it: if we're gonna sit here and worry about what's the print run on this book, then let's just buy store exclusives. We know where it's at.
Yeah, do it.
We know what the print. It's no secret there. That's transparency.
No,
to the fullest.
it's not.
The only thing I don't like about store exclusives is when a book, it's sold out. Just like that. It's sold out. Then you look on eBay and they bottlenecking them out for ridiculous prices. You know what I'm saying? Like, even covers, I feel like I know a good cover when I see it. This shouldn't be a cover that's instantly selling out and going for $180 on eBay. When it doesn't make sense logically, that's my problem. Now, there have been some store exclusive that have hit the right combination of things to warrant that high price on the second market. I see people buying that book. I see people who don't resell books on Instagram posting, "Hey, I just bought this book." They happy to own the books. But like I said, the game is to be sold, not to be told. Marvel is probably overprinting on a lot of these books just because just the nature of knowing the print business. Look, you turn on a printer, that motherfucker use electricity. A bill is gonna come for that electricity. Ink is not cheap, and it's all different types of ink out there. Paper is not cheap. Them companies got to order a certain amount of paper. If you just think about the logistics of it, we not cutting on our printer to print 10, 15,000 of one comic. Marvel, we're not sending in the order and paying higher rates because we printing less books. There's a threshold that Marvel is printing a certain amount of these books. Now, we might see the order numbers and it may say only such and such amount was ordered. We may see that, but that don't mean that it ain't fucking 50,000 of them sitting in a warehouse somewhere. So I just say with certain things, you need to proceed with caution. I like that Outlaw book. I told y'all, I've been looking for that book for the past damn year. You know what I'm saying? Just tracking it. I like that book, but I'm also aware of the fact that it's a high likelihood that there's more of those books out here than we would want to know about. But I can tell you this, like with the Wonder Woman book, I know if that shit ever pops off, it don't matter if it's a million of them out here. If people love that character, her first solo series or first appearance, they gonna buy it anyway. So sometimes I just like to take the guesswork out of shit and go what I know to be true. ASM 300 sell out the ass all day because it's more people out there that want the book than copies of the book that actually exist. And that comes back from an era where we know they printed the fuck out of that book. That's why it's the better investment sometimes is going with as much data that you know this is factually true instead of playing the fucking guessing game saying, well, and trying to sound like, you know, I respect the fact that Brian is saying that, hey, I don't think it's a lot of that book out here. Because if you think about it, if with COVID and everything of that nature, for a long time, we didn't see a lot of that book on eBay. It makes sense. Even with the Lamoles, they could say, oh, it's limited to 1,000. Do you really think somebody turned on their printer to make a full book and only printed 1,000 of that book?
Not a Marvel book.
They had to cover their damages, which is usually why they overprint for all books. But you know what? When someone like Hive does an exclusive, they get the number that they're advertising, and they will sell probably almost all, but maybe like 500 of them, because they know they're going to get hit with a couple of damages. They're going to have some people who are probably going to try to pull some shit that they got to fucking deal with, and there's going to be some loss. And then they got their pre-screens and everything like that to worry about. So we all know the game, but unfortunately, not all dealers who do store exclusives are as transparent about the totals, and it does ruffle the feathers of some people when they really find out that they can just go back to print at any time, and they do go back to print at any time, and they just make more of the same cover, and they don't tell you that they're making more of the same cover, same exact artwork.
Has that ever happened that we know of?
We can't prove it, but oh, dude, how many times have we seen exclusives from a certain store that everybody likes to hype up, and then all of a sudden people getting mad because they refuse to disclose sales totals and print runs any longer? And it's like, well, dude, stop fucking specking on fucking store exclusives. No offense, Hive. You guys do, have the luck of being, again, that perfect storm. Like Matt Wonder was saying. When it comes to store exclusives, you better not be buying them for spec flips. You should be buying them for your artistic incline, and just getting lucky is a byproduct. If you get lucky and get happy, more power to you. But again, there's some books that have got now fucking more exclusives than they have A covers.
Well, again, I just want to be careful. I agree with you that there are some shady practices. When 4 stores split up a print run and say they only have 500 copies, and when they sold out, and then 3 other stores have 1,500 copies sitting there. That's one thing. But I don't ever want to say that stores are going back a year later or in the future and starting up the presses again when we don't know that. That's a big deal. If that's true, I mean, that's a big deal. And,
Well, we know print to order happens on some books.
Yeah, some books, but no store is out there going up there restarting the presses after
This is the last thing I'm gonna say about this, and I can only speak for industries that I've worked in professionally. Telecommunications for the last 7 years. All before that, I was in the sneaker industry. In the sneaker industry, the biggest problem that they have today are what people consider to be fakes, which are actually factory rejects. The process for creating a sneaker is this. It's going to go from the designer's brain to a piece of paper to a 3D model to an actual handmade version of that shoe. It's going to go in the factories. They got to figure out all the fucking fabrics. They got to test those fabrics. Years in development on these shoes, right? So then you got to pick different factories to make, let's say 5,000, make the samples. You got to make the samples, see how the samples come out. The factories that's producing the shoe the best, they're going to get the contract to produce the bulk of these shoes. Then they're going to downscale to another factory to say, hey, we want you to make this many just in case this factory fucks up. We got a fallback plan because we know we got a release date on these shoes and we got to make it. And we know it's going to be defects. I would imagine that in printing, it's the same thing. It's not one factory printing all of these books. Because you got to think, what if you got your biggest comic of the year in one factory? What if that bitch get hit by a tsunami?
Yeah, they don't even print all the same. One printer does not print all of the same book. Usually, it's different printers print different pages.
And we know this from Cantu, number one, because the ones that were printed out of the West Coast of Canada did not have the fucking bad spine breaks that the East Coast distribution network had. And a lot of people were like, what the fuck?
Right. Even within the same printing building, when we did our Momoko Spider-Mans, our first Marvel book, our trade dress, every other book in the stacks, every other book, every box had a line in the top, like 2 inches down the spine from the printer. So even then, I mean, you get discrepancies within printers within the same buildings even too, where colors are off. We've had prints where half of the colors look a little off, and things like that. So,
well, Manny the Comic Collector says that happened with Rags #1. Books sold out. People were buying it for big bucks, and out of nowhere it became print order.
Yep, print order.
Didn't they, with Rags #1, didn't they change something on it also?
They did, yeah.
Yeah. So I will say this. I know a lot of books go back to print, but they do change shit on it to where
sometimes. Yeah,
well, with Rags, it was such a minor change that if you didn't know, it was like a line that went across the cover. If you didn't know that's what it was, you would see it on eBay and just be like, oh, okay, it's Rags 1.
I don't think that Outlaw #1 went back to print, and I do believe that 1 in 50. I do believe that 1 in 50 is rare, and like I said, sometimes you don't want to know in actuality how rare a book really is. You just want to appreciate the art for what it is, and it's a dope cover.
So hold on. So just I'm pushing on this show that we use the correct terminology for what is rare. Rare is something that is 20 and below.
Ooh, fuck.
Then 20 to 50 is scarce.
I've done a rare book.
And then everything up above that to like 200, and my numbers are off, so fuck me because I'm fucking drunk. But then there's printed lower than normal distribution. There's that.
This is called the Gerber Index. Is that
the Gerber
correct?
Index? You can look it up. The Gerber Index, yes, sir. So all these people putting out, oh man, this book is fucking hot fire or rare on their fucking. Come on, now.
No, it's fire emoji and key emoji.
I will stress there's always exceptions to printing rules. As a retailer, there's been times like we actually showed deal memos once on a group because people were getting on us. It was for our last Ronin cover. Because IDW has printing rules, like print runs have to be, I think, 400 or 500 copies. And we were able to do our Staniak. We were able to do it a significantly lower print run. And what people didn't realize is because they considered it as the variant of our first printing. So we were able to go to a lower lower run, but it got to the point we had enough people calling us out on it. And they're like, oh, these guys are sitting on 300 copies. We're like, here's the deal memo. Like, you guys want to see it? Here you go. In black and white, here's what it is, you know? So, I mean,
Respect
everyone's
for that too. In all honesty, James, much respect for that, bro. Like,
we've never had a problem with that. We've always been open about our stuff. Anybody ever wants to know our print runs, they can know it. You know, I think stores do it different ways. I know that there's stores that overprint to take in account for damages, and there's stores that hold back. We're one that prefers to hold back. We'll sell, you know, we'll have a 400 print run. We'll sell 350. We expect that 50 of them are going to be damaged. And if they're not, we throw them in mystery boxes, or we throw them back up on the website and say, hey, guys, we just listed 25 more. Go buy them. But you'll never see them hit eBay. You'll never see them hit our eBay. Our eBay, the only stuff we throw on our eBay is stuff that's been sitting in a box for half a year, you know, that's dead stock to us, or stuff that we send out CGCs. Because like we guarantee 9/8 and 15 people order them, we're going to send 25. So when we get back 23 9/8 and 2 9/6s, well, the rest of those slabs, we might throw them up on eBay, you know, but we don't play that game. It's never been our jam. Like, I saw that too much as a collector, and so did Jonathan, where you start to question companies because of their practices like that. Where you go to cons, right? You'll see a book that you're like, damn, I missed out on that. I wish I could have gotten one. And you go to a convention, and sitting on that retailer's table, there's 200 copies of that book that they sold out 4 months earlier.
Yep.
You're like,
I'll give you a great instance of that.
These were sold out, but now they're $30 on your table at a con. What do you mean? Like, we'll never be there.
Get one free?
What's that?
Yeah.
For instance, that AOC cover, where she's dressed up as Wonder Woman or something like that.
Oh, Big Time Collectibles is the AOC. Yeah.
Yeah. That was like a $2,000 to $3,000 book for a while.
Yeah.
And then I think it was either an Awesome Con or maybe a Baltimore convention that I went to, and you know I see the guy, and he's got like a bunch of them on the freaking table, and I'm like, oh shit! Freaking,
talking about Josh.
I don't know who it was, and I was like, oh shit, man, freaking that's cool. Like, how much you want from him? He was like, oh yeah, man, this I can sell for like $800. I was like, okay. Can you do a better price than that? He's like, oh man, and he's like, he's got first of all, he's already got a freaking table full of these, and then he's got another box, like sitting on the floor of them. So for people to think that there's like rare by any instance, they're not rare, and we know for a fact that they weren't rare, but just the fact that they were recalled because of all the lawsuits and everything, that freaking pulled that shit back.
I will say, in defense to that I know the retailer, right? I know him; he's a great guy. He helped us out a lot early on. When that recall came down, he had not gotten rid of most of those books. They had not sold. They weren't a hot seller, right? It was that recall that pushed those books. He was so worried about getting in trouble and losing his ability to print books with certain retailers, with DC, that he legitimately pulled them. And then when he saw that there was no punishment coming, they started to trickle out. You know, and he was, as a retailer, he was fortunate for that, right? He was able to capitalize and maximize, but you know, that was his prerogative to do it the way he did it. Yep.
So speaking of banned books, you guys know what the most banned book of 2020 was? The Captain Underpants books.
Oh God! I thought it would have been the Dr. Seuss books, but yeah, Captain Underpants. I remember it.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
So
I was going to guess 1984.
Captain Underpants.
Yeah,
he's not politically correct anymore. Well, it's the underwear on the outside that's a problem.
Yeah.
What?
Doug Funny wore his drawers on the outside as Quail Man.
Yeah. I was just about to mention Quail Man. Yeah.
Superman wears his drawers on the outside. Gambit wore a thong on the cover of X-Men 266.
And then there's a title that was absolutely like pulled out of everywhere. You can't get them in any bookstores. Anything. It's called Ook and a Look. That one was freaking pulled out. You can't get that anywhere. And then there's the first edition, and then there's there's 2 different covers for that one. So once again, this is 10 years, 15 years from now. I guarantee you could probably pick it up for $4.99. In fact, I believe at the beginning of the year, that book was actually going for between $50 to $80 on eBay on secondary sales because people freaked out because it got recalled. As far as like rare, let me show you something and why this whole I don't buy into the whole rare thing, right? This is rare. This is a Quantum and Woody book, right? So there's maybe like 100 of these books put out, right? And the difference in between this book is that little freaking sticker right there. This book is the only one that actually has the bloodshot freaking sticker on there. So this one is like actually one.
So is that the rare? That's definitely the rarest book you own then.
Yes.
That's the variant of all variants, right?
Yeah.
They put out.
Yeah.
So
according to our algorithm of rare this should be what freaking at least $1,000 book, but I don't buy into that shit.
I got a pretty rare book then. I
want to ask everybody what their rarest book is.
Well, I guess mine would be right behind me on the wall. It would be the Marvel Survey variant, Uncanny or X-Men 205 Campbell variant with the Marvel Survey insert. It's up there behind me. So it looks like an X-Men 205 Campbell, but it's got a Marvel Survey inserted inside of it at random, and it was done inside of a variant cover. I've only seen it done in like 2 other variants, but it's mostly been done inside of 8 covers. And it was I did an article way back for comicbookspeculation.com, I believe it was. And shout out to Comic Book Wars back in the day. But yeah, I covered a whole bunch of them. So, and there's still more being discovered, which is like, it's one of those fucking amazing things. It's like archaeology when it comes to comic books, discovering these things.
Who's next?
I'll go. Cause I did mine.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Peach Momoko foil.
So this
9.9.
It's not just that it's a 9.9. We decided, because we did metal variants for No Heroine issues 1, 2, and 3. We decided we wanted to treat our like 8 or 9 customers that bought all 3. So we asked Source Point Press if we could do a 20 print run of this cover, and we gave them away to those customers. We had to do 20. So what we ended up doing is I think we slid like 1 or 2 into random packages for people. We sold one on our website for $1 at like 2:00 in the morning. We threw it up there just to see if anybody would find it. It lasted about 40 something minutes and then it was gone.
That's awesome, dude.
We raffled one off for charity. And then I think we sold 1 or 2. And then Jonathan's got one and I've got one, and that's it. So there's 20 of these out there. And that's it.
Nice.
And then I've got all my old 1940s stuff, but that's not rare, just in good condition it's rare.
Oh yeah, I still got a spec matrix for these guys. Just so
who's next?
Excuse me, guys. I'm gonna tap out.
Adam.
There's something going on with my dog, so I want to make sure she's okay.
All right, well,
I love
Adam.
you guys, I'll see you next week. Peace out.
And hey, buddy,
right,
I got a book. I got a book on here that's dedicated to you for what you were trying to point out earlier. So don't worry, I'm going to carry that torch that you were trying to talk about with the X-Men book.
All right, thanks.
What is that, Yi?
So this is a commission from Rob Liefeld.
Commissions don't count. Get the fuck out of here.
You know, it's a 1-on-1, right?
Dude, you own that commission?
Yeah. Do you know which one I'm talking about? That was for a charity that went towards us.
So yes, I know all about that one, but you talk about your book. That's fucking amazing, is what that is right there.
Yeah, so not a single cent went to Rob Liefeld. I sent it directly to the store. So if you want to, see how much I paid for it, it's on his Instagram. But and then I was chatting with him. I was like, "Hey, you happen to know this guy? Like, can he be the witness for this book?" And then so. This was a May the 4th purchase last year.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah.
Dude, that's actually, that book popped up before he sent it out in the Extreme group because he was sharing, or I think it's after he sent it out and stuff like that. But like, I remember watching the artwork come along as he was drawing it.
Oh, nice.
So you helped save a comic shop last year.
Yeah. So I helped to save the comic shop, and then I bought this for May the 4th, and I was like, oh, Boba Fett, Deadpool. Like, how often do you see Deadpool with a lightsaber? So why not? So
That's amazing.
Yep.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so I was like, I had some extra money. I was like, commissions were like kind of the thing I was getting into last year or the year before, and I was like, I'm just gonna start collecting like commissions from all my favorite artists, and yeah, wanted to help out the shop survive for another year or a month or whatever.
And I'm sure you did.
Yeah.
I got a Punch 12 and a San Diego Comic-Con. I think Manny already talked about it. The San Diego Comic-Con NES DuckTales.
Ooh, nice.
Okay.
Yeah, you talked about that one once where you walked into a LCS and it had it on the wall, and it wasn't like terribly priced either, and you were just like, "Holy shit!"
Yeah,
$300, insta buy. Yeah,
can't blame. And then my Punch 12 was basically given to me. A friend gave it to me for helping him out, which I'm forever grateful for him on that.
I need friends like that.
Yeah.
Oh. I think I do have one though, but I'm not gonna go pull it out.
We do know how many of that one. Wanna Comics does have that on their website.
I have that. Right? I have that TMNT 100 that Momoko did. That's like I think what the print runs like 250 or whatever.
The movie poster variant.
Yep.
Yeah, that one's amazing.
Yeah, I mean that's probably one of my favorite Momoko covers.
Give me 1 second. I gotta evict some animals.
Hey.
Who's Brian, go ahead, brother.
I got a book that I'm gonna send you pictures of here in a few days because you had me looking out for a book. I didn't find the book you had me looking out for, but I found one within that same realm that I think you're gonna like. So you might have a more rare book.
Oh yeah,
I think it's highest in census.
Oh, I was gonna hit you up. I totally forgot to send you my. I gotta send you my address anyways. But for those of you guys that don't know what he's talking about. I'm in constant look for a book that is super tough to find, and I've been looking for the very first time they ever talked about flying saucers or UFOs in comics, which was a Spirit.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. And I've been telling people that they need to keep an eye out for that stuff, right? So, for instance, people are keen to like the Swamp Thing and the Man Thing stuff, right? But those are derivatives of the Creature and the Black Lagoon and all that shit. Whoa! Put that down, man! Put that down! No. That's not classified or anything right there. It doesn't have any classification or any bullshit on there.
This was given to the United States of America. This is the orders from the Director of National Intelligence, the UAP report that was just dropped off at Congress the other day.
Right, it says unclassified.
Fucking pages. Right? It's declassified.
It's open information.
It's open information. Okay. Yeah. 8 fucking pages.
And you know what it says? We don't know what they are.
Well, you can see what they are. Any person that's got a geothermal degree with it, it's ball lightning.
Hold on. Let me explain. Let me explain to our viewers what's going on here. All right. So you have the aliens that need a spaceship to travel because they're one.
You don't need a spaceship to go from Honduras to the.
Well, listen. All right. So the rest of them do not need a spaceship because they can transform themselves and basically teleport themselves anywhere in the universe whenever they want to. So with that being said, it's time to enter the Matrix. All right, everybody.
Salute.
What was it again?
If you ain't buying, you're drinking.
No. I got my haters watching me. Even though my haters want to block me, my haters want to mock me, but my haters can never stop me. Isn't that how it goes? Something like that. I don't know.
That's on the 5th.
So I got a spec matrix that was one of my favorite ones to do in a long time, and unfortunately I bought a Very Fine Minus book tonight on accident, and I had to go buy another copy in Near Mint Minus, and hopefully it presses up to Near Mint Plus. But it's kind of like the fucking how it goes. But I did also buy a slab for my comic shop and a couple other books for next week's spec matrix, so it's gonna be fun. So I'm already ahead of the game, and definitely It's on point, guys. I hope you all are ready and buckled in because this Spec Matrix is going to be fun. This variant edition Spec Matrix, of course, is not the same that I do on my own channel, but I do got to give a shout out to everybody. I think I'm kicking right around 875 subs. The Ultra box is getting finalized, and can't wait until we have a final video to show you guys everything that's going to be in the giveaway and how to enter. And don't forget to subscribe over there so you can check out the Raw Report. Follow me on IG, Facebook, and then, you know, Twitter. But everybody on Whatnot, Ultra Max, go ahead and give me a follow because I will be going live probably here soon. We'll see. We shall see. So make sure you are following me, and I will follow you all back. So I haven't had an opportunity to get into the app and follow people back, but I absolutely will follow everybody who follows me back on that app to make sure that we spread the word. So please stand by because before we get into the Spec Matrix, I want to give a big shout out to Drew over at Wanda Comics for everything he's done for me personally. Not only has he caused me to spend lots of money with him over the years, but he's also done some things as far as helping me get books for the giveaways and stuff like that. So be sure to also make sure that you guys who watch the video for my channel on Wednesday on how to enter to win a copy of that trade dress, because I got one to give away. And then also, you know, all the other stuff from Wanda Comics is just fire. And Drew, again, has given me such good support over the years, so I wanted to give him a shout out for that. But here we go, everybody. I'm going to be breaking some people's hearts. You know why? Because we're going to be talking about some books that just, you know, some more Marvel's 90s second prints and third prints and later prints and just obscurities and rarities. And we're going to kick it off with So Much Fun. So there's a couple of So Much Fun books that are in your back issue bins that you want to be on the lookout for right as you are bin diving. So first up is going to be your ASM 292. Some of these you should know about. This one's pretty cool, though. It's because it's probably pretty unknown. Because everybody skips over Fantastic Four. Who's buying Fantastic Four books, right?
Nobody yet.
Well, Fantastic Four 306 has one of those So Much Fun distributions, and you can tell by the classic on it. Now, what makes this one really cool is that not only there's actually a second print without the classic So Much Fun stuff on it. So technically that would make this one a third printing. Technically. But G.I. Joe Snake Eyes cover with Scarlet. Got some of that Red-Headed Kryptonite on there for me, but I didn't pick one of those up. And then shortly after the Hulk 333, here is your Hulk 335. And that is your So Much Fun variant. And then, of course, a book that we were talking about earlier, Classic X-Men 221 with the first appearance of Mr. Sinister with the So Much Fun variant. So we all know about these, right? And I'm sure this next batch of books everybody knows about too, because they're commonly chased by people who are hardcore collectors. And don't worry, you guys know I start off with the more common stuff and I like to get more spicy. So the Pressman books, as you know, kind of collectible. This one here was the most common one because you could actually mail away for it. This is one that I actually had in my Pressman game that I ended up selling. And then this is the one that I wanted at the time. Didn't know I wanted the X-Men 11 so bad, which, by the way, I'm wearing, tonight I'm wearing the X-Men 11 shirt. Jim Lee book. But we're going to get into some weirdos here. So believe it or not, Fantastic Four 371 had a second print that's red. The regular cover is white.
Wow, that looks fire.
Well, it's funny that you say that. It looks fire. Because it's one of those, it's an embossed cover. So it's definitely tough and high grade. So shout out to everybody who's able to pick that one up. And then don't forget, of course, Danny Ketch's first appearance does have a first Ghost Rider #1 second printing for volume 3. And
Great
you
cover.
you can tell, I mean, it's the same as the regular cover, except for the corner box in the bottom that has the skull face instead of the Spider-Man face. So that's what you're looking for. You're looking for the one that has the Danny Ketch drawing Ghost Rider skull down there. This one should be no secret to a lot of you guys if you were watching the Endgame sales cycle of the Hulk 377 with the third printing of this book. This book's just a monster. Now, a lot of people didn't know this book actually had a second printing, and that's the Incredible Hulk 400. But this one, of course, is you know what? Actually, I should have kept that one later in the list, but I botched and put it there. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. But Ren and Stimpy actually had a second print that was called the Infinity Edition that was non-poly bagged.
I'm gonna have to get this one.
So there's probably a lot of people out there that are going to be looking to chase that one. Now, do you guys know that this one went third printing because they fucked up so many of the foils on the second print production? So there was a lot of bad foils and there's a lot of errors. If you are chasing the Silver Surfer 50 and you find an error print, you can see some of the footage online. It's just the foils had a lot of problem lining up. So a lot of them were like off center and some of them even missing the foil. And then Silver Surfer number 50 also dropped a third print. Now, this one's a little bit more of the obscure, and all the first, second, and third prints look fucking identical. So good luck you have to basically open it up to tell which one's which. But it's called Spider-Man Battles the Myth Monster. Spider-Man versus Wolverine. So you guys remember that older book from the 80s? Well, they reprinted it, and the second print did have this cover on it. So I thought that was kind of cool. Thanos Quest. And you don't know if your Thanos Quest is a first print or a second print. The only way to tell is on the inside, and they do the graphic novel style countdown. So you have the number that says 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 if it's a first print, and then it'll go 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 if it's a second. So that's the only way to tell. Again, you have to open them up in order to be able to tell. But Thanos Quest, again, dropping a second print. Now, this one's kind of wild because it's a Frank Castle story in the Nom. So that was the reason why I went second print, because let's be honest, because when the Nom was hitting back in the 90s, second prints, let's just be honest, second prints in the 90s were almost fucking non-existent because they would print to excess and then you could return stuff for credit. So they knew, they didn't care. Like they would overprint to make sure the damages were covered. And the Nom book, again, being a Punisher story, was kind of one of those books that everybody's like, oh shit, well, we need a second print because there's not enough of them out there to satisfy people who are Punisher fans. So you Punisher fans went out there, and of course that's a 2-part story. So you should probably check out the Nom 52 and 53. All right, so the remainder of this list is a favorite section because this is basically all bronze, copper, silver, and gold. And you're wondering, what do you mean by that, Ultra? Well, exactly what I mean by that. These are all the reprints that they did with silver, gold, copper, and bronze backgrounds. So starting off with the first appearance of Morbius. Everybody getting those confused. No, this one is not Mobius and Mobius. This is Morbius the Living Vampire's first appearance, reprinted. So, and look at the top right-hand corner. That's the easiest way when you're digging through to check to see if there is this one. And I think even this book's still doing good in the aftermarket, which is kind of hilarious.
It is. And this is one of those later prints that I get because that first print is so hard to freaking get at any type of good price anyway.
Well, yeah, and it was Amazing Spider-Man 101. Here's another one. Check out that top right-hand corner. And that is, of course, your Silver Sable first appearance in Amazing Spider-Man 265.
I was about to buy this book a couple of weeks ago. I like it.
And, of course, continuing Amazing Spider-Man's theme, first appearance of Carnage. This one, of course, was actually mentioned on the Pro Spec list back when my tenure was on there. So it's one of those books that's done well in the aftermarket since then. And 362 also warranted a second printing because the Carnage and Venom storyline in Amazing Spider-Man was when I was collecting Amazing Spider-Man. And let me tell you something. This was a hit, and they did not have enough to go around. I remember these books selling out the gate, $20. And everybody's like, "Damn, dude, this shit was $1.25. Now it's $20."
They fucked up by not making a 363 second print.
No kidding, because if they had done that, that set would be amazing.
Yep.
But they Marvel again, they played things so excessively back in this era. For them to even have a second printing is amazing. And for all of these, again, done in this one time frame where they did the little tags on the top right hand corner. I don't know if people are set collecting those, but that might be a set to chase. But here's your first appearance of the Nomad, the new Nomad. And I don't remember, is this Steve Rogers' Nomad and that's a different Captain America? Or what's going on here? Because I think there was another guy before John Walker in between Steve Rogers and him that was Cap also. So maybe the live chat knows. If you know in the live chat, leave us a comment. Don't forget
Up to Down 7 just said the Mobius Silver Sable and Nomad Silver background reprints came out at the same time, but years later.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure
they did. Yep. Death's Head 2, the mini series. So there's an ongoing series that lasted a little bit longer than 4 issues, but the 4-issue mini series of Death's Head 2, where he kills Death's Head and replaces him as a kick in the pants to Simon Furman, a Transformers writer who created Death's Head. This was their way of basically winning the custody battle and saying, screw your character, we're going to keep the rights to the name. But they also did a second printing for number 2, and these have silver backgrounds.
UK books.
Yep, Marvel UK, but distributed in America. Now, this book probably going to blow up, and I didn't buy this one, and I really should have, because of what I'm about to tell you. Fantastic Four 347 in the second print with the copper background. If you notice at the bottom, Spider-Man, Wolverine, Ghost Rider, and Hulk. And oh my God, it is the first appearance of this Fantastic Four. Even though they are on the cover of this one, and this one does have the snazzier gold cover instead of the copper. It's tough because they do appear in the previous book, and that is their first appearance as the Fantastic Four. But this book's going to probably see a lot of heat. I looked for a nice near mint copy, could not find one for a comfortable price. So I'm hoping maybe some of these books that I'm missing out on, some of you guys will bring them to market or cause people to bring them to market. This is another one that I know that was previously mentioned on a Pro Spec List show, where Jim Lee, second print. Gold cover, Ghost Rider, Punisher. Did I hit enough buttons for everybody? Because I think it should. This one, of course, glow in the dark, gold second print, and Texiera. This is a quintessential Ghost Rider cover right here, and definitely one of the more popular covers of that Volume 3 run. Now, I showed the third print. But here is the gold second print, or bronze, or whatever you want to call it. It's more bronze than it is gold. This is one of those covers that I know that the third print gets all the love because it's the third print, and the third print did legit come out like 9 fucking years after this one did, and this one came out like way after 377 did as well. So I know there's a disparaging break between the two of them. But I think the 377 second print also deserves a little bit of attention. Another book that I wanted to get a copy of before going live tonight that I did not obtain, that I'm probably going to regret, because I remember this being one of my favorite Hulk books. And I used to always confuse this in 377. I was like, which is the one where they counted as like the origin of him? But they basically retell the origin of him in this one, I think, is basically what happened. I got a 9.8, suckers. Do you? Because we all know New Mutants 87 is, I think, a third of the sales figures of 98. And Rob Liefeld said 98 sold 750K. So we already know New Mutants 87 doesn't have a lot of copies out there for the first print, comparatively to later books in the run. And then they throw in the gold second print, which I don't know if it eclipsed the first print. I don't think it would have, but it may have, because this is released in the glut. But this is a affordable alternative to New Mutants 87 if you cannot find yourself a nice high grade copy. And well, that one right there. Let's see here.
I'll have to check my condition of my second print for 87.
Yes. So you know what's really tough about a lot of these books? They still have the newsprint pages, and they suffer from off-white to white pages.
Yeah.
So the copper cover reprint of the Death of Warlock here. So the blue background is your first print, copper background for that one. And then, of course, New Mutants 100, where, you know, it's technically like the first appearance of X-Force, right there on the cover, of course. But they have the gold for the second print, and then they, of course, did a third print with the silver. So these later printings are probably out there. Who's a fan? Anybody a fan of New Warriors?
Aren't they trying to bring them back, or they were thinking about bringing them back for a while?
Oh, no. They let somebody destroy the name of New Warriors that they will never be brought back ever again under any circumstances, because it will be a reminder of what once was. So this was when New Warriors were cool, and Night Thrasher was definitely one of my favorite comics. Actually, he was also one of my favorite characters because he's a skater. You know what I'm saying? Like, all my skateboarding friends, like I told them about Night Thrasher. I'm like, yo, he may be a rich kid who skates, man, but he goes out in an armor, and he's got like knives, and he beats the shit out of people who are bad, and like all the makings of what a good skater would be. And
is that Firestar the same Firestar as Firestar and Iceman? And
yeah, you didn't know she was a New Warrior?
No.
And that Kid Nova is the same Nova as regular Nova, Richard Rider, but they call him Kid Nova here. And it's really funny because in the beginning of the book, Night Thrasher throws him off a building, not knowing if he's able to fly as Nova, and the Nova Force is still like in him, like without the helmet, he was able to fly, totally defeating the purpose of like his helmet. But Speedball, of course, became Penance. And Speedball, as you guys know, is a very, very bad concoction that you should never do. But Firestar looking like redheaded kryptonite over there, huh? Just like we always like. Now this one I thought was pretty cool because it's going to be hard for a lot of people to tell what they've got online. The only way you could tell is by opening up and checking the indica. Now there is a direct and a newsstand version of Spectacular Spider-Man 189 second print. The hologram is gold versus the silver found on the first printing. So I do wish you all luck when you are out there finding these for your collections. Now, everybody knows about this one. Spider-Man #1 second print. Did you guys know that there was a polybagged version of it too? Or like they're still like they're both the same. Like, remember how the polybag versions were $2 on the other ones, and it didn't have a price in the box? But apparently, the polybag versions of the second prints had the price in the box while they're still polybagged. And of course, Walmart got their own version, which is a monster of a book. And I priced one of these according to Overstreet when I was working at a store because there were no fucking sales on eBay, and somebody came in and bought it that day, and I wish I would have bought it because, oh my God, it's like the only time I've ever seen one on a wall. So it's one of those books, but the platinum we got to give credit to because technically it does count as a later printing because it was made after the fact. They also, the sales totals are about the same at 10,000. So between the white UPC or the gold UPC and the platinum, they're both about equal when it comes to distribution. Here's a book that, believe it or not, only comes in a gold newsstand. Like, it has a barcode on the back of it, so they only come newsstand. There's the only way to get it. It's the only way you're going to see it. Blind Adam. So here's the retribution for Blind Adam earlier. He wanted to talk about this book right here as a good play because, of course, this book right here infinitesimally less of these than there were of the original Uncanny X-Men 248. Also a very heavily read book. I just paid $20 locally for a fantastic spine break free 9.8 slam dunk candidate. So I don't know if I overpaid or underpaid, but I know where Blind Adam was going with this one because it's Jim Lee X-Men. It's Jim Lee's first work on the Uncanny X-Men title. So this one, of course, another Jim Lee book, but less popular, of course. Uncanny X-Men 270. Basically, it's a copper reprint. The blue is the cover first print background. Now, somebody I did see with a qualified CGC had the guts from this book where we had the indica that said second print with the 272 cover. Now here's the book. I fucked up and bought a very fine copy and a near mint copy tonight. And so I bought it so nice. I bought it twice. Hope I can press up that very fine because it looked really nice. And I want to point out something about this book because it's a gatefold cover. The exterior top page is exposed. So you can right off the bat check to see how much foxing the book has. So you're going to be able to tell if you got a book that's going to be off-white to white pages right off the bat because you can see the page fade starting at off-white and then they fade to white pages. So make sure you're paying attention to that because, again, the gatefold does tuck in and it shows that one little, like it's like a I don't know, like an eighth of an inch strip on the side. So, but Uncanny X-Men 275 with an iconic Jim Lee cover. This one with the red metallic ink and the first appearance of Trevor Fitzroy, who in a previous spec of mine, I think this one might be a good spec play versus the 281 first print because of just how infinitesimally less common this 282 should be compared to 281, which was the co-sister relaunch book to X-Men #1. But this is written by Jim Lee and Wills Portacio, which I think is amazing. I also like the second print because it does not have the barcode or the UPC box on it. So you get the uninterrupted Wills Portacio image of Archangel around the backside of it. So I also really like this one too because if Trevor Fitzroy is worked in to any kind of format, that usually means that Bishop is not far behind. And I really want to see them redo Bishop. Yeah, I know we got him in the Fox X-Men movies, but nobody cares. let's be honest. Nobody cares about the Fox X-Men movies now. We care about how Marvel is going to handle these properties going forward. And this right here is, it's that scenario where Bishop, Randall, and Malcolm, they are trailing Trevor Fitzroy. I mean, he's like their nemesis. He's the reason why they come back in time in the first place. So if they are going to adapt the Bishop story, wouldn't it make sense to keep it in line with the characters that bring him into the fold? I mean, that's just my logic behind it. But of course, nothing makes sense. Nothing logical makes sense nowadays anyway. Web of Spider-Man, another one of your hologram covers. Now, I did not see a newsstand. So if a newsstand exists and you're in the live chat, let me know. One of my favorites. This is where everybody was like, oh man, Sabretooth is Wolverine's dad, man. I remember that rumor was going around forever.
Right.
Wolverine 10 started it and they were like, all right, you know what? It's been 31 issues. I think it's about time we address this. So they introduced this story right here where Wolverine, Cable, and Sabretooth, and then of course 42 has the copper background second print. So all right. Now, another Extinction Agenda copper reprint. The background on the first print is blue. And this is the one going out to everybody who likes Havoc versus Cyclops battles, brother versus brother. Now, this is another one of those that, like the Strike file, they're all newsstand UPC. Every one of them. Even if they were sold in the direct market, they are all UPC'd. And this is, of course, the first appearance of the all-new, all-different X Factor with Havoc and Lorna Dane, Polaris, Strong Guy, Wolfsbane, and Multiple Man. This is before Random joins, and they switch it up a little bit eventually, but it's a wild show, right? All right, everybody. Final book, X-Force #1. Wraparound Liefeld second print. Iconic book, historical no matter how many different ways you go about it. Second best-selling book of all time. And until somebody sells another book with like 6-something million copies, it's going to be #2 for a while. #1, I believe, is Jim Lee's X-Men #1. So, and there you have it, everybody. So don't forget to like this video, share the video, leave a comment below, and don't forget to subscribe over here to Mighty Mel V's YouTube, because we go live dropping hammers. And I got a special edition of the Spec Matrix coming up on my own channel with a rewind on some of these here. So if you have somebody that's missing it, let them know they can catch it over there. Let me know what you guys think of all the books I just showed you.
So Web of Spider-Man 90, there was a newsstand for the first print, but I don't see a newsstand for the second.
Yeah, and that's basically what I saw too. I saw newsstands out there, like the same with ASM 365, but I did not see a second print for ASM 365. So there was enough of the Amazing Spider-Mans printed, but not enough of the Web and the Spectacular to satisfy everybody's collecting needs. So they were like, oh, let's reprint them, but we're going to fuck them up and give them a gold color.
Oh, and I have a question about the X-Force second print. Does that come in a polybag also?
Nope.
Wow.
No, it does not.
Man, but there's a lot of great freaking covers, man, that I would love to have, man. A lot of
and think about this again. Some of those were at the beginning of the glut. That was on the upswing of print runs. So for second print, some of them are going to be up there, but they're still going to be, in most cases, I think the New Mutants 87 might be close to the first print totals. Like that may be a right on thing. Like, couple 100,000 maybe, because they wanted to fucking sell. That's all I know. And at the time, Superman 75 had dropped, and they sold a shit ton of books, right? And then they were gearing up, for other things too. They just come off of X-Force, just came off X-Men #1, and then all those additional second prints they started coming out were basically the demand books at the time. All the books that were selling for money for whatever reason, like Nomad #1 dropped, and everybody's like, "Oh my god, the first appearance of Nomad, bro!" Because remember, we spec'd on other books back then before we had Marvel Cinematic pleasantries at our disposal. Right. And basically, when a new character came in a book that was first appeared in another book, the other book got hot.
Right. Ultra, you did an early version of the secret variant this week.
No, I didn't. Oh, well, kind of. No, what I do on my secret variant is I go forward on the lunar distribution to make sure that I'm ahead, because I go live. I go live between 10 and midnight on Sundays, and by then, Lunar's already closed their FOC for the week, so I have to go a week ahead.
Right.
And
so
yeah.
Right, so normally Lunar is on Sunday. But because of the 4th of July weekend, it was 2
days ago, July 1st.
2 days ago.
Yep.
Right. So I guarantee you there's a bunch of retailers that may not have been tracking that. And there is a low bunch of stuff that was tracking it. So thankfully, I want to give a shout out to Lawrence Valoria, who set my head straight on a couple of things when it comes to those bundles. So for instance, there was like 1 to 20s and 1 to 4s of free comic book days, but it wasn't, hey, 1 to 25 of a book. It was like 1 to 25, or excuse me, 1 to 20 of a bundle. So in order to just like a couple of foils out there, like the Batman, Justice, whatever, Injustice, that one was like a 1 to 20 bundle of that freaking book. So keep an eye out for those books. They're still supposed to be pretty cheap, but it's still going to be like around $80 when it really comes down to it. Plus, your retailer is going to have a whole bunch of shit just sitting around the freaking store. So keep an eye out for that one. There's 1 to 25, and the Suicide Squad one. That was another one. That was a 1 to 20, I believe. Yeah, it had a 1 to 20. So that was like around. That's cost a pretty penny. So keep an eye out for that one. Jess, what are you guys buying this week?
Anybody want to do $30 holler?
Ooh, I haven't.
Oh, let's do it.
I'm buying Funko Pops, and if you guys are in the private chat, you know why.
Oh, let's see here. Nope, not buying any of that. Not buying any of that. Oh, you know what's a really cool book that I want people to look out for at their stores? The Batman Fortnite 0.6 Premium Variant Incentive Compilation cardstock cover. Yeah, I know I said a mouthful, right? Did y'all catch that?
Yeah,
No.
say that
Say it
5
again.
times fast.
So that's the book that they had to order 25 copies of each Batman Fortnite 0. Up to issue number 6. And they get one of those for every 25 they ordered of 1 through 5. So if they ordered, 100 of 1 through 5 and got those premium variants, and they ordered the premium variants enough to qualify for those, they would get multiple copies of that one. That's going to be the ultimate chase book of the set.
Which one? You talking about this one right here?
No, Batman Fortnite 0.6 Premium Variant Incentive, the Art Adams cover. They're asking 180 for it. Right there. See, there it is.
Okay, there you go. This one.
Yep. Okay. So again, issues 1 through 5. If they order 25 copies, they would qualify to get one of these. But they had to order 25 copies of issues 1 through 5 and unlock the ability to order the premium variants from issues 1 through 5 in order to just unlock the ability to order this one. So,
wow,
good fucking luck.
Thank you. I just hit up my LCS for one. So,
well,
they have it.
If they have it.
They'll have it. He's a good dude. It'll be in my box.
So yeah, you had to order a shit ton of books in order to qualify for that one. So that's amazing. So yeah, and then the Signal. What the hell, man? They did a limited trade dress as a 1 in 25 incentive. I'm not paying for that. Let's see here. Let me speed scroll through here, see if I see anything else. Well, I mean, nice house on the lake, cool. Yeah.
Well, with that Art Adams booth, that kind of reminds me of what they were doing with 3 Jokers to qualify for that 1 in 500 or whatever that came out towards the end.
Yeah,
that was crazy.
Man, that Wonder Girl cover B, that's fire.
Yeah, I can't hate on this Conjuring joint.
And then the Betty Page number 2, the 21 copy incentive by Leary Lee.
Betty Page is by whom?
Dynamite.
Dynamite. So it's the very last incentive for Betty Page at Midtown. And then for all you Larry Hama fans, he did the final incentive cover with Rob Liefeld on Snake Eyes Dead Game number 5. There's a color for the RIA and a black and white for RIB. And let's see here. Nocterra's got a big week. Stray Dogs got some late prints hitting. 4th print for number 1, 3rd print for 2. That Midsummer swipe for number 3. Number 4, 3rd print also. Crazy. And then into Marvel. As far as what I'm picking up, I'm picking up that Hellions number 13, and I'm probably picking up 5 copies of that because that cover is fire, and I don't think many people ordered it. And then, of course, X-Men number 1.
You gonna go after that 1 in 50?
I'm gonna wait for it to chill out because there's a shit ton of store exclusives. So I'm not really sweating the store exclusive, market. Those guys aren't going to try to flood it if they're smart, but it's still that book. I could have pre-ordered it for $35. I probably should have, but I do like the fact that, and let's talk about these Daughtermans for a second. So I'll give you guys a little spec info. So the 1 in 50 Daughterman for X-Men number 1 with Jean Grey is the highest ratio, but the least common is the Excalibur number 18, 1 in 25 for Rogue. And I should have bought more than one of that fucking book because, good God, there's only one listing up right now, and the dude wants $900 for his 9.8. And the Raws I haven't seen a Raw listed since I think May. And it's, so it's been a couple of months. So I'm hoping that those Daughtermans come out the woodwork, and then there's a Storm cover coming up in a cover of Sword that may be open order as well. So Daughterman's got his own little theme variant going with all those.
Right. So within that Hellions number 13, that Daughterman that you're going to pick up, it starts talking about that their AI produced a mutant. So don't know what that's all about. All I know is that they're just sitting around with this freaking ball, eggish looking thing, and then it cuts off. So that's something to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, that's wild. Let me just check to see what else is out next week. I mean, that Franny cover on Buffy is pretty hot. Franny's a great artist. Oh, God Killer. Tomorrow's Ashes number 1. Cover C. Lila DeLuca.
A lot of people are going to be looking for this X-Men number 1, Rian Gonzalez.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't spend too much on that one.
There's a certain retailer that has a retailer exclusive that's selling them for like $40 right now.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
I think that's a little too much.
Of course, it's for you. You're a retailer. we know.
Well, I mean, I've still got my cost. My cost would be definitely more than that if I don't get anything but just those.
So actually, on the Wednesday presser, my variant battle is actually between God Killer and another incentive variant. So the God Killer, Tomorrow's Ashes, 1 in 50. What you think about that one, Lucas?
You said the God Killer?
Yeah. But it's under Black Mask.
Black Mask. Oh. Oh, here we go. Oh yeah. Yeah, we talked about this one before.
We did. Cover C.
Love it. And it's already look. It's already low.
Mm-hmm.
Inside the system.
Because it's incentive. And it's a Black Mask incentive. Now
Yeah. But look at these. These are the qualifiers.
Yeah.
They're already low. So if you see it, grab it. Yeah.
I finally got around to reading Basilisk issue 1.
Hmm?
So I'll probably end up picking up issue 2 this week.
All right. Yeah, that's another one that I need to pick back up. I think I started the first 2 pages and I just got distracted by something.
Anybody reading Jungle Fantasy?
What, there was like a billion covers that came out last week or something like that?
Man, look, if you saw some of the actual covers for some of those things, like
Jungle Fantasy's like a Playboy. Nobody buys it to read the articles.
Okay.
Do they even open up the pages?
No.
I'm pretty sure they do, because if the covers are as half as explicit as what goes on inside the books, they probably are reading them. And they are probably the most sticky back issues you will ever find, which is disgusting.
Okay, so nobody's picking these up, these Extreme Carnage Alpha number 1s, but the description, let's see if I can find a description. Here we go. It says, but the Life Foundation symbiotes aren't the only ones with a part to play in history. They aren't the only symbiotes who find themselves reinvented at the King of Black. They have an older sibling who may be reinvented in his own right. So maybe, and it says own right Carnage. So does that mean he's getting a new suit or what?
Oh, they killed him. Remember, Dylan killed Carnage before King of Black went down.
Right. So they're going to reinvent him in some type of way, which means there's probably going to be some type of costume change or something.
So what I see happening is that Flash Thompson is involved in this story somehow, hunting down Carnageized symbiotes. So, like Scream and all these other guys basically turn Carnageized. Like their symbiote goes mad. Like, I guess, isn't Carnage like a fucked up symbiote? Like that's its problem, is it's not right. That's why it's like murderous. Oh.
Right. Because one of the first ones that I came in contact with was Cletus Cassidy. So he was already not right.
Yeah. True that.
Well, with the King of Black, wouldn't you have Mary Jane with the Carnage symbiote too in play?
Oh, dude, she's in a different universe. They took her back to the universe.
Yeah, I've read through most of the stuff. I didn't see anything that was crazy about any of this stuff. Of course, the bloody asshole freaking variant. I don't know what that was all about. I don't know what they were thinking about with that one.
That's a very unique variant title you have there. And did you guys notice that Children of the Atom stopped using the variant covers as incentives and started giving them all open order as of issue 4?
Oh wow!
Issue 3 was the last incentive for that series.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be weird, right? Because these kids, it turns out that the kids are not even really mutants, except for maybe one. Right? Maybe one is a mutant, and she's the only one that actually shows up at the freaking gala at some point. So it's going to be weird to see what's going on. No, that's not a spoiler. That came out in this week's joint. I was sitting fucking previews.
Yeah.
But I can speculate that she's going to ask them to join the X-Men or some type of training point program. That is the speculation. That's not a spoiler at all.
You think that's why they gave her the second print cover, number 1?
I don't know. Did they?
Yeah.
Could be. Yeah. And then the rest of these.
Shit.
So the interesting thing about this American Chavez is that there's supposed to be a preview out there, but whenever I click on the preview, it just goes to like Loki and Thor series. It doesn't actually pull up, so I don't know what the fuck is going on with this one. But as I speculated before, that she's got a whole bunch of sisters that are out there that hopefully at some point we get to meet. Maybe this will be the issue that happens.
And Uniform 13, yeah, if you go to Wonderworld Comics IG, Dennis Barger showed a picture of the Tim Seeley polybagged Barbaric number 1. Not bad. Shout out to Tim Seeley.
That's pretty interesting. They're doing a Werewolf by Night 32 facsimile cover.
Yep. Affordable copy. Oh. Yeah. Well, I mean, the push for Moon Knight is on.
Yeah. Well, I hadn't seen. What was the last one they did? Black Knight for facsimile for Marvel.
I think so. I don't keep track of all of them. I just report them, but there's so many of them that they blend together, and it really keeps.
Yeah, it just kind of blurs after a while.
There's new books every week.
I got a couple of just regular. Well, not regular. I just got a couple of incentive ratio books that I think would be good pickups this week. The Skybound X #1, the cover A, the Oddly cover. I think that's gonna be a good pickup this week. If I'm not mistaken, is this book gonna have the first comic appearance of Clementine from the Telltale game? From
Yep.
the Telltale Walking.
So supposedly every issue of Skybound X is going to be all about first appearances, new characters, and all that stuff. So it's going to be interesting to watch what happens. That may be the image spec of 2021, but somebody said that was Ultra Mega.
That Stray Dogs Evil Dead homage is fucking badass.
Yep.
Fight Girls #1. I'm interested in that just because the storyline is, well, from what I've read about it so far, it's not something that you see every day in comic books, but I'm just interested.
H&H Comics, I'll reply to you in the chat.
I'm just interested to see where they go with that one. A book, oh my God, the cover price is ridiculous on this book, but I love Raza, so I'm gonna buy it anyway. Plus, I think there may be. I think this would be a good book to get autographed. B, I don't know. It's just something about this book that speaks to me for the younger generation. The WWE New Day Power of Positivity #1. That cover B is by Raza. It's a dope cover. I don't know if you can pull it up.
What's the name of the title?
It's WWE New Day Power of Positivity #1. And it's the cover B by Raza.
That's Boom?
Yeah, it's Boom Studios, yeah. The cover price on it is like $7.99. I don't see a lot of people buying this book just because of the cover price, but I could see it being one of those things that has a very niche market. Yeah. But the cover, Raza, it damn near looks like a photo. I don't know how many people keep up with wrestling, but New Day is very popular with the younger audience for several reasons, because they make a lot of pop culture references. And if you ever see their ring gear, they've done like Power Rangers, Dragon Ball Z ring gear, just the ridiculous shit they do. The Bootio cereal, throwing the fucking pancakes on the way to the ring. Wrestling really hasn't had live crowds since COVID started, but WWE is going to be back on the road starting this month. So with those live crowds back, New Day is going to get a huge push. Kofi Kingston, he had a WrestleMania moment in 2019 when he won the world championship. He was the first black champion since like the fucking Rock. Anyway, just a really, really popular group, especially with the younger audience. I don't know. I just see this book doing something in the future. I know myself personally, I'm gonna get a few copies, and I'm gonna try my damnedest to get a triple signed by Big E, Kofi, and Xavier Woods. I just think that it has a ton of potential. These guys have been in the WWE for a while, and we've seen those kind of characters that exceed just the wrestling business and get into entertainment, like The Rock, John Cena, so forth. And I think that all three of these guys have that potential to do something bigger than wrestling. And it'll just be, I just think it'll be a very interesting book to have, especially with that price point is going to keep a lot of people from saying, well, hell, I just buy it, just to see if it ever turns into anything. So I'm going to go a little bit aggressive with this one and get a few copies for a couple of different reasons.
It's a 1 of 10. I don't see it on the. Let's see. Maybe it's up yonder. It should be.
I know
WWE.
in my LCS they just got it as a cover B, and then the cover A. Who did the cover A?
Cover A was by. Danielle Bliss.
Yeah, Bliss. Yeah.
Well, and it's also pretty interesting too that we're seeing a lot more wrestlers showing up to different Comic Cons. Like eventually, like if they once they retire out of the ring, or sometimes even if they're active. So you never know, like what con they might show up to.
And a lot of these wrestlers have huge followings because they game on Twitch. So they picking up that. Oh, you was look at you. I was looking at the screen. You said there was a 1 in 50. Let me say that 1 in 50. Who did that?
Is it a 150?
Mm-hmm.
What did we do?
That's not as good as the Raza. I hate when they do that. That's not as good as the Raza cover.
Well, the Raza cover has two different ones. One's cheap, and then one's an incentive, and it's basically the same artwork. Just one of them has a different style trade dress on it.
Right. Okay, so one is a virgin, and the other one is.
It's not even really a virgin.
So it's not a 1 in 50. It's a 1 in 25.
1 in 25.
The other one's I think a 1 in 10 then, or it's another 1 in 25.
Yeah, the Raza was a 1 in 10, and then this one's a 1 in 25.
So show them the open order one in Raza because it's
the one I was looking at was the open order one, which is that one right there.
That one right there just has a little bit of extra stuff. It's just the power positivity is on there, and you see it says boom number 1, but the incentive doesn't have that.
That's interesting. That's interesting. I don't think you can go. I mean,
see, the incentive just says W. Has the WWE logo on it.
So let me check eBay and see, because something Lucas put me on some of these books, they still be charging the incentive price when obviously the book costs way more than $3.99 or however you were factoring the.
And Lucas, have you seen any secret variants or unlockable 1 per stores
coming out this week?
Yeah.
Okay, that's easy to find out. So let me do all. Comics.
Are any cards in there?
Probably.
Unlock. Since there's 6, I don't know why I can't find them. Let's see. Okay, so there is going to the first one would be there's a Buffy the Vampire Slayer, number 27. And then there's also a Magic the Gathering number 4, cover H, unlockable.
That's Boom's shtick right now. Those unlockables. A couple of books.
Some of them haven't been that bad at all, actually. We'll unlock. So that's not unlockable. That's just a variant. Mambo number 1. That one's unlockable.
All right, I'm gonna bounce out, but before I do, I want to try and find something to show you guys here. And I'm going against every free cornbread code that I can think of right now. Let me see here.
You handing out cornbread?
Oh, bro.
You want that cornbread?
Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's do this. Hold on here. Why can't I find a good picture of it? For some reason, I can't find it. Let me find a good picture of it. Okay, here we go. I found a good picture. All right. It's loading. It's taking a while. All right. So this book, all right, open a new tab, is going to be Super Fire. They fucked up, though, because it's order all you want. I'm going to share my screen. This book is going to be Beyond Fire.
Yes, sir.
Iron Man number 12, the Miles Morales variant. Here you guys go, Drunken Sharks. Use Lucas pull box. There it is. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is cover
Super
of the year
fire.
category.
Now that's coming. That's on FOC this week, or that's coming out this week.
That's coming out September. It just came out, I think, to be ordered. So September 15th.
So it doesn't close on previews for another month.
So there's going to be a ton of them, but that right there is cover of the year category.
And you know what? It would make that cover of the year if it was actually on Miles Morales Spider-Man and not on an Iron Man comic.
I like the Iron Man part because you can see the little Iron Man toy on there. I don't think it's bad. They got the sound waves coming off the Iron Man symbol. I think that's dope. But man, is that a fucking I'm telling you right now, you remember Gleason.
Oh yeah. Well, it's funny too, like I used to DJ, and then like when you look at a CDJ and stuff like that, that's what the sine waves come in, so where you can beat match and everything. That's what it looks like at the top of the screen. It's kind of funny that you're using turntables. I mean, I've known several DJs that used to use like one half as a turntable and the other half with a CDJ, which is like what modern DJs use. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is pretty damn amazing.
Damn dope.
Yeah, and it's not a shop exclusive, thank God. But I can tell you right now, there's going to be a shop exclusive that's going to want to play on that one.
But for me, it would be in between this one and the other one of him playing basketball. But the one with the Air Jordans.
Oh, no, that was actually on issue 23.
Yeah, but that one was like an incentive exclusive, or excuse me, a retailer
It was
exclusive.
a retailer exclusive.
And they did it for 30, 24, 25, 26, 27.
They ruined it. Yeah, they ruined
28.
it.
Threw it on a silk.
I got
issue.
one in the Ultra box that somebody's going to win.
Nice.
Man, I am absolutely blown away by this cover, and I wasn't going to say anything. I was going to hold it back, but I figure I'd throw some love tonight because everybody's going to know about this book anyways. As soon as people see it, they're gonna go crazy for it. But,
Well, especially as an open order too.
yeah, it's open order.
They made that Rose Besh open order, and I thought that book would sell a shit ton.
Speaking of
Well,
Rose Besh,
I didn't see it around a lot, and that's her first Miles Morales.
these ones, these Rose Besh ones,
The set.
yeah. Yuck.
We're trying to add her to our roster of artists. We're working on it right now.
Nice.
If
We
you
got
do,
some
try
cool
to
projects coming up that she'd be awesome on. So
try to get her to do something a little bit different other than showing somebody in shoes.
hey, she does really good shoes though.
She does. I'll give it to her.
Every pair of shoes she has made on a character, I'm like, I'd buy those.
Yeah, those
Shoes,
ones are
If
dope
people
too.
got, I'd buy them.
Those ones are
Shoes
dope.
and sunglasses need to go in hand in hand.
Edwin Aguilar. So look out for the Virgin cover.
Edwin, be quiet.
Yeah.
We gotta look. If you guys keep buying this shit after the original comes out, then people, these stores are just gonna keep putting them out.
Yep.
Just
we
don't
will.
buy the shit, right? I mean, I get frustrated enough that you can have a pretty good cover, right? And then it's a retailer exclusive, but it's not considered like a second print or a third print or any bullshit like that. That's the shit that's fucking crazy to me.
Well, what if I got an even better idea? You talk about the Virgin. What if it was something like this?
The
The negative variant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, see, here's the problem with that. I don't mind that at all, but once they do it one time, they're gonna do the shit every fucking week.
Yeah.
That's the problem. They can't do something like with the fucking Gleason covers. That first Gleason 55 was amazing. Then before the fucking ink could dry on the first 55, they had the red, they had the blue, they had to do the white and black and center. Fuck, man. This pisses me off.
You hear that, retailers? You over here fucking killing Knife Wonder. Fuck y'all.
Shit.
Yeah. But all right. So after that cornbread, I definitely want to say shout out to everybody that joined both shows tonight. James, Ultra, Ninth Wonder, Lucas, Aaron. Thanks, guys, for hanging out.
Clay.
Appreciate you guys. And I also want to say shout out to Sith Lordly. Go Bolts. Go Bolts.
Yep. Oh, I got one more thing to show Clay before he goes.
Too late. He left.
Oh,
he dipped.
Well, fuck. He's just gonna have it show up at his house, all random and shit. Like, hopefully he'll show it on the show next week. So let's see. Let's go back to. All right. So one last thing on this week. So what I'm just going to show is just the stuff that's already sold out inside the system. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 10, right? So first one is going to be Geiger number 4. This one is a qualifier that's already sold out. We already talked about this. God Killer Tomorrow's Ashes number 1, sold out. Cover B. Actually, never mind that one. This one's an incentive. And never mind this one. This one's Goon number 1. This one is a resketched edition. Looks like it's drawn
Isn't that from like Dynamic Forces? I think I remember.
Albatross Funny Books.
Okay.
Isn't it? It's not a DF?
Yeah, because I think when I saw that on previews, it said Dynamic Forces.
It's a DF.
Nope, right up here, Albatross Funny Books.
Well, that's who produced it, but I think DF did the signing.
I don't know.
Maybe.
It's being sold by Albatross. Mammal number 1. My Little Pony Friendship is Magic number 99. The Just Suda variant. This was a qualifier is already sold out. Stray Dogs number 1, 4th print. Stray Dogs number 2, 3rd print. And lastly, Stray Dogs number 3, the 3rd print, Midsommar.
See that now they pissing me off again. I'm gonna tell you why. When they fucking started off with this series, the cover A had an art style. The cover B was the horrors. They started to do, the 2nd and 3rd prints, and those had the fucking. Hold on, I got one laying around here somewhere. What's that book at, man? I don't know. I don't feel like digging for that shit, but they had a certain style to it. Now you doing, because the horror covers are getting popular, you doing those on the fucking reprints and breaking up the way you had the shit segmented before. Keep it the fucking same. Don't start printing shit just because, well, they like the horror covers. Let's run it into the fucking ground.
Well, that was actually, because we did a variant for that over at Hive. That was art direction. That was told, like, that was straight from them. Horror cover homages. And I'm hoping
for a store exclusive,
with the follow-up series, I'm hoping that's not the case. But I think if you look at the variants. In fact, I didn't even think about this till my brother pointed it out to me. He's a huge Stray Dogs nut. He has every cover. He pointed out to me, he goes, you look at the variants that did the best, like secondary market, they were less cartoony, more realistic. He said they were still horror cover homages because that's what the direction was, but they were less cartoony and more, slightly more realistic. And I think that's the key. Like some of these covers, they come off as maybe a little too cartoony.
I mean, that's Trish's style.
For some collectors. I mean, for some people it's cool to see something super cartoony, but at the same time dark. I mean, there's something to that. It's kind of cool.
But if anybody's seen Midsummer, they get this one.
I mean, I'm gonna lie. This cover is fucking that shit fire.
Yeah.
That shit is fire. And it's probably the most realistic looking cover of all the of all the horror homages, just because it's close up on the face. You know what I'm saying? The Silence of the Lamb is close up on the face, the red eyes, the way the butterfly is drawn is damn near realistic. I mean, so
I'm
there is a point to that. There is a
I'm
point.
partial to that Blair Witch cover. I think that one's pretty good.
I mean, I got the complete run of the book, so I'm happy that they going fucking nuts. But I'm a bomb. I'm talking shit, but I'm gonna buy the reprints. I mean the reprints. I'm gonna buy the shit. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, the screen.
Yeah, that one, that third print, that one is pretty nice.
My brother's reckless enough to keep his collection here, but I'm not mean enough to pull him out. But he's got. I can start showing them all off.
You're a good brother, then, man.
Yeah,
For
yeah.
sure.
Well, I know Bird City is doing a trade paperback with Stray Dogs. So for issues 1 through 5, are they doing one with you too?
Yeah, we got one going. We're still ironing out the details, but we'll have one as well.
Yeah, they're still working out the details too. I don't know exactly what they're doing, or maybe I do, and I just don't want to say. But it's concepts are pretty cool.
Maybe you do.
Maybe I do.
Maybe you don't.
I mean, I
thought
Trish.
we was cool, Aaron.
I mean, I did have Trish on Comic Book Food Chain, and that was a lot of fun. So, but I will say this though, Gogol's Unlimited Darkness, his book is getting a second printing.
Yeah.
And then there is also going to be a Phantom Ranger action figure.
Action figure, yeah, that's cool. I was so happy for him when I saw that.
So is the Phantom Ranger first appearance in that book?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he did have a book before that he showed up in like 2 panels, and then his first full appearance is considered in Gogol's book.
Nice. Okay, and that's the reason why he the Gogol Power Rangers, everybody. Gogol Power Rangers, everybody.
Hashtag Gogol Power Rangers.
Yeah. If it's not a hashtag, it will be.
We're starting it. We're trying to. We'll see if it gains any traction. It probably will. I mean, that Derek Chu cover, oh man. But was it the 1 in 50?
Yep, and then there was the 1 per store also, but I put that one back like an idiot.
Ooh, no, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
What, the 1 per store?
Yeah. I hit up my LCS, and he literally was like, 5 minutes ago, I just got a message from somebody asking for it. I was
probably somebody from this fucking show, man. You gotta stop committing fratricide, man. FOC this week.
Gung Ho.
Bunch of books, yeah, a lot of good books.
Do you like Gung Ho?
I have not read Gung Ho, or I may have, but I just keep forgetting to actually remember what the fuck it was about. But I do know that the art, once again, that's not this one. Gung Ho. This one's Gung Ho number 3, cover F, number 20, version sensitive. It's like whatever. But this one right here, this Lost Fish version. That one's fire right there. That one's a 1 to 30.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I picked up the first couple issues because Greg Horn did the covers for them. So I don't remember if I read that or not either.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Sumerian titles. There's more than just 1 volume of Gung Ho.
Okay.
Let's see, Dune Blood, Sudakar 1 to 10 by Adam Gorham. And it's also got a 1 to 25 by Max Fuyamura. And it's got a 1 to 50 by Gerald Perel. Firefly number 31. It's got a 1 to 10 by Bengal. 1 to 25 by Yannick Paquette. And let's see. And Good Luck number 2 has a 1 to 25 by Enhyuk Lee. What do y'all think about that one?
It's pretty good.
And Yuckley's been getting pretty good, a lot of good work in.
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to read Good Luck #1. Was that pretty good?
Don't remember that one either, so probably not.
Well, isn't it something about like eating like rich people or something like that?
No,
Like,
that's a different book.
that's a different book. Okay.
Yeah, called like We Eat the Rich or something like that. Yeah.
All right, let's close this one. Power Rangers and the Unlimited Edge of Darkness #1 is getting a second print by
There it
Simone Ragazzani.
He did the cover A.
Yeah. Something is Killing the Children #18.
Nice.
That's a cover A. This one's the 1 to 25, and this one's by Wesley Craig.
See, I skipped these because I'm not collecting this series. And I'd rather somebody who's collecting the series come in and try to get it off the shelf than try to buy it off me after I flip it. But you know,
It's one of the things where this series is going to be so highly ordered now that I just don't see that magic. Like within those first 10 or so issues, I just don't see that magic anymore.
Well, and then with these incentives, like, I don't know if I would pick this up on my own. You know what I mean? Like, if I found it maybe at Ratio and I was like had the extra money to spend or whatever, I'll pick it up. But I'm not gonna go out of my way to find this.
I still think the saving grace for the Ratios going on is there is no more store exclusives.
So
And
it's funny.
That is a big thing to remember.
Yeah.
Like there is no more store exclusives, and some people might be, with how expensive some of those early books got, if they picked up the trades, they're up to date, right?
Right.
But not a lot of people are picking up a series 16, 17, 18 issues in. So you're going to have an issue in this run over the next 10 issues or so where the ratio is going to be pretty rare that people a year down the road might be coming back to pick it up. But who's going to know which one it is? And are you going to drive yourself nuts trying to pick them all up, hoping you get that one that, you know, down the road, everyone's like, oh, that's actually an important issue.
Right.
but
the one that
Is it worth it?
isn't there one place that can have a store exclusive that we can't count all of them out from because he's got an exclusive contract with James?
Yeah. So issue 17, there was actually a store that did exclusive because they did it in succession with Tiny Onion.
Yeah, it's his Tiny Onion exclusive as far as I know.
We don't know if that's continuing past 17 though, as far as I've heard.
Yeah.
But even so, it's one store. But all I'd heard is that they had worked out a deal for 17. So, and that was it.
All right. Good stuff. And the last one is and there's a Topps 21 update jumbo box that's coming out. So keep an eye out for that one. Definitely ask your store if they can get it. If they can get it, go ahead and order them. Because those car products through stores, man, they think they can get it, but it's not necessarily true. That stuff is heavily allocated. All right. Sacred Six, freaking dynamite, man. They've got a whole bunch of covers, so I'm not going to go through them all. I'm just going to go through the ones that I thought were pretty tight. Sacred Six, number 11. This one's a 1 to 10 copy by Daniel Main. What do you guys think of this one?
That's beautiful.
That is dope. Yeah, that is dope.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is there's a bunch of virgins and other ones that are usually higher with a different color. Nope, this is it. There's like a qualifier, and then that's it. There's no black and white of this one.
There's going to be an FOC variant and some other stuff that maybe you have to go in and look. But I'll look on Sunday to see what else they drop, because isn't there a couple of them that still don't have the art shown?
I'm looking right now.
I saw the art shown. If it is, and there's no other variations of this one, that's hard to spec on Dynamite. unless you really just like the art.
Yeah, it's an art spec with Dynamite, 100%.
Yeah.
10. That's it. There's nothing else.
Yep.
6 FOC Musk Above Virgin. That is disgusting yet intriguing at the same time.
I'm used to bathtubs with ice cubes.
That's something I would buy just based on the fact that I believe that a day and time is going to come, especially now in this modern age that we in with all the great artwork that we get, that you're going to have people collecting comic books strictly for the art, especially now that you can get stuff graded and encapsulated, which is personally, I would like one of these grading companies to make a case that's very minimalistic, that on the front just shows nothing but the book, and on the back to where the frame of the book is, it has the grading information back there. So when you hang it on the wall or something, you won't be able to see the grade or anything of that nature. You're just looking at the cover, of the book. Just as far as me thinking aesthetically, which will what will probably appeal to people who are just like, look, I know this is a dope ass art piece and I want to have it, in my home.
Yeah,
But-
Colossal Customs. I was just about to say that is bathtub covers. Is that going to become a new trend? Since like something is killing the children.
There's been
there's
two
a few
of
of
them.
them out there.
That Something Is Killing the Children cover was last year, though. Like, it's not like it happened last week.
Right.
But I agree. I mean, that was my first thought, too, is like, I wonder if the tile matches between the two covers. So.
I mean, because it's in
connection.
that same color scheme too, right?
Yeah,
it was
it
the
is-
green
it is
background,
green.
blood, and all that. So.
It's an American Monsters anthology, bathtub cover 2, where she's being dipped in acid, and so like half of her body is dipped in acid, and the other half is still flesh. It's some bathtub covers out there.
All right.
Somebody will make a lane for it.
Hey, who's got my family portrait? What the fuck?
It just needs to be a redhead, though, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's obviously been edited. I mean, you can also tell my beard's been trimmed in that photo. So, yeah, nothing. Damn, fucking tough audience.
I try.
know.
I try to.
I appreciate it. Yeah,
So I guess I have a question. Since like with the whole returnability thing changing, are people ordering less Dynamite covers now because aren't a lot of them incentives and like artist driven kind of?
Yeah, probably not, because I think Dynamite prints their own books.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the reason why Dynamite can get away with having 49,000 fucking variants per a Vampirilla 20. Like for a book that nobody's obviously ordering, they're like, oh, we don't care. We're going to print all these different variant covers just because we're assholes. And we want people who do FOC shows and new comic book day shows to have an absolute fucking conniption fit putting our slides together, because we'll release a book one week and then we'll release an FOC incentive version the week after. And then we'll release a CGC graded copy 2 weeks after that.
Well, and Dynamite's one of those few retailers that they sell a lot of their variants at cons.
Yeah.
So
and they sell graded.
Yeah, and they'll sell graded ones. Exactly. Yeah. So if they've got extra sitting around, it's no bother to them. They'll get rid of them.
Hey, I got a question. I wanted one of y'all to answer because I'm not 100% sure about.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I got a question. I want one of y'all to answer because I'm not 100% sure I want to answer, and I don't want to mislead the people. Something is killing the children. How many of those books have a 1 per store variant? I know 16 did. I know 11 did. Are those the only 2 from the entire series?
Issue 6.
Issue 6 did?
Yep. And that should be it, though. I think it's just those 3.
But isn't issue 6 the Ghost?
Yeah, so
No.
issue
Is it
6
the
has issue 6 has 4 different covers to it. You have A cover, you have the B cover, which is the
Okay,
color
I
version
see
of the
this.
prison, and then you have the 1 per store, and then the 1 in 25. I don't know about store variants for that, which there could be one. I don't remember. I don't think there was.
I don't think there was.
Yeah, because I think it was only like issue 1, issue 2, and then something down later.
Yeah, they cut it off till the next till mid story arc or something like that. Then they allowed variants again.
Yeah,
It's a pretty good looking Perillo cover, huh, Lucas?
That is a beautiful Prio cover.
Hell yeah. It's got your. Now, if this rolls up on you, Ultra, what would you do?
I ain't scared.
I kind of. What's kind of wacky is that I've seen this cover many times, but I'm just now realizing that she's holding a sword behind her back, man.
Because you're not looking at her back.
You remember that scene in The Mummy where you start like holding out all your different relics and speaking the different language? I think I would be doing that.
Come a little closer. No, I'm straight. This one is by Jung Jun Yoon.
See? Dude, that's the 2 of them. 2 of them.
Fire.
Is she technically a redhead if her head's on fire?
Yes.
Okay.
Dynamite got all these fire covers for no damn reason at all, man.
Yeah.
Other than dudes love collecting this shit for whatever reason, right?
What's great too.
Well, usually they have like 2 or 3, but I'm seeing right now this week. I'm seeing like a good 5 or 6 that should definitely be in my collection.
What's great is the artists they put on them they're not cheap artists. Like some of these guys cost a lot of money.
Don't make bad covers.
And
Don't get me wrong.
like
They don't make bad covers. Like hardly ever. The artwork is always fucking phenomenal, but it's on a book that nobody gives 2 shits about as far as in the speculation community and as far as people that we know that read books. But people who are going to be reading this have been reading Vampirilla forever. But you know what? I do go look for them Harris books, Vampirilla, fucking Adam Hughes books whenever I can, find them. That's a pickup, So I do know that there is spec with some of these titles, but who's buying Dynamite books to hoard them and be like, oh, I'm gonna make a fortune on these fucking things in my lifetime?
Well, I think Dynamite operates a lot like retailers like us that do exclusive variants. They just do it all in house.
Yeah,
they're just like, hey, let's just put some awesome artwork on these books, and people will buy it because of the artwork, and the collectors will buy it because they enjoy the series and they collect the series. But when it comes down to it, you put something awesome on a cover and you cast a wide enough net, people are gonna buy it, and they've done a good job of it. And you're right, they put out amazing covers. And
then here you have sleeper books like Red Room #3 here.
Yes, Red Room. Red Room is a great. I mean, it's one of those ones that I said, man, I should definitely go ahead and freaking read it. And I read it, and I was like, oh, okay, not bad at all. Definitely updated for today's current time. Got a lot of stuff that we've been talking about, NFTs and cryptocurrency and all that other stuff, but the whole Red Room and Black Room, and it's got its own thing where this could definitely be a TV series going on right here,
dude. And that fits our fucking corrupt ass, disgusting world that we live in. Everybody would eat this shit up. I do love the poker face character from issue 2, though.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So there's going to be a 1 to 5 by Takashi Okazaki. Excuse me. 1 to 10 done by the author Ed Piskor. Hey, look, he's got the same camera that I do. All right, awesome.
Nice.
And then there's a 1 to 15 by Jim Rugg.
Oh, that's cool.
So that one's going to be
Ninja Turtles.
So, did you guys catch the one for issue 2? Their high ratio was a Usual Suspect swipe.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't know if there was an issue 1 swipe like that. Yeah, Beast Wars.
Well, issue 1, it was the Momoko cover, right?
Yes. That's right. That was their high ratio. Beast Wars, TMNT. So here we go again. They gave us one issue with the Jenica complete turtle set, and then they go, Jenica's out again.
That's how they do. Let's see. And then Usagi Yojimbo number 20, second print. Now, Usagi Yojimbo and IDW, they don't do second prints often, but this to me means that they've caught on to the speculation game and everybody's chasing second and third prints. So here you go. Second prints, fuckers. With the girl on the cover. Department of Truth, number 1, final. They made sure to tell everybody this is going to be the final printing, which means that they've been listening to the show. They've absolutely been listening to the show where I've been complaining about, okay, you buy the 5th print, you buy the 6th print, what's the number for start not to do the 7th and 8th print? Well, now they're saying that this is the 6th print and it's going to be the final. And there's going to be a 1 to 25 of this one.
Isn't that the one in 25?
This is the 1 to 25.
Come on, man.
And
That shit is goofy.
And
They're
this one
known
is
for that, though,
150.
that Once in Future went to what, 9 printings? 12 printings?
Shit is goofy, man.
But this is Image, and this is Tinian, and this is Image. It's not the same as printing before final order cutoff constantly, and then wondering why you go later prints, and then people assume that that's like actual hype, and it's not real hype.
Goofy.
But I gotta say this: is there going to be a secret variant? Because I'm still fucking Ken Shamrocked on that fucking secret variant from 5th print.
Yeah, I'm still salty about that one. That's why I'm hating right now. But, I forgot to tell you, man. Andy had that fucking secret variant of Department of Truth 9.8 for $100. I was watching his fucking live sale all night just to fucking claim that book. Put my phone down for like 2 seconds and fell asleep. Look back at the stream and somebody claimed it as soon as he fucking put it out. I was fucking pissed off.
Well, that same person claimed like every other Department of Truth book too that was already graded. Because I think I came in late, like where they were up to like issue 3 or something like that. But anyways, back to the 5th print. I mean, at least you didn't order 5 copies from your shop and then end up with 0 and then see one on the wall for like an uptick in price.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that happens. That happens.
But it's like,
That's
well, I
shitty,
ordered
though.
5. Yeah, it's like I ordered 5 and you ordered 5 and I got 2 copies and then it's on the wall.
I got lucky. I wasn't able to get one either. And then Jonathan showed up one day in the office with 2 of them in hand and he goes, "Here, you want one?"
Nice.
Like, yeah. Yeah, I do.
All right. Moving on. So Merca and Dolfo's Sweet Paprika number 1. They have an art germ version. Now the interesting thing is it's an art germ version, but it doesn't seem to be an incentive. Just seems to be just a regular qualifier.
I believe it's open order. That's why.
Yeah. In the meantime, they do have a 1 to 25 Momoko.
Mm-hmm.
This one's going to be there's also a 1 to 50 Momoko, which looks like it's just a black and white.
Come on, how fucking lazy do you want to fucking be, man? Like, come on.
That's a color your own book.
So, whose artwork is that?
Andolfo.
Thank you. And what's the incentive ratio?
1 to 75.
Okay. And any other incentives after that one, sir?
Nope. This one's the last one.
Okay.
Unless they pop some crazy shit out.
So Merca and Dolfo already completed this entire series, but this is being reprinted in Image Comics for the United States in English. It's already been published in Italian. So if you really wanted to spec on it, go to the Italian version. It's also been animated. So I'm just giving you all a heads up on this property. This property is probably going to be pretty fucking massive. And again, I want to warn you that if she really takes off with this property, they're going to look at her other works, and Ablaze has the Unsacred story, which is 2 volumes deep, and I think they're about to do a 3rd. And that also is one of those perfectly adaptable rom-com, can be an animated or even a live action TV series. So it's one of those properties that has potential. And so does this one right here, Sweet Paprika. So pay attention, everybody, and good luck to you if you are hunting in Italy.
May it be ever in your favor.
And you know what? Shout out to Rob's Comics for his contributions to the Ultra Box as well. And, of course, the Hobb Brothers, too, with the Italian Dell'Otto there, right?
Skybound X, number 4, cover D. It's got a 1 to 10.
First appearances everywhere, according to what I'm seeing, too.
Yep. It's also got a cover E 1 to 10 by Pablo Tanica.
And then there's a 1 to 25 as well, right?
Yep, and that one's by Charlie Adler.
And that's Negan, bro.
Is that it? Yep, that's it for that one. Better Ray Bill, number 5. 1 to 25 by Nick Dragata. And then Black Knight, Curse of Ebony Blade, number 5, Hands variant. This one's a 125.
All right, so at least what my fears were. Do you know what my fears were on this one?
What's that?
That they were going to show the Hans variant, and it was going to be a new Black Knight, and I was going to oh damn, they're going to kill him off already, man, because you know how they do. Incentive variant, issue number 5 of the miniseries. But the Hans connecting variants, I don't know if anybody's out there like chasing all 5 connecting variants.
Wait, did Black Knight come out this week?
Issue 4, I think, came out last week. So that would make
right.
sense why FOC for this week for the issue 5.
All right, hold up. Let me let me go through my stuff.
You know, make sure they didn't kill nobody. Give us a new Black Knight.
They killed him.
Oh yeah, no, that was in issue 1. He had his
He
head chopped off in issue 1, but he came back to life. So I'm just making sure they didn't fully kill him off, you know.
Let's see. I apologize, y'all, for having to go back through my shit, but okay, Chris of Ebony, Black number 10. Okay, so that did come out this week. He's dying.
Does he die every issue? Because, you know, that's what I would do if I were immortal.
Sale 728. So here's what I can share with you. So I don't know if you can see that.
Son of a bitch. God damn it. Why did I have to be? Why do I have to have this premonition skill where I can predict this crap before it happens? So are they going to do this because they're going to murk him in the movie?
Well, so he's not necessarily dead, but what is notable is the fact that this young lady, who was just a journalist who just happens to be tagged along, now has powers and she now controls the Ebony Blade.
Yeah.
So take that for what you want.
Well, also remember when he stole Swordmaster's sword and Swordmaster was like, "Yo, what the fuck you doing with my sword?" Because I remember that just happened in King of Black.
Yep. So she, I think she. Let me go back real quick, but I think she grabs a hold. Yep, she grabs in this week's issue, she grabs the sword, and then in the following one, whatever she's going to be, she's going to be. So take that information for what you want. Let's see. I gotta get back to where I was. Go ahead.
And I also see that White number 2 is on FOC, and it says it's also limited to 2,500 copies. Like, so it's the same thing going to happen with that, where it's going to be allocated, like, no matter how many you order.
Absolutely.
Probably.
Yeah.
Come on with the bullshit, man.
So Black Widow number 9, Brooks Captain America number E variant. This is not a Senta variant at all as a qualifier, but I did think it interesting that looks like Black Widow with the Captain America suit. Don't know whether
exactly what that is.
So what we're saying right here is that Black Widow is the new Captain America. No.
Yes, you could start that rumor right now just because you saw the cover art. Kind of like the same way everybody was trying to already take Sam Wilson off of his fucking crown as fucking Captain America for now, just because they saw Miles Morales drawn with a Captain America shield. Everybody's like, Miles is the new Captain America, everybody. And I'm like, no, he's fucking not, man. Like,
all right. I'm gonna change the rumor out. It's Captain Russia because I see the hammer in the background.
Oh damn, son. Oh damn, son.
Oh, it's not in this one.
Which one are you talking about, Lucas?
I can't talk about it.
It's okay. All right.
But I will say, do pay attention to Captain America. So you've already got. Did he show up in this one? I'm looking through this week's. He builds it. Okay, so this week is the one where that kid, dresses up as Aaron Fisher. That's his name. Aaron Fisher dresses up as a Captain America, and I can tell you that at some point that Captain America, the real Captain America, and them show up, and that this thing right here with Black Widow, there's something to that. So.
Well, I mean, they did the same with Heroes Reborn, right? Like they teased all the Heroes Reborn people and their vended versions on covers before they actually showed up. So, if that happens, look, if they give Black Widow a Captain America set of boots and shield, and she's still Black Widow, but she's got the red star instead of the white star.
So apparently there's probably like 50 Captain Americas running around, right? There's like a bunch of people that like the ideas of Captain America, so they've got their own little Captain America joints sitting around. The kid that shows up this week, he's not a Captain America of a particular state. He's just sitting on the fucking trail lines, just going back and forth from state to state, being Captain freaking America. At some point, I don't know what to deal with it. Does this mean that she's going to be like Captain America but of Russia, or what the fuck? I don't know, but it's going to be interesting to see what they decide to do with that information. Is the United States ready for a female Captain America? I don't know. Eternals number 6 is Sadek Ribic. This one's a 1 to 10. Wow, she looks kind of manly in that motherfucker. All right. And then Fantastic Four, number 34, Rodriguez variant. This one's a 1 to 25.
That looks pretty cool.
Looks fire.
Oh, good. James flashing the new Captain America.
Miles Morales. Marvel Tales, number 1, Sway.
That cover is fire.
Sway Swabby is good fire stuff, man. He's good art.
And the Planet Size X-Men number 1, second print, 1 to 25. I know you gotta love this one, Ninth Wonder. Another second print where it's the same art as the first print.
At least they're fucking lazy, man.
At least they slimmed down the ratio, right?
Pure fucking lazy.
And it's like, did you guys also see the X Factor second print? You gonna show that too, Lucas?
Yes, I'm getting to that.
Okay.
This one is a Shang-Chi number 3, Michael Cho. That one's a 1 to 50. Be advised that there's also a Star Wars number 15, Paul Renaud. That one's a 1 to 25. I don't usually go for action figure variants, but this one's kind of all right. And this one's actually a qualifier. This one is it's called the Star Wars High Republic number 7 Christopher action figure. Looks like it's called Keeve. Oh yeah, that character, Keeve Trennis.
Mm-hmm. What's the qualifications?
0. It's a 1 to 1, believe it or not.
Oh, so it's open.
However, there is a incentive for that one. This one's a 1 to 25.
Oh, so that means that plenty of shops are going to have the action figure variant unless they hate the action figure variants, and then in that case they won't have the action figure variants.
How close are you to it now, Ultra? 4? Nice.
Technically, I'm 3, but
Okay.
I got a CBCS Signature Series slab instead of a raw copy. The seller thought he was hooking me up and doing me a favor by sending me a CBCS slab instead of a raw copy. And unfortunately, I don't agree with that the same way. So technically it's 3, but realistically 4.
Yeah.
And now 5 because this one's a new one. But yeah, just processed a bunch more. Getting close.
Yep.
Chasing too many other books though, especially shit that I have to talk about on the Spec Matrix before I can talk about them.
Yeah, I think I'm like 3 or 4 away from the non-lenticular second prints now.
Tight.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Oh, and I'll finish that. Come on.
No, I'm just talking to these doggone tabs that don't want to work.
Tabs.
Here we go. Symbiote Spider-Man Crossroads, number 1, Del Mundo.
Uh-oh.
This one's a 1/25.
I know another symbiote Spider-Man title I need to start reading and collecting.
This one is a just a regular one. United States of Captain America, Michelle Wright.
Of
First Those
Harrisburg?
Design brand.
Has anybody ever been to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania? Because I have.
I have.
Yep, I have.
Now, if you haven't, you're not missing out on anything.
Harrisburg, Reading, Hershey, Lancaster, Amish country. Oh, look.
Is it a Gleason cover?
You don't say. See, this is the thing. Gleason is unfortunately so much better than just this one-dimensional thing he's known for. And that's what I love. He's got a ton of other better covers, and honestly, I got to say, his fucking Wolverine number 4 with Omega Red is like one of his better ones too. But nobody cares about any of those because it's not web.
It's just like JTC. They fucking typecasted him into doing those goddamn fucking action figure variants. But if you look at the artwork, at the artwork on there, the shit is fucking fire. Let the man do regular fucking cup. Oh man, don't get me.
His artwork on those action figure variants, like people sometimes think that it's a photo, and I'm like, no, look closely at that shit. That's his art. And they're like, oh my god.
Sometimes those artists just get wrapped into that stuff, though. I mean, look at Scotty Young.
Yeah,
He does those baby covers, but he's a solid artist doing other stuff. Like,
I do like his full size artwork is really nice too. You know,
it is good.
So there it is. Oh, well, there
it went. Web of Spider-Man number 2, second fucking print.
Wow. And there's still tons of A cover and B cover of number 2, which did not have an incentive on shelves.
Wow.
So some places, this is one of those books that's regionally rare. Basically, some places ordered it, some places didn't. And of course, now that the first issue came out and then the second issue dropped 2 weeks later?
Mm-hmm.
That's why, because they didn't have time to react to order more of issue number 2 to bump their orders. So, which further supports the fact that Lucas's spec on Harley Keener is good because there's not enough copies to go around at that Bagley incentive.
That's that's crazy to me because once again, it's Spider-Man. How are stores not ordering enough?
Because it's not the main title, and you know what? People are pretty pissed at Dan Slott's Spider-Man. Took him 50 issues to find out who the fuck Kindred was. 50.
My goodness. Okay. We're on to Wolverine number 14. This one's by Ryan Stegman, and it's a 1/25. So if you don't remember who the guy on the right was, he kind of showed up during the whole Swords of X thing. I forget what his name was.
Solemn.
Yeah, so it's interesting that he's back now, and he still has a freaking sword. So,
and he's got adamantium skin.
Mm.
So you guys remember Kimura?
Gamora?
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
X23's nemesis, right?
Yeah.
Did you guys know that Kimura got murked by X23? Like if you're reading All New Wolverine, and you might have followed a spec matrix I did a while back that had those connecting covers by Bengal, who happens to be Rian Gonzalez's boyfriend. Believe it or not, art, little love and artistry. So use that to your advantage if you can. You know, get them both on a deal, and you might have some leverage. But the connecting variants for that set is basically a storyline of her going against Kimura. So Kimura comes back with a thunder against the all new Wolverine, and she's like, you know what? Fuck this bitch. I'm killing her. And she kills her. She goes, yeah, your skin's unbreakable, but can you breathe underwater? Fucking drowns her. so hold on. Here's all I'm saying. Same thing applies for Solemn here. He may have unbreakable skin, but can he fucking breathe underwater?
Probably not.
So don't be surprised if a demise happens. But remember how they hyped us so bad. This is Wolverine's nemesis, everybody.
Yeah. And what ended up being his first appearance? Was it Wolverine 6 or what was the other book? Was it X-Force?
He's on the cover of X-Force 13, A cover and B cover released the same day.
Yep.
All right, just because W comes before X on the alphabet, if you don't put him on the cover, but you have him chronologically in story in Wolverine first on the same day as another book comes out where he's on both a regular cover and an open order variant, people are going to fucking go for the variant, which is exactly what happened. Marvel kept pumping Wolverine number 6 as his first appearance. And if they really wanted to do it, they should have delayed the release of X-Force one fucking week. That's all it would have taken, but they didn't do that. So now you have the Batman Who Laughs scenario at Marvel.
Yeah.
Where you have Teen Titans 12, which is your X-Force 13. And then you have your Dark Knight's Metal 2, which is your Wolverine 6. And the writers and everybody else says Wolverine 6. And the community is like, he's on 2 fucking covers of X-Force. Like, we're going. That's the one. Yeah, that one. So welcome back, Solemn. I hope you survive the experience and don't go out like Kimura did. So
let's see. And then X Factor number 10 has a second print.
They're killing everybody, man. So we didn't talk about this in the news. We didn't really we waited for everybody who's brave enough to make it 4 hours and 36 minutes into this fucking episode. Oh, which by the way, I've got to be up in 3 hours.
Same here.
Yeah. So the witch is dead, everybody. Everybody on the panel knew that. I'm not spoiling it for anybody, right? Like James.
They killed Wanda.
Yep.
Yeah. But who killed Wanda? Did Wanda? Did Wanda kill Wanda because she hexed herself into dying and being reborn as a mutant?
I don't know. Because
she loves Magneto so much as a father after what he said to her at the end of Sword. Like, she's all depressed and now they're going to put Magneto on trial for this shit. Maybe he did it. Maybe he didn't. I do know that there's some store exclusives that have already dropped about the trial of Magneto number 1. One of them being a Mark Brooks one that's fucking amazing looking. But it's like...
Is it the one where Magneto is holding?
Yes.
One? Okay.
He's holding her body, and it's the trial of Magneto cover.
Yep.
Again, tread lightly on store exclusives. If you like the artwork, buy it. If you are speculating on flip value out the gate, good luck. That's all I'm going to say. But this right here, being a second print, first off, I noticed a couple of funny things. All of the regular price books are the only ones that are selling because nobody wants to buy the 1 in 50 variants because the 1 in 50 variants are expensive. And you can basically buy a 1 in 50 variant for what you can for the regular cover or the Jimenez open order variant or the Hellfire Gala design variant or the Hellfire Gala connecting variant. So pick your poison. That's all I'm going to say.
Let's see.
And then, of course, the second print helmet fucking with blood on it. It's amazing looking.
Yeah, but why?
Because they killed
Why?
Wanda, man.
Are they trying to imply that Magneto killed Wanda?
That's the whole trial of Magneto implication. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like, where's Magneto?
Yeah, and that last page too in X Factor, was that Elizabeth Torque drawing that last page? Like it looked a lot like her artwork, but shout out to Elizabeth Torque and, getting a whole bunch of work after Respect Matrix. I swear somebody's watching.
Fuck. Keep
Frick,
talking.
dude.
I fucked something up. Fuck.
What you mean? You don't make mistakes, Lucas. You never make mistakes.
Yeah. Swears point.
Damn, if I'm not keeping up with the chat. And I think I closed the other window I had.
Yeah. Guys in chat are going nuts right now. Okay, I can show this one, which is what I missed before.
There it is.
Cult of Dracula, number 5, Shannon Meyer. Ford. I didn't even see this one my first time through.
You like it?
I like it a lot.
Okay.
I like the understatedness.
I can't unsee it now, Ultra.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
No, that's cool.
Ah,
I wasn't a big Shannon Mayer fan, anyways. So, I mean, like, I've been impressed by his stuff, but like, yeah, when any new cover that comes out now, I'm just like, kind of like, I see it now, and I can't unsee it.
it's so fucking hard to unsee once you realize it too.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm not gonna say it to ruin.
I try not to. I really try not to because I know some people really do like his artwork, and I really don't want to ruin it for any more people than I already have.
No, it's cool. I got the covers I like. I'll say that.
Some of them aren't bad, sometimes like the previous Cult of Dracula he did wasn't terrible. Is that
You guys are going to spoil it.
What?
You guys are going to spoil it for everybody.
Oh no.
Nah.
Yeah. Here we go. And all right, here's the last book. Horizon Zero Dawn, Liberation number 1. Horizon Zero Dawn, they already had a freaking series come out with a whole bunch of Momoko covers out there. But I guess they decided, and they didn't do well at all, but I guess they decided to go back and do it. I don't even know if the game has been out yet. I don't think the game has even come out yet. They were supposed to come out like at the beginning of the pandemic, it never came out, and they pulled it back, but here we are. So that was a cover A by Peach Momoko. This one is just game box art. Harvey Talibo. Let's see if we get to some of the actual variants. Blank stuff. This one is actually art from the first. This one's a poster from the first joint, but whatever. Let's see. Somebody in the chat sent me something. David actually sent me some stuff regarding the first appearance of the all different Avengers, and I sent him a link to see if he wanted to come on. He has not come in yet.
Okay, do you want me to clarify this one for people? The first appearance of the all different Avengers with Kamala Khan, Miles Morales, Falcon as Captain America, Sam Wilson, and Jane Foster Thor is free comic book day. All new, all different Avengers. I see some people out there talking about, they don't form the team until issue 3. Okay. Did you read the free comic book day? Lucas did.
So shout out to David. Let's see, what's this? Yep, David. He didn't. David the Corzo from the Young Gunners, who sent this to me, had it all freaking nice and pat sitting for me. I sent him an invite to see if he wanted to come in, but it's not yet. But it's I mean, hell yeah. Like, so do once again what you want. This is what the app is trying to sell you as the first official appearance of the Avengers. Get the fuck out of here. People pay you real money for this shit. He's got even little snide comments. The truth doesn't cost anything, but a lie could cost you everything. And then here is the cover big up front.
Yeah,
all different.
I got like 10 copies of that shit for sure.
Yeah, that shit. I mean, but who cares?
Right
I
there.
mean, it's the first.
So you know why people care? You know why people care? Because they can't sell free comic book days for the money that they can pump a number 3 1 in 25 incentive that barely anybody was really ordering. Because let's be honest, I know a lot of people love Kamala Khan that are online, but there's a reason why her book had to go multiple printings, is because her sales totals pre-order were never great. There may be people chasing some of her books now, but her sales were never great. That's why they just canceled her again. It's because her sales are never great. But they drop a first appearance, and then holy shit, you guys blow it out the water and trip a second print. and then when there's no first appearances, it's got the Captain Marvel effect. The Captain Marvel effect, where there was a first print like every 4 or 5 issues, and every time there would be a first appearance, everybody would fucking blow them out and sell out, and then all of a sudden they do a second print, and the second print sit on shelves, and everybody's like, "What the fuck? Nobody wants this." So, tread lightly and read more comics is all I can tell you.
Yep. So all different Avengers number 3 came out in March 2016.
Mm-hmm.
The free comic book day came out in March, or excuse me, 2015 May. So May 2nd of 2015. So there you go.
So wait, which one came first?
The free comic book day one.
Okay.
About like
Came
2
out
years
like a year.
almost.
Yeah.
So there you go. Ultra sitting on the freaking gold pile right now.
Man, I don't know about Gold Pile. But really, it took that long from this free comic book day in order, because this was like right after Secret Wars. And everybody was like, "Oh, it's going to be somebody else in the Iron Man suit," and it wasn't. This was one, like, the volume right before Riri was introduced. And imagine if it was Riri introduced and in that fucking suit in this book instead of an Iron Man number 7 or whatever the fuck Bendis had planned out, because you know how he likes to stretch out no stories for 5 issues and then drop a couple of things.
Yeah. So
That would have been nuts, right? But it
yeah,
wasn't there.
absolutely.
Wasn't this the first appearance of Nadia Pym too?
Let's see. Does it have any other context in here? Character: Spider-Man, Vision, Nova. It doesn't mention her.
Well, that's the first 10 pages. What's the next 10 pages? Because there's 2 parts to the story. Because it was more than a 10-page book, as far as I remember.
That's all I had in there, or that he sent me. Yep, that's all he sent me. So,
All right, hold on. Nadia Van Dyne, aka Nadia Pym. Let me find. Free Comic Book Day 2016, Civil War II. That's the reason why everybody was like trying to hype the Avengers number 7 with the 1 in 100 Alex Ross for Nadia. It's because they can't make bank off of Free Comic Book Day books like they could off of 1 in 100 by Alex Ross.
I do want to say I saw stores selling that Civil War II Free Comic Book Day for like, I think I saw a high of $50, but I don't know. I mean, you know, it sat on the shelf, and then I saw it dip down to like 20.
Well, I can't fault them for that, because look at Umbrella Academy. That's a Free Comic Book Day book too.
Yep.
So I mean, there's always the perfect storm, and if it's high enough grade, then I guess see. And you know what? We're all talking about we can't believe these prices. I can't believe these inflations. I mean, the books are worth the same. It's just our dollar don't buy shit no more. That's really what's going on.
yeah. Yep. All right, gents, let's start winding it down, man, because I got movies to watch and books to read.
I do want to throw out there just about the Whatnot app. Their fees are 8% plus 2.9% to pay out to PayPal.
So it's
Do they all? Can you only pay out through PayPal?
No, they just added where you can do ACHs now, so you can avoid that.
Fuck all that.
Well, isn't PayPal also going up in their fees too? I think
I think they already went to.
Yeah,
did they already do that?
September, August or September. Yep.
It's like 3.5% now, or something like that.
Depending, I think there's different levels. If you're, but let's just say if you're a regular PayPal user, yes, your fees are going up, and it also doesn't look good because it looks like the Fed's about to raise interest rates. So good luck, everybody. It's going to be a wild ride to see what happens with collectibles.
Hold on. So, all right. So it says on the FAQ, it says 8% commission on the sold price of what the item sells, and then a 2.9% plus 30 cents to cover payment processing. But it doesn't necessarily say to PayPal, so that could even go for the ACH. For the ACH payments too, because that's looking like that's just.
No, that's their processing for. They use PayPal for payment.
Yeah, but say that got to be for PayPal though. So if you do the ACH, you just paying 8%, which is what 6% less than eBay. What's eBay? 13, 14%?
Well, eBay is like 12.9 right now. So yeah, I mean you're coming in under, and this is what I was saying earlier. I hope this sparks the fucking wars, man, where they start cutting rates everywhere to try to get you to list and sell your shit on their site. Because, man, I'm going to go wherever I have the most freedom to be me, and I look forward to my first Whatnot sale coming next week. Make sure y'all follow me over there. Awesome. Appreciate that.
I know you're going to have some shit. But look at it this way. In sneakers, Gold, StockX, fucking all the marketplaces got jacked up ass fees. eBay wanted to jump into the sneaker game, so now any shoe that you sell over $100, no seller fees. On shoes, I've been cleaning the fuck up on eBay, and they verify the shoes as well. So if these other platforms start putting pressure on them on comics, they're gonna have to make some changes.
Yep. Yeah, it'll force them.
Yeah,
and that's good
because we're not selling cars, we're not selling dollar items either, where the fucking margins are 70-80%. You know what I mean? So we are in a different class, and the lower the fees for everybody selling, because look, again, like I said earlier, next year everybody getting a 1099. Don't fuck kid yourself. You will be getting one if you exceed 22 grand in sales this year. But you will be getting a new 1099 for 2023, for your 2022 sales. Yeah. No doubt. So keep track of that shit. It's going to be interesting to see what happens, man. That's all I know is cut my fees, and I will list, and if I could sell books on your platform, that'd be great too, but like just because you have low fees, if you have no traffic, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to try some of the slab sites. I think I'm going to try Shortbox because I have a bunch of slabs I want to get rid of, and they charge like 10%. I might even try my slabs.
My slabs 1%.
Yeah, but I mean, like, just some of those terms and conditions like seem a bit sketch, like where someone like, I don't know, it seems there could be nefarious activity going on between buyer and seller, or seller and buyer, just depending on how you look at it. So we'll see how that goes.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm in a tight situation right now where I did a private sale with this dude. I sold him a Venom Lethal Protector 9.8, went down on my asking price. I told him, if I do this, we only doing friends and family because I don't want no BS after the fact. He tried. He said, he pushed the issue. He paid a little bit more to get me to do services and goods just because I don't want to deal with the BS, man. If we're going to do it that way, we can do it through eBay. What's the point of doing a private sale? So I'm giving you exactly what you want. Now he's trying to return the slab saying he don't think it's a 9.8. Asshole, it's graded at 9.8. What do you mean?
Like, I mean, within reason, I can see that. You know what I'm saying? Like, did they fuck up the book putting it in the slab? No, it's a 9.8, man. Shit.
It's a 9.8. I was like, dude, if I sold you a raw book and I told you it was fucking money, like, oh, dude, this is a 9.8, and you sent that shit off the grade and it came back a fucking 9.4 or 9.2, bro, I would run your money back in a heartbeat. But I wouldn't do no dumb shit like that. That's why we selling graded books, because we don't want the debate after the fact.
Well, charge them a restock fee.
Yep.
Put on all your shit that all 9.8s that are returned have a restock fee. That's it.
That's not a bad idea.
You know. So yeah, I guess what? I get my book back, plus I get your $50. Call it a day. You know.
Restocking fee should be the difference between 9.8 and 9.6. Just in case they fuck up your book.
Or send you a book that wasn't even yours to begin with.
Yeah, right.
All right, so let's get out of here, fellas. Once again, I want to thank everybody that came in and freaking listened to us tonight, man. Freaking even your these warriors are staying up with us at 5 o'clock in the goddamn morning. You know, Joe 47, Lawrence Valoria, man, freaking. Thank you, Blue, for freaking hanging out and freaking supporting us. H&H Comments, Edwin Aguilar. You know, you guys are my warriors that freaking gave us really good comments throughout the night. Once again, if you guys haven't already, go ahead over to the in your Google Play. Go ahead and download the Comic Crusaders app. Also, don't forget to check out some of the articles over at comiccrusaders.com. Go ahead and freaking. You know how to do it. Go over to YouTube, Instagram. We're all over the doggone place. And then also, if you haven't freaking subscribed to the Mighty Mel V channel, you just happen to accidentally freaking come on over here. Make sure you go and hit the subscribe buttons. That way, that any new episodes that we do will pop up for the notifications on your shit. Also, if you guys are wondering how to get into the poll box, definitely send me an email to lucas.fashina@comiccrusaders.com, or you can hit me up on Instagram at darkhorsefox35 and say, hey, how can I get into the poll box? And I will send you the instructions. If you just want to see what type of stuff that we're pushing when it comes to the products, you can go to the it's drunkenchatson.com. And the store is over there. And then hopefully one day James will let us sell some of his fucking exclusives over that motherfucker. You know, just give us a little taste. Just a little taste.
I'm all about it. You and Mel need to hit me up about that, but I'm all about it.
Don't forget to hit up our family, man. The guys over at CBSI, man. They've got some good stuff. Between the Comic Book Woman and Modern Playbook, which is one of Aaron Yee's freaking productions, Tales from Dark Side, Hot 10, which was the show that came out before us. And don't forget our boy freaking Ultra Maximus, who did another great job of the Raw Report. And when's the next time that you have a show? Sunday? Are you doing one Sunday?
Yeah, it looks like Sunday.
Okay.
I don't know if I'll be able to squeeze one in with only getting like 2.5 hours of sleep today, and then you know, trying to live a full life.
Absolutely. Yeah, fuck that.
So there it is, the secret variant on Sunday. Don't forget to check out that hip hop variant list too, the platinum list. I'm trying to get that video to 1 million hits. I'm just saying.
What are you at now with it?
There's I don't know. It's like it's got like 400 something views, but I am like 875 subscribers or somewhere around that ballpark, and I appreciate all the support you guys have given me along the way. In fact, I got a $40 fucking PayPal tip the other night, so that was fucking amazing. Gotta say,
wow,
because my super chat's not active. I was, you know, so I dropped the PayPal.me link, and somebody was like, "Bro, just keep doing what you do," and I'm gonna give him a special shout out on Wednesday. So yeah, man, it's exciting times to be ultra.
Take that to Vegas, man.
No, I won't be doing that. I won't be going back to Vegas anytime soon, I think. But yeah, you know,
or on Sunday, because you know the cryptocurrency dips down.
Oh well, it's been a fire sale on crypto for the last couple of weeks. In case anybody was wondering, that's why we haven't shown the heat map, because it's on fire. Like it went red,
It
but
went
the heat map actually exploded and like turned into
It did. I got a lot of good. I got a lot of good deals on cryptocurrency and stocks and options.
Mm-hmm. And shout out to Jake
goodness.
Jules. Yeah. So shout out to you for the shout out for the Mephisto trading card book. See, that's good stuff. Good stuff. Oh yeah, and I'm giving away this sick ass box called the Ultra Box. This guy donated some books for it too, and yeah, it's pretty fucking awesome. And if you don't know what's in the Ultra Box, you can go ahead over to my channel, Ultra Space Maximus. Watch you a little video. It should be pinned right up there at the top. And after you get done watching that, if you go back and watch the Wednesday night comic book presser from last week, and then you leave me a comment below as to what your favorite book in the Ultra Box is, I'll enter you into a giveaway to win one of these some bitches.
Ooh.
Okay?
Nice.
That you like.
Come check me out Wednesday on my channel, Ultra Space Maximus. Don't forget to follow me on Whatnot for my live sale. And don't forget to follow all these fine gentlemen on this panel here this evening.
All right. Well, that's all I got. Anybody else got anything?
Can buy stuff tomorrow. Today. Can buy stuff today.
In how many hours?
I'm so sleep deprived, I don't actually start the sale. We'll see what happens. It's happened before. We'll see what happens again.
This Tuesday, Frank will be back for Food Chain. We're talking about comic book signings, I think. So it should be an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry I missed you guys last week. I was on Team Nerd Herd. Shout out to Team Nerd Herd. And also shout out to Spine Ticks. I'm possibly making a cameo appearance over there tomorrow.
All right. Final safety brief. Hey, if you guys are lighting off fireworks, make sure that the fire part goes away from your face. If you light it, make sure you don't sit there once it's lit, see how it lights. Just freaking light it and go. Make sure you keep all the kids away and dogs away and everything, because we don't need the hospitals to be, clogged up with stupidness. And don't drink and light fireworks or drink and drive.
You guys know that if you blow off your fingers, you're losing comic book money on your copay. Just
Hey, before we get out of here, July the 14th is going to be my first cover picks, which is my comic book draft show. I got everything ironed out for that. So the premiere issue is going to be July the 14th at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time on my YouTube channel. Just type in The Ninth Wonder, as you see it spelled below on YouTube, and subscribe. And we'll be live on July the 14th. I found a place to do the draft there. That's one thing I didn't want to do the show if we couldn't do it like a real fucking fantasy football draft. And it was so annoying to find the right situation to get that to happen, so where you can see the comic book cover that's being drafted and everything of that nature. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Okay. All right. Make sure you get us my slides, so in the next few weeks we can show that on as it's coming up.
Yeah,
right?
next week I'll make sure I'm here when the show first starts. That way I can share my screen and kind of walk y'all through a visual representation of what the show is going to look like.
Okay. I read the put it in reverse Terry comment, and I almost fucking lost it. If anybody doesn't know what that is, you're not on our level.
All right, guys, we got to go to sleep or get more drunk or whatever. Peace.